Mending the Billionaire Scotsman. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2019.
Chapter 1. Fat drops of rain hit the window and rolled down as Paige Cooper waited for her business partner and best friend, Sarah Freeman. They'd agreed to meet for breakfast 2 doors down from their travel agency. The scent of coffee and freshly baked pastries filled the air of the small bistro and made her stomach grumble. "Come on, Sarah, my stomach is about to cannibalize itself." Paige set her elbow on the table and rested her chin on her hand, puffing a piece of hair out of her face. She looked out the window and settled her gaze on a palm tree across the street. Her twin sister was getting married. In fact, Penelope had left 2 days prior to meet movie actor Angus MacLachlan's family in Scotland. Paige could still see the hurt in her eyes when Paige adamantly refused to attend. "It's nuts." Paige had flung the words like darts. When she'd set Penelope up to be on Celebrity Proposal, she never in a million years would have guessed her sister would come home engaged. Engaged. Paige's brain melted like wax just thinking about it. The bell above the door jingled, drawing Paige out of her thoughts. Sarah gave her a wave and goofy smile as she trotted over and took a seat. "Hey! Man, it smells good in here. I think I gained 10 pounds just walking in. 20 if you count the deep breaths I took on the walk to the table. I got here 10 minutes ago. I'll be surprised if I can waddle out the door. I can't believe this place just opened. The whole area is getting revitalized. Not great for my budget, but it's nice that the city is taking interest. I think it helps when the outgoing mayor buys the strip mall our business is located in." Sarah waved Paige off and rolled her eyes. "Oh, stop it. Mayor Jakes wasn't so bad. My mom loves him. Because he's cute." "Well, yeah, there's that too." A petite waitress with a tag that read Emmy stopped at their table. "Hi." Her tone was bright, and she bounced on her tiptoes. "Can I get you started with some of our fresh-baked cinnamon rolls? Oh, or our newest muffin. Orange cranberry with our own in-house tangerine marmalade? Paired with our own blend of roasted coffee, it's to die for." I'll take some coffee and a raspberry scone." Paige gave a small smile. "I'll have that coffee and the muffin." "It sounds wonderful," said Sarah. Emmy giggled and wrinkled her nose. "You bet. Trust me, you'll love it." She whirled in place and danced off. Paige blinked as the girl disappeared through the double swinging doors. That girl is entirely too perky for 7 a.m. Don't be a lumpy grumpy. Seriously. She needs to lay off the espresso. No one should be that happy this early. And what grown woman says lumpy grumpy? Me, and I'm that happy. Paige rolled her eyes. "Yeah, but I love you, so it doesn't count." Sarah pressed her tongue to her cheek and harumphed. "And I love you, so I'm not offended." Paige laughed and stuck her tongue out. Her laughter died, and she propped her head in her hand again. "Are you going to Penelope's wedding?" "Of course I am. The 3 of us have known each other since we were toddlers. I couldn't not go." "I can't believe you aren't." Sarah's ocean blue eyes bored into her. Paige dug in her bag and pulled out the plane ticket her sister had given her when she'd finished filming Celebrity Proposal a couple of days ago. When she left in September to film the show, I never expected her to come home engaged after just 12 weeks. Or that she'd get married in February, 12 weeks after that. In Scotland. It's insane. How was Paige supposed to support that craziness? It might be, but she's in love. Oh, good grief. She smacked the ticket onto the table, shaking her head. Did you see the way he looked at her? She hadn't seen how Angus had looked at her sister, but she'd definitely seen how Penelope looked at him, completely and totally in love. I swear, if you swoon, I'm going to let that perky waitress dance all over your unconscious body. Sarah huffed. Paige, I get that you don't approve, but she's your sister. You love her. I do love her, which is why I can't support this. You're going to have to trust Penelope that she knows what she's doing. Paige leveled her eyes at Sarah. Like her not knowing the man she was dating for 2 years was a married lying fink? Penelope should have told her about Tom. Paige could have done something to keep her sister from getting hurt. Okay, that's a low blow, and you're not one to talk. Sarah was right on both counts. Paige hadn't done any better in the man-picking game. On the day she's supposed to be married to Tyler, she found a Dear Jane letter, and then the next day, she'd realized why when she found her inheritance gone. Paige had held on to that hurt for years. Not that anyone would have known. She dated plenty of men, let them buy her drinks, and danced into the wee hours of the night, but she let them down before they got any funny ideas or ideas about a future with her. Angus MacLachlan is not in love. Emmy reappeared, balancing a tray with their food and drinks, and set their orders down. Is there anything else I can get you to? I'm good for now, said Paige. Me too, said Sarah. Okay, well, just call if you need anything. Emmy pirouetted and left again. Think she's a dancer? Asked Sarah. Paige lifted an eyebrow. The clues are pointing to yes. Sarah chuckled. Okay, back to your sister. That actor is not in love with her. They met under the pretense of him wanting a wife to clean up his image. It may have started that way, but you don't know. Penelope is attractive, funny, witty, and sweet to a fault. Can't you at least entertain the possibility that he fell in love with her? Paige picked up the ticket and sighed. She is all those things. The wheels began turning as a plan came to mind. The best way to show Penelope that Angus was only out to save his image was to show her, and the only way to do that was to go to Scotland. See. So there is a possibility. Sarah lifted her eyebrows and shrugged. And we don't know him. But we can go to Rosegale Bridge and get to know him. His parents are letting us stay in their guest house the entire time. I've got a little money saved that I can use for expenses here and there. Angus even offered to pay our rent on the business for the next few months because Penelope wants you there. He would have flown us to Scotland on his family's private plane if you hadn't been so stubborn about going. He's willing to do anything to make Penelope happy, including having someone who doesn't like him at his wedding. If that isn't love, I don't know what is. Paige rolled her eyes. Yeah, I know. So, let's go. I even had an idea to write a travel blog while we're gone. I mean, Rosegale Bridge is a quaint little town in the Highlands. Imagine what that'd be like. I was thinking I'd write about the food, the sights, and all the wonderful things the little town and Scotland have to offer. Plus, Christmas time in Scotland sounds romantic. I think it would be cool to go. Sarah sat back in her seat and took a big drink of her coffee. That was too easy. What are you up to? Too easy? What are you talking about? I know you. Your favorite pastime is tormenting your sister. Hence, her foray into reality television. Okay, she needed to sell it if she was going to keep her plan of stopping Penelope's wedding a secret. I did love tormenting my sister. I signed her up for that show because she seemed so sad and boring. I mean, she went to work, came home, and then rinsed and repeated. Her only friend was George. And what's wrong with having a dog as a best friend? Nothing, but she needed to live. Going to work and back home isn't living. I agree, but you didn't do that out of the kindness of your heart. You did it because you really like messing with Penelope. Those were just pranks. This will affect her whole life. And since when have you cared about that? Oh, I know, high school. When you came back from that camping trip with a chip on your shoulder. Hey! Paige cringed inside at the reminder of that trip. How had Sarah figured out that was when her relationship with her sister had changed? During that camping trip, Paige overheard something that broke her heart. It had changed her relationship with not only Penelope, but her dad too. Well, it's true. When you got back, you'd turned into a jerk to her. Penelope took it in stride, but you got joy out of seeing her miserable. It was true. Paige had gotten joy out of giving Penelope grief. Still, this was a mistake Paige couldn't let Penelope make. If Angus broke her heart, if he used her like Tom, Penelope wouldn't recover. This is different. She's engaged and getting married. I want to be there for her. It just threw me for a while. I mean, 1 minute she's calling him the devil, and the next minute she's thinking he's a saint. She got to know him. That's all. I guess, but I do want to go. I mean, if she's gonna do this, someone has to be there to give her away. Plus, going would give me the opportunity to get to know Angus. Sarah eyed Paige for a moment. All right, but if you try something, I'll help Penelope send you home. Paige threw her head back and laughed. You would not. I would too. I'm vicious. Oh, yeah, you might beat me with a wet noodle. Hush, you. Sighing, Paige shrugged. I guess I need to call the airline and see if I can get the date changed. Sarah smiled. Paige narrowed her eyes. What? I may have already done it. You did? We leave tomorrow, Sarah said, wiggling her eyebrows. Tomorrow? How am I going to get ready that fast? I guess it's a good thing I'm ready to go so I can help you. We'll leave a note on the door and forward our calls. You need to call Penelope and tell her you've changed your mind. She'll be so thrilled. I know she was disappointed you weren't coming. Let's finish breakfast, and I'll call her. Paige had a little less than 12 weeks to prove to Penelope that Angus was a fake and to save her sister from getting her heart broken a second time.
Chapter 2. Rory yawned as his horse came to a stop. The 5 a.m. wake-up call had hit him hard. He could hire people to run their family farm, but he loved working with the animals each day. The farm had been in his family for generations. He'd quickly splashed his face with water, gotten dressed, and hopped on his mare, Gladys. Not that he had to get up that early. He could hire people to run their family farm, but he loved working with the animals each day. The farm had been in his family for generations. The fence is broken again? He asked. You're lucky I'm out here. Old man Ram almost got out, Taryn said. He needs to be soup. If he gets out and hurts someone, we'll all feel guilty. Rory had tried to get his brother and Pop to get rid of the ram multiple times. The last time being when the ram had tried to stomp Pop after he'd fallen off his horse. They wouldn't see to his way of thinking, though. It was a matter of time before that ram hurt someone. He's the best lamb producer we've ever had. He's also the meanest producer we've ever had. I've never seen a ram so mean in my life. Rory dismounted his horse and squatted next to Taryn, checking over the broken section of fence. This is the second time this week. And 3 times the week before. Nay, out of the ordinary. We get broken sections all the time. Rory gazed intensely at the posts and wire. This looks like it was done on purpose, Taryn. Nah. Nay, one here would do such a thing. And if it was just teenagers being stupid. Ye dinna think it has something to do with that investor wanting the land? Taryn stopped working on the fence and stood. He stretched his arms over his head and yawned loudly. Nah. He's nae been around in weeks. All the more reason to suspect him. His brother shrugged. It's just a broken fence. We fix it and then get the other chores done. Rory eyed his brother. The fence is nae the only thing needin' fixed. Let it go, Rory. Taryn worked his jaw. Scoffing, Rory set his hands on his hips. Let it go. That's rich comin' from ye. Dinna start. I will. Terence stalked to his truck. Fix the fence yourself. Rory strode after him and grabbed him by the arm to turn him around. Ye have to forgive him sometime. He's back, and Penelope is a bonny lass. Ye dinna even know her. Ma Manus and Duff all said she was sweet. Annis even gave her approval. That may as well be gettin' a blessin' from the Pope. Plus, she's willin' to move here so he can be close to family. He chose a lassie over his family before. Let him choose her too. I'm done with him. Rory swore under his breath and walked to his horse. Ye can't be done with family, Taryn. Angus made a mistake. He's paid for it, and making him continue to pay for it says more about your character than his. Terence swore under his breath. I dinna have to farm, remember? When Angus got his first big budget film, he set up funds for Rory and Taryn. It hadn't been a lot, but it was enough to begin investing, which is what they'd done with it. With the lump sum invested, over time it had added enough zeros that they were wealthy with a capital B. Rory knew Taryn loved the farm too much to go through a threat like leaving, the stubborn mule. I remember, but dollars aren't a family. Ye keep goin', and we'll be done too. Fix that fence. Rory put his foot in the stirrup and swung his leg over the horse. I've got other things to do, and I'd rather not do them with ye. You're choosin' him over me? He left us. Moved thousands of miles away. Never came home. I've been here. I've been the one helpin'. Not him. I'm tryin' to choose both of ye. Both of ye are my family. You're all I've got. And ye've tried to have more lately? Seems I'm nae the only one holdin' on to things. Dinna go there. That's different, and ye know it. Alana is dead. You want to talk about nae lettin' something go and movin' on? How about her? Rory shook his head. Inside, the swell of anger mixed with sorrow so deep he feared it would drown him. I guess what you need to ask yourself is, how many kin do you plan on losin', Taryn? Because at the rate you're goin', this land will be your family, and it's all you'll have. He kicked the horse in the sides and urged her into a run. The farm would have to go without him today. He returned to the barn and dismounted Gladys. That brother of mine is all mouth. It's gonna get him in trouble one of these days. The mare's hooves clacked on the cement floor as Rory led her to the grooming area. An hour later, after brushing her down and giving her some hay, he threw his keys on the entry table just inside his loft. As he shut the door behind him, his shoulders sagged. Taryn had thrown a grenade at him. Alana was dead. He looked around his flat. Pieces of her adorned the walls, filled the air, and planted his feet in a time capsule. The whole flat was a monument to her. Soft blues, warm browns, and candles still sitting on the bar the same way she'd left them, all of it making him feel as though he'd been buried with her. A tomb of memories. 4 years of living in a shrine, and he still couldn't breathe when he thought about letting her go. It wasn't just simply letting go. She was his other half. Friends since they were tiny. They'd taken things slowly, mostly because he was shy as a lad, gathering the courage to ask her out after they graduated, dating a few years before finally asking her to marry him. They'd set the date. Everything with her was a first. His first crush. His first kiss. His first love. All of his firsts were tied to her. How could he just let her go? Rory walked to the sofa and flopped down. He ran his hand over the cushion next to him. She'd have been curled up with a cup of coffee right about now. They hadn't been living together, but after his morning chores, he'd come home to find her waiting for him. A lump formed in his throat as a picture of her floated to mind. She'd lift her head and greet him with bright green eyes and a smile that made him melt. He'd walk to the couch and lay his head in her lap, and she'd comb her fingers through his hair while asking him about his morning. No, there were some people that couldn't be let go of or forgotten. The phone in his pocket began to vibrate and then chime. He pulled it out and answered it. Hello, Angus. What do you want? What? A brother can't call and just want to talk? Angus's time in the States had tamed his accent some. They can, but our family rarely just wants to talk. Did you see Taryn this morning? Rory said. He still won't speak to me. Rory could hear the grief in Angus's voice. I know. He's not the forgiven type. You're just going to have to keep working him. You left him when he was just a lad and then chose a lassie over him when ye had the chance to come back, not even visitin' after ye signed your contract with her. Ye heard him, Angus. Angus sighed. I know. I was wrong, and I want to fix it. His voice was thick. And I know that, but it's not just a simple sorry ye'll need to throw his direction. You're going to need to show him. How can I when he won't come near me? Let me think on it. I'll get him talking to ye if I have to shove the two of ye together in old man's pin. Angus let out a tight laugh. It would be a good way to get that ram gone. Taryn would shoot him rather than speak to me. Just gimme some time to think of something. Dinna give up, okay? I won't. Now, what did you want? Angus's laugh was rich and full this time. I need you to pick up Penelope's sister, Paige, and her friend Sarah from the airport. And why can ye nae do it? I have errands to run with Penelope. Rory rubbed his chin. Errands, huh? I'm getting married in under 12 weeks. Don't you think I have errands? Rory sighed. All right, I'll pick up the lassies. What time? They get in at 2 today. Okay. Ye do your weddin' things. I'll take care of the lassies. Thanks, Rory. Ye owe me. Dinna think I'll nae be comin' for my pay. Angus barked a laugh. Just don't try to collect interest. Oh, I'll be gettin' interest. I'm chargin' at least 50%. Loan shark. And dinna ye forget it, Rory said. I've got to go. Behave yourself. That's my future sister-in-law you're picking up. Yeah, I'll behave. See you tonight, Roars. Dinna call me that, he shouted into the phone as Angus hung up.
Chapter 3. After an hour of sitting on the tarmac because of a door malfunction, Paige had eaten enough peanuts that she was afraid PETA would try to rescue her, thinking she'd turned into an elephant. Her butt hurt so bad she didn't think she'd want to sit for a week. The last time she'd seen Penelope, they'd ended things in a screaming match. Even after Paige had promised herself that she'd be a better sister. Her plan was to make the trek to Scotland, tell Penelope why she'd been angry so long, and then convince Penelope to come back home. That she was honestly looking out for her sister for once. Paige yawned loudly as she passed a man with bright red hair and blue eyes. Did all the men in Scotland look like that? She quickly covered her mouth, but not before she felt the heat of embarrassment light up her cheeks. The man smiled, and she and Sarah continued their walk to the carousel. It even smells different here. It smells Scottish, said Sarah as she nudged Paige. Paige snorted. It smells Scottish? What exactly does Scottish smell like? Sarah shrugged. I don't know. This? Clean and crisp and fresh. Shaking her head, Paige chuckled. So, you're saying Scottish smells like Downy? 'Cause you're describing fabric softener. You know what I mean. Sarah swatted Paige's arm. Let's get our stuff. They stopped at the carousel and waited for their luggage. I don't see Penelope or Angus, Sarah said. Paige shrugged. Maybe they decided to wait outside for us. I mean, our plane wasn't late, it was broken. Maybe they decided to grab some coffee or something while they waited. Maybe. The carousel began spinning, and the mouth shot out its first piece of luggage, a large army green duffel bag. The owner was a woman in fatigues. Once the first piece dumped onto the conveyor belt, the rest began pouring out like wood being chipped. Oh! That's mine, Sarah said and pulled a large black Samsonite off. Paige waited for hers while Sarah checked the name tag on hers. Yep, Sarah Freeman. Just one more, and I'll be good to go. She looked up just as another piece of Samsonite luggage whirled by, and she yanked it off. And I'm set. I bet yours didn't fit. Shut up, Paige grumbled, giving Sarah a side glare. Sarah snickered. It's massive. Is not. It's like Sputnik, she said, using the worst Scottish accent ever. Paige rolled her eyes. You just had to go there. When you have a shot to use a line from that movie, you take it. Isn't that the rule? Fine. Paige reached inside her purse and pulled out a $5 bill. Here. Their game had started 20 years ago when they'd first seen So I Married an Axe Murderer. Since then, anytime either of them could use one of the lines in regular conversation, the other person had to pay $5 as a reward. Currently, Sarah was the reigning murderer champ. Yes. I've been dying to use that one. Dork. Yes, but a $5 richer dork. Paige busted out laughing. They're going to think we're crazy Americans. We are crazy Americans. True. Paige lurched forward. There it is. She pulled her large piece of luggage forward. It's too heavy. Of course it is. You packed like a hibernating bear. We're gonna be here for weeks. Paige punctuated each word with a grunt as she tried to keep her luggage from a full ride on the carousel. Here, let me help. A tall man grabbed her luggage and set it on the floor next to her. Ye must be Paige, and you're Sarah? He shook their hands. I'm Rory MacLachlan, Angus's younger brother. Paige's lips parted, and the rush of blood running through her ears drowned out the terminal noise. He was downright the most attractive man she'd ever seen. Completely different than what she expected. This man was nothing like Angus at all. Broad shoulders, thick dark wavy hair with a smile that could light 1,000 candles. His face wasn't as angular as Angus's, but he was every bit as good-looking, maybe even better. At least, to Paige he was. Holy smokes. Sarah bumped Paige with her shoulder. Say thank you, Paige. Thank you, Paige. I mean, thank you. She needed something to hide under. Thank you, Paige? Really? You're welcome. I'm sorry Angus and Penelope are nae here. They had wedding errands to run, so I'll be your chauffeur for the evening. I hope that's okay. Sheesh, that accent. Angus's accent hadn't been that thick, and hearing Rory's? Be still her fluttering heart. I think we can manage. Sarah grinned at Paige. Right? Paige mentally chastised herself and nodded. Oh, yeah, that's great. Thank you. Hot fried guacamole and cheese. He could be her chauffeur the entire time she was here. Well, how about I help you too with getting the luggage to the car? Maybe we can stop on the way home for a bite to eat. That is, if you're hungry. Sarah touched his arm. I'm so hungry I could eat my shoe. Rory hooked his fingers in the handles of their luggage and smiled his breathtaking smile again. There'll be none o' that on my watch. It took all of Paige's willpower not to actually sigh. That accent. His was so much better than Angus's. He leveled his amber eyes at Paige. Are ye hungry too? Paige nodded. As long as there are no peanuts, I can eat. No peanuts. I promise. He winked. Oh, he was charming. And gorgeous. She was in so much trouble. Okay. She smiled. Rory nodded to the exit and began walking. Then let's go. So, Rory, Sarah said as she walked next to him. What do you do? His eyes crinkled as he smiled. I help my brother Taryn on the farm. You're a farmer? Paige asked. We have a sheep farm. The land has been in our family for centuries. The house was built in the 1700s. Of course. Paige was suddenly on alert. She loved history and old homes. Wait, the 1700s? Who built it? What stone did they use? Is the wood original, or have you had to replace it due to age? Rory looked at Paige. It was built by my great-great-great-grandfather. I think I'm missing some greats in there, but you get the idea. They used native stone from the area, and some of the wood is original, but some is newer. Did that mean all of the buildings on the property were that old? Was the guest house built at the same time? Nah, that was built about 60 years ago. Although, it was built to look like the original. It's a little more modern in some areas. Do you like architecture? She loves it, Sarah answered for her. Has since we were kids. I'd get excited about Barbies, and she'd be using building blocks to recreate skyscrapers. Rory kept his gaze trained on Paige. Is that what ye do for a livin'? Sadness engulfed her. No. Because she was stupid and childish. No, unfortunately. It's a long story. Those I'm familiar with. Rory stopped in front of a black Volvo SUV. This is our stop. He opened the trunk and packed their luggage. When he was finished, he held the door open for them. Sarah sat in the front passenger seat while Paige slid into the back. The buttery smooth black leather felt fantastic after sitting for hours on the plane. So much for that week of rest her rear end needed. Then again, these weren't plane seats. They were actually comfortable. Rory slipped into the driver's seat and started the car. So, are the house and guest house the only two buildings on the property? Asked Paige. Nah, we have a barn for our horses and another farther out for the sheep to find shelter during bad weather. A barn, huh? Asked Sarah. Now you're talking her language. Talk about obsessed. Paige yawned. Oh, don't do that, Sarah said through a yawn. I think our travel is quickly catching up to us. I can't help it. I'm exhausted. Paige yawned again. There's a small pub just a few miles from here. I'll treat ye to some fish and chips and then take ye to the guest house, Rory offered. Maybe ye can catch a nap before dinner. That sounds heavenly. Don't let me forget to take pictures, Paige. Pictures? Asked Rory and glanced at her as he was driving. Sarah chuckled. Oh, yeah, we're travel agents back home. We're using this trip to write a travel blog about our time here. I wanted to show the local cuisine and sights. I thought it would be fun for our clients. Paige leaned her head against the seat and listened to them talk. As she stared out the window at the passing scenery, she relaxed, and before she knew it, she was asleep.
Chapter 4. The ride to the pub had been filled with idle chatter. Mostly it had been Sarah talking. The first couple of times he'd stolen a glance at Paige, she'd been looking out the window and smiling. The last time he'd cast a glance back, she'd been sound asleep. When they'd arrived at the pub, Sarah had tapped Paige's leg, and she'd sat up blinking. Rory couldn't stop looking at her. Or, well, those big green eyes. They were so bright and reminded him of Alana. She was a twin? As far as Rory could tell, there was plenty of difference between the two. Penelope's eyes weren't as bright as Paige's. Her hair was darker than Penelope's too. This woman even carried herself differently. She had an air of confidence and mischief. Nothing at all like Penelope, who was so soft-spoken. Now the three of them were seated at a booth in the pub. Rory was on one side, while Paige and Sarah shared the bench across from him. Their waiter had already been by, and they'd placed an order. So, Rory, you said you worked on your family's sheep farm? Asked Sarah. He nodded. I have since I was a lad. Do you still live at home, then? Asked Paige. Rory chuckled. Sort of. I have a flat above the barn we had built a few years back. Does your brother live with you? Asked Sarah. Nah. When we had the barn built, we'd planned on hiring some help. We built a room off the side of the barn with that in mind. He lives there. Rory grinned. Enough about me, though, tell me about yourselves. Sarah bumped shoulders with Paige. What do you want to know? It took work to keep his focus off of Paige. Those bright green eyes of hers continued to pull at him. Plus, she was a bonny lass. He wondered what a date with her would be like. He pushed the thought down and chastised himself. There'd be none of that. She'd be leaving as soon as the wedding was over. No point in dipping his toe in the dating scene only to have it cut off. How about we start with how long you've known each other? He pointed a finger between the two of them. They looked at each other. Since we were in kindergarten, said Paige. She was so mean to me at first, Sarah said with a grin. Paige laughed. You kept stealing my mega blocks. You hogged all the crayons, scoffed Sarah and bumped Paige again. Rory chuckled. So it was hate at first sight? Paige shrugged. No, not really. It lasted all of 2 weeks. That was a short-lived feud, Rory said with a laugh. Well, that was when Ginger McFadden decided to start messing with both of us, said Sarah. Where was Penelope in all of this? Oh, Penelope couldn't handle confrontation, said Paige. Sarah nodded. Penelope and I were friends right away. The person you see today is the person she's always been. Soft, sweet, kind, and gracious. She really is. Paige nodded. Rory nodded. He'd liked Paige's sister the second he met her. Then again, he'd heard nothing but good things from his family. Penelope comes across as a sweet woman. My mom and Annis love her. Getting Annis's approval was a feat I didn't think possible. Annis? Asked Sarah. Duff's wife, answered Paige. You met her? Asked Rory. Paige nodded. Yeah. During the show, family was invited to visit, and I was there. I really like Annis. Rory snorted. Annis is a tough woman to like. I don't think so. She's so blunt. I love it. People call it rude, but I call it honest. Paige shrugged. That's a positive way to spin it. Rory grinned. The waiter came to the table with their food, and once he was done, the conversation continued. Sarah popped a fry into her mouth and began fanning it with her hand. Oh, hot! Hot! Then her eyes widened. Oh! Sarah stopped, pulled out her phone, and quickly took a picture of her food. This will go great with our first post. It looks absolutely delicious. People will want to visit just for the food. I'll make it funny. Like, wait a second before popping a fry in your mouth unless, of course, you want blisters on your tongue. Paige laughed. It looks more than delicious, she said, holding her hand in front of her mouth as she chewed. Best food I've ever eaten. She finished her bite. Although, it could be that I'm comparing it to the ton of peanuts I ate, and there really is no comparison. I told ye. Rory was enjoying his time with Sarah and Paige. He especially liked how Paige was so animated when she was excited. Her eyes would sparkle, and the corners of her pale pink lips would curve up in a continuous smile. And her laughter was bright and bubbly. Paige wrinkled her nose and grinned. And you were so right. So, Rory, I know you work on the farm, but is there any chance you could play tour guide while we're here? Asked Sarah. Oh, I doubt he has time for that. You heard him. He's needed on the farm, Paige said, her voice rising with each word. Let me see what I can do. Angus owes me. Rory winked. Paige shook her head as she looked at him. No, we wouldn't want to intrude. No intrusion made. I need a vacation anyway. I'd be happy to show you around while you're here. It was as if his mouth had a mind of its own. What on earth did he just agree to? Tour guide? Inwardly, Rory groaned. The last thing he wanted was to play tour guide to two lassies, one of which he was very much attracted to. Although if Angus worked with Taryn, it would force them to talk. Rory was convinced if they could just talk, their relationship could be repaired. And they needed to have their friendship restored so the family could be whole again. The animosity Taryn held wasn't just directed at Angus. He'd become solitary, withdrawn, and angry. Besides, just because Rory was attracted to Paige didn't mean anything had to come of it. He could handle showing them around if it meant Angus and Taryn were talking again. This would work. It would be a legitimate excuse. Couldn't have Penelope's sister and best friend getting lost. And maybe if he planned something outside of Rosegale Bridge, he wouldn't be available to bail anyone out. A slender finger tapped the table at the edge of his plate. "Rory?" He jerked his head up and could feel heat racing across his cheeks. "I'm sorry." Paige tilted her head. "Lost in thought?" "Aye, ye could say that." Sarah wiped her mouth with her napkin. "We're good listeners." "Oh, nothing like that. I was just going through a list of places I think ye two should see. I'll have your sightseeing so full ye'll think ye've seen the whole of Scotland." "Where would we start?" asked Paige. "With a candlelight dinner?" Geez, he needed to stop. He wasn't about to get involved with anyone. His heart wasn't on the market anyway. "Well, that would depend on ye two. Of course, since you like architecture, we could start with the castles." The smile Paige gave him made his heart race. Her bright green eyes sparkled, and she came alive. "I'd love that, but Sarah isn't as interested in architecture as I am. Maybe we could see those sandwiched with other sights." Sarah rolled her eyes. "I'd be fine. It's different here. I don't care about skyscrapers, but old castles are cool. How about a Cotter Castle first? It will fill both bills. It's where Macbeth was set. It's rather fairy tale-like. Beautiful gardens." "Is that near Rosegale Bridge?" asked Paige. "Nah, it's in Edinburgh. I just need to make some arrangements for my chores on the farm." "How far is Edinburgh?" Paige looked at him with curiosity. "It will involve another plane ride, but it's not too bad." Paige tilted her head and looked at Sarah but directed the comment at Rory. "That sounds a lot like going out of your way." "Nah, it'll keep that family of mine from roping me into working on the farm." Paige chewed her thumb. "I don't know. We didn't really budget for hotel stays." Rory grinned. "I've got accommodations, so dinna worry about that. Plus, it's more for me than it is for the two of ye. I need the vacation." "What kind of accommodations?" Paige asked. "Dinna worry. I've got a home there just on the edge of town. It has 3 bedrooms with 2 of them being upstairs. If Penelope goes, 2 of ye'll need to share a room, but that's the worst of it." "Oh." Paige shrugged as she looked at Sarah. "I think that would be great." Sarah chewed her bottom lip. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "I know I asked, but I can't imagine this being all that exciting for you." Rory grinned. "Showing my country to 2 bonny lasses? I'd say I got the better end of the deal." Paige lifted an eyebrow and looked at Sarah. "You're charming." She cut a glance at Rory, and the corners of her lips quirked up. "Nah, just calling it like I see it. Besides, it's always interesting to see things through the eyes of someone who has never been here before." "Then you'll get a good dose of that," said Sarah. Paige sat back and held her stomach. "I was eating while talking. Bad combo. I think I ate too much, but it was so good I couldn't stop myself." "No dessert, then?" asked Rory, his tone playful. Sarah exhaled. "Not if I plan on walking out of here unassisted. I'm stuffed too." The waiter dropped off the check, and Rory snatched it. "My treat." "But you picked us up," argued Paige. "Aye, and I treated ye to lunch." "Okay, but we're footing the bill while you show us around. Deal?" Rory stuck out his hand. "Shake on it." "Sure." Paige shook his hand and locked gazes with him. The tingle from her slender hand traveled through his fingers and down into his stomach. He pulled his hand back as the rush made him feel lightheaded. It had been a long time since he'd felt that. Those green eyes were trouble, and the woman they were attached to, even more trouble. "Let's get ye two settled at the guest house. I'm sure Penelope is excited to see ye."
Chapter 5. Thanks for lunch. I think we're going to take a nap. Paige stood just inside the guest house door as Rory set her luggage down. Sarah nodded. "Yes, thank you. I'll see ye two later tonight." okay. Paige smiled up at him and then shut the door, leaning against it. She didn't come to Scotland to find a man. She came to rescue her sister. Keep it together, girl. When she turned her attention to the house, she found it quaint and cozy with dark wood rafters crisscrossing. Plaster walls were painted in soft earthy colors, and a fireplace sat in the corner of the living room. A leather couch lined the far wall facing her while two leather recliners sat across from it. A trio of matching tables rounded out the look and made the whole room feel welcoming. To the left, there was a dining nook attached to a galley kitchen. Straight ahead, Sarah had flipped a light switch on and stopped midway. Paige! You've got to see this, Sarah called from the hall. Paige grabbed her luggage and pulled it to where she stopped next to Sarah. Photographs lined the walls, showing a heritage that made her jaw drop. It's incredible. Her gaze landed on one of the photos, and she stepped forward. Wow, look at this one. It's super old, but the man looks a lot like Rory. Crazy. Paige's gaze roamed over the walls. And this house is incredible. Look at the detail. Handcrafted using local materials. You could study this all day, couldn't you? Sarah smiled. Paige sighed. It's just, you can feel the history in this place. It's like warm cookies and grandma's hugs. I bet the farmhouse is even better. Sarah touched Paige's arm. This is going to be a great trip. I'll get to see gardens, and you'll get to see castles. And we'll both have a gorgeous tour guide. He is gorgeous, isn't he? She cringed. If you like the dark-haired, dark-eyed type. Which you do. I came here to see the sights and watch my sister get married. That's it. Paige continued down the hall, peeking into a bedroom on the right. I think Penelope is in that one. I'm going to take the one across the hall. If that's okay with you. Sarah walked past her, pulling her luggage. Sure. They each deposited their luggage, and then Sarah joined Paige in the kitchen. It was a pretty little kitchen with enough room to easily accommodate two people preparing a meal. It was painted the same shade of soft brown as the living room. Dark wood cabinets that looked much like the beams on the ceiling lined the walls and had stone countertops. From what Paige could see, the guest house had been updated pretty recently, but the aged charm of the place hadn't been lost with the renovation. She wandered from the kitchen to the dining table and sat down. You okay? Sarah said as she joined Paige, placing a glass of water in front of her and taking a sip of her own. Yeah, just full of fish and chips and jet-lagged. Paige chuckled. Me too. I think I'm going to drink some water and stretch out in my room. I believe a nap is the best prescription for me at the moment. Paige yawned. Me too. So, Rory, he's super cute, huh? Cute? More like beautiful. I mean, he makes Angus look average. Her eyes widened at the confession. Oh man. I don't know about that. Sarah's lips quirked up, and her eyes glittered. But he seems pretty sweet. Getting our lunch for us. Paige had to agree. Rory seemed incredibly sweet. Yeah. Wonder when he'll be taking us to Cotter Castle. Hopefully soon. I'm excited to see it. He said it was like a fairy tale. Sarah wiggled with excitement. Wanna Google it? Sarah caught her bottom lip in her teeth as she smiled. Shaking her head, Paige said, No, I want to be surprised. That's what I was thinking. After our daily outings, we can come back and do our blog posts. Both of us can write one. Sarah nodded. That's a good idea. We'll both have a different take on the same sites, and we can appeal to more people. She yawned. I know I said I'm tired, but at the same time, I feel wired, said Paige through a yawn. They sat at the table, continuing to talk about their sightseeing plans until the door opened and Penelope appeared. "Hey, Sarah." "Hey, Paige. I see you got here safely." "Yeah, you ditched us, though." Sarah winked and stood as Penelope neared the table. They hugged each other, and then Penelope leaned down and wrapped her arms around Paige's shoulders. "I'm sorry. The baker Angus wants to use had a cancellation, and we had to jump on it." "Did you pick out a cake?" asked Paige. "Vanilla with lemon frosting. It'll be light yellow and decorated with flowers." Sarah sighed. "That sounds so pretty." Penelope sat between Sarah and Paige. "Based on the cakes I saw, it will be. I think I'll be sad to cut it." Her forehead wrinkled. "You two look like you could use a nap." "You have no idea. Rory treated us to lunch. On top of being tired, we're full. In fact, I think I'm going to go ahead and lie down." Sarah stood. "I'll see you two later." She set her glass in the sink and left Paige and Penelope alone. "How was your flight?" asked Penelope. Paige shrugged. "Fine. I ate a ton of peanuts." Penelope chuckled. "I think I felt the same way by the time our plane arrived." "I'm still recovering." "It sounds like you and Angus are getting things straightened out for the wedding." "We are. I waited for you and Sarah before looking for my wedding dress. I hope you don't mind, but I invited Annis and Muriel." Paige smiled. She liked them more than she liked Angus. "I don't mind. This is your special day, and you get to share it with whomever you want." "So, you've decided it's okay for me to get married?" That isn't at all what Paige had decided, but she was worn out from traveling. When she finally came clean with Penelope, she wanted to be rested and thinking clearly. "I'm reserving judgment. I'm going to keep an open mind and get to know Angus. My biggest issue is the length of time you've known each other and the fact that he started all of this as a way to improve his image." Penelope inhaled and let it out slowly. "I know, and I understand. I also know I was wrong about Tom, but I'm not wrong about Angus. He loves me." Paige nodded. She hoped Penelope was right. Her judgment when it came to Tom was so off that it made Paige worry. Then again, who was she to say anything? Tyler had bamboozled her too. She let out a soft chuckle. They were twins in more ways than one. "What?" asked Penelope. "Oh, nothing. I think I'm starting to lose it." Paige stood. "Oh, Rory wants to take us to Edinburgh to see a castle. Do you want to go with us?" "I was hoping to go dress shopping first. Could we postpone it a week? If I don't find anything here, maybe I could look in Edinburgh. I've also made reservations to see a couple of venues and pick out some flowers. I'd like to get as much wedding planning done as possible before we go." Paige shrugged. "Sure. I'll just need to tell him. You go take a nap, and I'll go talk to him. I'll wake you up when it's time for dinner." Penelope stood, and they hugged each other. "Thank you so much for coming." Penelope squeezed a little tighter. "I'll see you later," Paige said through another yawn and shuffled out of the kitchen to her room.
Chapter 6. Rory was in the living room of the farmhouse when he heard Angus and Pop enter through the back door. He leaned against the doorframe between the kitchen and living room as they talked and laughed. Angus's light, carefree spirit brightened the house and made things feel better than they had in a while. Angus's gaze fell on him, and his face lit up. "I didn't know you were here. I was hoping to talk to ye for a moment. I've come for my payment." Rory grinned. Angus stopped next to Rory, his hands on his hips. "Already? I thought I'd have some time. Not much interest to be gained claiming it this quick." "Oh, I'll have my interest when you know what I want as payment." Angus's face fell. I'm not going to like this, am I? Rory grinned. Depends on how you look at it. Pop stood. I think I'll make myself scarce. That way I can claim ignorance. He walked out of the kitchen. That he favored his hip wasn't lost on Rory. Pop's heavy footsteps could be heard on the stairs. What do you want, Rory? Angus asked as he eyed him. Sarah and Paige have asked me to show them around Scotland while they're here. I told them I'd see what I could do. Normally I couldna, but with ye being here to help Taryn on the farm, I can. Angus shook his head. Rory, no. Taryn will have nothing to do with me. If we push him, I could lose him completely. I've already promised them. I'm taking them to Edinburgh in a week. I'm going to be gone at least 2 weeks, possibly 3 now that we've added dress hunting. Angus's eyebrows drew together. But pushing him. And if ye dinna, the result will be the same. Angus rubbed his knuckles along his cheek, letting out a long breath. If he sees me, he'll go the other direction. Rory pushed off the doorframe and moved past Angus and into the kitchen. Look, there's only one way to get this fixed, and that's to talk. He has to have help running this farm. It's perfect timmin'. When I looked at the pasture today, I'm guessing we've got about a week until we need to start checking the fence in the second pasture, and then we'll need to move the herd. Angus took a deep breath. It's been a while since I've done that. A smile stretched on Rory's lips. We'll have to check that whole section of fencin'. He'll nae be able to deny the help. Pop Kenny. I know he says his hip is fine, but he favors it. Pop Kenny help even if Taryn wants him to, and he knows it. And I'll make sure Duff has a heads up and is busy. With me gone, Taryn'll have nae choice and nae fall back. Stroking his beard, Angus sighed. And you think this will work? It's not like he can hire help. Nodding, Rory said. He could, but when have you known Taryn to leave the farm to anyone but family? The grazin' is nae good anymore. We dinna have a choice but to move them. I just don't want to push him away any more than I already have, Angus said, dropping his hands to his sides. Angus, things can't get any worse. He's basically disowned ye. So what if ye push? There's nothing to lose. I guess you're right. Rory clasped Angus's shoulder with his hand. I am right. Ye'll see. Ye and Taryn'll be back to being friends before ye know it. I've missed him, Rory. I've missed the farm, my family, my country. I made such a huge mistake. I wish I could go back and change everything. I wish I could go back and heed your warnings. But ye cannae. What ye can do is forgive yourself and move on. Just because Taryn is nae willin' to move on dinna mean ye have to remain in the past. Rory dropped his hand from Angus's shoulder and sat at the table. Angus sat in the chair next to him. How about you? Are you remaining in the past? What's that mean? Rory's tone was gruff. Alana. Anger swirled inside Rory, turning his insides to fire. The heat raced up his neck to the tip of his ears. What would ye know of it? Ye have nae been here. Leave me alone about it. He shook his head. Why couldn't they just let him be? I'm sorry. I'm just so tired of everyone being on me about it. It's nae just letting go of the past. It's letting go of her. I know, but you need to. Alana wouldn't want you alone. She loved you. She'd want to see you happy. Rory's eyes misted over. It's nae that easy. I dinna blame myself for her death or anything like that. I just loved her. She was the love of my life. Would you recover so easily if something happened to Penelope? No. Angus leaned back in his chair. But the MacLachlans have a history of holding on to things we ought not to. That's true. It seems we both have something to work on. How do I let her go? Angus shook his head. I don't know, brother. I can't say I'd handle it any better if I lost Penelope, but I know her, and I know she'd want me to be happy. I miss Alana too. She wasn't just your girl, she was like a sister to the rest of us. We loved her. I can feel her absence even now. Rory was aching more than he had in a long time. Sitting with Angus, talking about Alana seemed to open the chasm of longing he had for her. He put his head in his hands, and tears streamed down his face. I'm trying to let go. I've dated. I've done all the things I'm told will help, but nothing has worked. Angus stretched his arm across Rory's shoulders and spoke softly. Maybe you should stop trying so hard to let her go. Maybe instead of running away from her, you can stop and let her walk away from you. It happens when you aren't looking. Trust me. Rory nodded. Hello? Penelope called from the living room. In here, love. Angus stood and greeted Penelope with a bear hug. Rory stood and leaned his shoulder against the wall with his back to the women as they entered the kitchen. He wiped his eyes and took a deep breath. The last thing he needed was a gaggle of geese fussing over him. Maybe he had been trying too hard. Maybe in trying so hard to show everyone he was fine, he'd stopped being fine and settled for surviving. Surviving wasn't working. His heart still hurt. His life had come to a standstill. Alana's memory wasn't just a memory any longer, it was a weight dragging him down. And he wasn't sure how he could fix it. All he knew was that he was tired of not living. Hey, are you okay? Asked Paige. Rory took a deep breath and turned around. Mesmerizing eyes stared up at him, and he couldn't keep himself from smiling. I'm fine. Just needed a moment to myself. Her gaze held his. Are you sure? You seem kinda sad. Nah. She touched his arm, and although her fingers were cool, his skin was on fire. I'm not sure why you'd be sad, but it's okay to be sad. My sister used to tell me it's okay to not be okay. His lungs burned for air, and he took a step back. Really, I'm fine. She sucked her lip between her teeth and stared at the floor. As she looked back up, she crossed her arms over her chest. Could I ask you a question? Just between me and you? And you won't hate me for it? Rory narrowed his eyes. That sounds like an ominous question. Paige stepped closer. Do you really think Angus loves my sister? When all of this started, it was to fix his image. I've hurt my sister a lot. Done things that probably can't be forgiven. I figure the best thing for me to do, a way to make up for it, is to make sure she doesn't get hurt anymore. He paused, trying to gather his thoughts. He didn't know what to say. I do. I believe he loves her. Rory glanced up and caught a glimpse of his brother. There was no mistaking how Angus felt about Penelope. Nah, I know he does. Look. Paige looked over her shoulder. Angus pushed Penelope's hair over her shoulder as he leaned forward, and she giggled as he kissed her cheek. It made Rory want something just like it. Paige looked back up at Rory. But he's an actor. How do I know it's for real? I guess you'll just have to get to know him. She nodded and looked down again. I guess so. Rory stuffed his hands in his pockets. On a different note, I spoke to Penelope. She wants to postpone my tour to go dress shopping here. Yeah, she has flowers and venues to check out too. Right, she's thinking a week it'll give me time to get a stand-in for my farm chores. Plus, waitin' will give you time to love peanuts again, because we'll be flying in the family plane. Cawdor Castle is nae too far from Edinburgh. We could go there first and spend time touring the area. You dinna have to pack heavy, just enough for 2, maybe 3 weeks. That is, if you're willin'. We'd be back in time for Christmas and New Year's. Are you sure? This is sounding like a lot of trouble. Nah, nae trouble. In fact, it'll be my pleasure. The smile she gave him made his heart race and his palms sweaty. He felt a twinge in the pit of his stomach as butterflies nestled in and fluttered. Maybe getting to know her wouldn't be so bad either.
Chapter 7. Penelope looked over her shoulder and smiled. It's okay. It was the same thing she'd said dress after dress the last couple of days. Paige was positive she'd tried on every dress Rosegale Bridge had to offer. After the third dress shop, she'd set her sights on Edinburgh and hoped the shopping would go faster there than here. Muriel and Annis had bailed earlier in the afternoon, claiming family duties at home. Paige didn't blame them. If it's just okay, then it isn't the one, said Sarah. What do you think, Paige? Asked Penelope. I think it's okay. Paige shifted in the seat she'd occupied for the last few hours. Her rear end had the distinct impression she was still sitting on the plane. Instead of complaining, she suffered in silence. Penelope spun on the circular raised floor of the wedding dress boutique and put her hands on her hips. See. It's just okay. Oh, I think it's more than okay, said Camden, one of the dress shop clerks. He'd been bringing out dress after dress. None of them had been the ones so far. All were either too lacy, cut too low, or just plain ugly. I appreciate all of your hard work, but none of them have felt right. I'm sorry. Camden crossed one arm over his chest. The way he stood there reminded Paige of the guy on the What Not to Wear show. I completely understand. It's your day, and the dress has to be perfect. Penelope turned back to the 3 floor-length mirrors set in a semicircle. I wish it was. Well, I can send you home with the catalogs to look through. If you see something, we can order it in and let you try it on. She smiled. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. I'm going to get changed. I'm kinda hungry, and I'd like to walk around a little before we go back to the farmhouse. Penelope walked to the dressing room and stepped inside. And a shoppin' we shall go. Paige wiggled her eyebrows. Sarah swatted at her. You stop that. She's just excited. And you should be excited for her. Paige sucked her teeth. And you can't see that I'm practically bubbling over with excitement? My cup runneth over with blissful excitement. Sarah rolled her eyes. You think you're so funny. I'm friggin' hysterical. Taking this dress off is like performing acrobatics, Penelope called from the dressing room. Well, I don't think you're the one that's supposed to be taking it off. Paige tapped her foot on the floor and grinned. Penelope poked her cherry-red-cheeked face out from the dressing room. I cannot believe you just said that. Out loud. In this shop. Really? I'm not the only one thinking it. Paige glanced over her right shoulder. Camden was nearly doubled over with laughter. Penelope shook her head and shut the door. I'll be done in a few more minutes. Where do you guys want to eat? We could go back to the pub Rory took us to, said Sarah. Paige nodded. That's fine with me. They waited for Penelope to finish and then walked toward the pub. It wasn't far from the dress shop. On their way there, they stopped at a couple of shops and browsed. Once they reached the pub, they found a booth. They each ordered a drink and decided to look over a menu a moment. Everything looks so good, said Sarah. Weren't you here before? Asked Penelope. Paige looked up from the menu. Yeah, but Rory ordered for us. Honestly, we were so tired that even if we had looked at the menu, I doubt we would have remembered. Sarah giggled. True. So, are you feeling more like a bride-to-be now that you've tried on dresses? Penelope blushed. A little bit, yeah. Trying on those dresses, I could picture Angus at the front of the church and me walking down the aisle. I could see the beginning of our life together. How did you go from hating him to loving him? Asked Paige. I never hated him. After we got to Hawaii, I left and had a few drinks. He found me on the beach, and from there we just started talking. Paige held up her hands. Whoa. 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 You had drinks? You're diabetic. You can't drink. Well, I did. I regretted it, and I'll never do it again. It was such a weird situation. I mean, my relationship with Tom had come to a head there. I hated Hawaii, but by the end, I loved it. And him. Sarah grinned. I did. Or I was falling for him. I think I was doomed from the start. Paige cackled. Red hair, blue eyes, and tall. Shut up. Penelope smacked her shoulder. Laughter erupted. As Paige laughed, she remembered how much fun the three of them used to have before she'd started being so hateful to Penelope. Sarah was right. The camping trip right after high school started it all. Paige had let go of Tyler, and now she was beginning to think it was time to let go of that. Maybe during this trip, she and Penelope could be sisters again. Maybe she could come clean about what she'd overhead during the camping trip and they both could get some healing. Paige? Penelope bumped Paige with her shoulder. Paige blinked. What? Penelope smiled. The waiter is waiting to take your order. Clearing her throat, she said, sorry. I'll take fish and chips. Way to be spontaneous, Sarah said through a chuckle. Paige glared at her. I was so tired that I'm thinking they'll taste even better now that I'm awake. The waiter whirled on his toes and left. What were you so deep in thought about? Asked Penelope. Paige shook her head. The pub setting wasn't the right place, and the timing felt off. She wanted to enjoy the moment with her best friend and her sister. She'd find a better time to come clean. Nothing really. Sarah wiggled her eyebrows. Maybe Rory? What? Paige shook her head. No. Sarah gave her a pointed look. You know what? He's cute. Talk about a type. Penelope has hers, and he's yours. Paige huffed. I've come here to sightsee and watch Penelope get married. I have no time for any of that business. What are you talking about? Sarah sighed. You've got plenty of time. We're on vacation. Paige rolled her eyes. Why would I start something with someone when I'm leaving the country in 11 weeks? Penelope shrugged. I'm not a good gauge of time. That's true, Sarah said. Hush, you. Penelope popped her on the arm. A bubble of laughter popped out from Sarah, and Paige couldn't keep herself from joining in. She does have a point. The three of them sat in the pub, talking for hours. The feeling of nostalgia filled Paige, and part of her wanted to cry. She'd lost so much time holding on to something Penelope didn't even know about. Memories of their childhood filled her. Before and after the camping trip. It was like a switch had been flipped in Paige. She'd missed Penelope and their friendship. Hopefully, by the end of this whole affair, their friendship would be restored and she'd have her sister back.
Chapter 8. There's another break in the fence. Are you really going to tell me there's nothing going on? Rory had his hands on his hips as he surveyed the damaged section of fencing. This one's at least 10 feet long. That's nae a prank. Nae anymore. Taryn rubbed his mouth with his hand. Nah, it's nae. I've nae seen that developer at all. Last I heard, he'd flown back to London. Then who could it be? Gemma's pop is nae gonna do it. Neither is she. Gemma was Alana's stepsister. Gemma's father had married Alana's mother, and they'd moved into Rosegale Bridge his first year of primary school. Have you talked to her recently? Taryn asked. Nah, she called a few times after she got to Glasgow, and after that, nothing since. I've nae seen her visit her father since then either. Taryn shrugged. I dinna know what to think. I dinna either, but thinking's not gonna fix that fence. We've got the Rosegale Bridge Winter Festival to attend, remember? Ye can attend it. I'm stayin' put, his brother grumbled. You're goin' dot. Rory shot him a pointed look. Narrowing his eyes, Taryn stiffened. Who's gonna make me? Rory puffed out his chest. Me. He grabbed Taryn around the neck and rubbed his knuckles on his head. Cut that out, Roars, Taryn said as he tried to get free. Dinna call me Roars. Taryn broke free and fussed with his hair. Dinna grab me and ruffle my hair. You're goin'. That's final. I'll tell Annis if you really want to get into trouble. Taryn muttered something under his breath and started working on the fence. Need some help? Asked Angus as he slowed the horse he was on. Nay from ye. Terran stood, jaw tightened. Angus dismounted and stepped forward. I've apologized over and over. I know I made a mistake, but you can't hold that against me for the rest of my life. Dinna be so certain of that. Terran growled. What will it take? What do I have to do to stop this? Angus's voice broke. Terran stepped forward, facing off with Angus. Nothing. I want nothing to do with ye. Rory watched as Angus balled his fist, and he stepped in between Angus and Terran. Both of ye stop. He looked at Angus. Turn that anger down a notch. Then he looked at Terran. Ye can't just take a mistake and hold it over someone forever. Watch me. Terran snarled. Angus gritted his teeth. Do you have any idea what I went through with Clara? Do you have any idea what she was like? I had a contract with her. Even after she broke things off, I was still bound to her. I wanted to get away from her, and I couldn't. Yes, I should have listened. It's a mistake I'll take to the grave, but I can't go back and change it. I would if I could. Get away from me, Angus. I dinna care what she did to ye. Ye deserved whatever she dished out, just like ye deserved her. Ye both deserved each other. The only thing I'm sad about is that she's not able to make ye suffer a little more. Terran mounted his horse and rode off. Angus looked at Rory. You still think it's a good idea to have me work with him? Rory had to admit, the way Terran had behaved had him a little worried. The venom he spewed toward Angus wasn't something he'd expected. But they had to work it out. It was the only way to get his family back together. I dinna know, but I made a promise, and I'm keeping it. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how to make amends. I don't know how to fix this. Angus's voice cracked, and he rubbed his fingers over his lips. I'm sorry. It's all I've got. Rory grabbed his brother and hugged him. I know you're sorry. He'll come around even if I have to beat him into it. Rory let him go. He doesn't know I'm going to Edinburgh yet. In less than a week I'll be gone. He'll have no other choice. Just dinna come on too strong, okay? Come out here, work, and keep your thoughts to yourself. Okay. Angus chuckled. How about the two of us fix that fence? Penelope's dying to go that winter festival in town, and I promised her we'd go. Aye, let's get it done. One fixed fence section, and many hours later, Angus and Rory stopped inside the barn to take care of the horses. It had taken them the entire day to fix the fence. They'd rode in with a little over an hour to get cleaned up and dressed for the night's activities. This was the first year the town was putting on a festival of this kind. Granted, it was supposed to be cold, but whoever was in charge was determined to have it outside. The full moon was a perfect setting, and Rory wondered if it hadn't been planned on purpose. Dressed in a button-up shirt and jeans, Rory stepped inside the farmhouse just in time to see the entire family gathered. We thought we were going to have to go without ye, Mum said. Nah. He looked around the room. Where's Terran? He said he's not coming, and he said if you tried to make him, he'd shoot you or let that ram pound you, Sarah said. The entire clan looked at her. You talked to him? Asked Rory. Her cheeks turned apple red. I was in the barn when he came in from the pasture. I was brushing one of the horses because it looked like it needed to be done. He yelled at me at first. She squared her shoulders. But I told him under no uncertain terms was he going to speak to me like that. I think I kinda shocked him. Rory smiled. I bet you did. I love horses. My mom and stepdad own a horse sanctuary outside of Pensacola. Sarah smiled. The door opened, and Paige stepped inside. Sorry I'm late. I wanted to make sure I was dressed warm enough. All train of thought was gone. The green cowl-neck sweater dress she was wearing hugged her curvy body and brought out the color of her eyes. And tall brown leather boots that came just below her knees topped off the casual but stunning outfit. Angus bumped his arm and leaned over. You're drooling. Rory lightly shoved him. Shut it. His brother tipped his head back and laughed. Are we ready to go? Asked Paige. Aye. More than you know, Rory said as he glared at Angus.
Chapter 9. So far, the night had been filled with great food and plenty of fun. Annis's children were fun to play with. Rona had pulled her all over the place, telling her about the town, and Kyle had asked her to dance. They were so cute, and she found herself loving being in aunt mode. Paige also got to see how Angus treated her sister, which she had to admit, he seemed genuinely in love with her. So much so that Paige nearly wanted to hurl a couple of times. The way he would touch the small of her back. How he'd hold her in his arms. The way he smiled when he looked at her, or how he'd get a glazed-over love-struck expression when she wasn't looking. It all pointed to what Penelope had insisted on, that Angus loved her. If Paige were honest, it was everything she'd hoped to have with Tyler, or at least someone by now. After her visit with Penelope on the show and her sister's confession, Paige had gone back to Florida thinking pretty highly of herself, until she realized she'd been just as stupid. More so, really. At least Penelope hadn't lost her money to a sweet-talking thief. Paige sighed and set her elbow on her knee and her head in her hand as dancers moved across the dance floor. Couples spinning around, looking lost in each other. Even Sarah had been pulled onto the dance floor. And then it hit her. She was jealous. Penelope was living the life Paige wanted. The life she'd pictured she'd be living. She and Tyler were supposed to have been married and have children by now, spending summers with Penelope on the beach. No. Who was she kidding? Yeah, Paige would have been married with kids, but Penelope would have been a side thought. They might have visited a few times a year. Most of the time, it would have been a hit and run. Nothing would have changed except for the fact that it would have been a family invading Penelope's small home instead of Paige alone. Penny Ferrier thoughts? She looked up, and Rory was standing next to her. Her mouth went dry. Over the last few days, she'd learned he was incredibly funny. His relationship with his niece and nephew was something out of a Hallmark special. Tonight, in his button-up shirt and jeans, he looked adorable. And that accent did not get old. She was 2 left feet and a hair shy of a freak anytime he came around. Her mouth would either be on vomit mode and talk endlessly, or her tongue would be so tied she'd be unable to speak until he looked at her funny and walked away. I don't think they're worth that much. Paige sat up. He chuckled and paused a second as he rubbed the back of his neck. I was wondering if you would like to maybe dance with me. With that kind of invitation, her mouth better work tonight. I'd love to. He held out his hand, and she took it. As he led her to the dance floor, her heart raced, and adrenaline made her whole body shake. Her knees were knocking so hard she was thankful for the music. Rory pressed the flat of his hand into the small of her back and brought her closer to him. The way he smiled as he looked at her made it feel as though it was 1,000 degrees instead of 30. Hot fried guacamole and cheese. She licked her lips and found her words. This is the first year for this festival, right? But I kinda like it. I hope they do make it yearly. He smiled, and those dark eyes sparkled in the glow of the lights. Me too. I've enjoyed it. Plus, I've come to the conclusion that either Angus is the best actor in the world or he loves my sister. Maybe he's both. She pursed her lips but couldn't keep from smiling. Right. They moved around the dance floor, and the more they danced, the closer he held her. We're leaving for Edinburgh in a couple days. Are ye excited? He asked. I've been excited to go since you offered. It feels like time has crawled to a stop. I'm looking forward to the time away. I've been away for a while now. I'm a bit tired, to be honest. Paige slid her hands up his chest. I think I'd be tired too. He didn't look tired to her. To her, he looked great. Smelled great. Rory was great. He was her type. Rory took her hand and spun her around. I'm nae tired at the moment. And ye look incredible tonight. In this? It's a sweater dress. I've got on old ugly boots. Rory shook his head. Well, ye wear it well. She covered her cheek with her hand and looked down. Thank you. That's sweet. I think I got the better end of the deal. I think I like it when ye blush. She pulled her lips in as she looked up. You keep talking like that, and I'm gonna need a fan. Rory laughed, and it covered her like a blanket. Warm, comfortable, and something she could listen to all the time. His deep baritone voice was like honey to her. He made her melty in all the right places. What are you looking forward to most in Edinburgh? She shrugged. Oh, the castles for sure. And getting away with Penelope. Sarah too, of course. Plus, working on the blog and seeing all the other things there are to see. I think ye'll like Cotter Castle. It really is a good mixture to satisfy all three of ye. And she'd get to spend time with him. Without feeling like a stalker. I'm still thinking you're going out of your way for us. You really don't have to do that. I know, but I want to. I've overheard you talking about your fences and stuff. Something about someone breaking it. It's happening too much for it to be pranks or age. Why would someone be doing that? I mean, what do they get out of it? Rory shrugged. Your guess would be as good as mine. Oh, well, I hope they stop. It sounds like a lot of work to keep fixing it. It is. That's what took us all day today. The song ended, and Paige hated it. She liked dancing with him. He was easy to spend time with. Thank you for the dance. You're welcome, he said and winked. He took a step away and stopped. Paige? Yeah. I really dinna mind being your tour guide. I'm looking forward to it more than ye know. One corner of his mouth quirked up. It was flirty and playful and all sorts of hard-skipping gorgeous. Her jaw dropped, and her whole body had goosebumps. If she spent any more time with him, she was going to be in a quandary. She liked him already, and she barely knew him. If she got to know him better, she was positive she'd only like him more.
Chapter 10. Where are you going? Taryn asked as he stood in the doorway of Rory's bedroom. Rory stood with his back to his brother. I'm going to be gone for about 3 weeks. I told Sarah and Paige I'd show them around Edinburgh, and Penelope is going dress shopping. Taryn blew out a sharp breath. That woman. Rory whirled around. That's enough. I know Angus hurt you when he was with Clara, but Penelope is nae her. And Angus grieves for the choices he made. He loves ye, Taryn. Have ye lived such a perfect life that ye live in a glass house? I didn't leave the family and pick a woman over us. No, ye held it over everyone's head is all. We've all suffered the wrath of Taryn the Terrible. So, should we push ye away and never speak to ye again because of the way ye treated us? Taryn ran a hand through his hair and paused in the doorway. Ye pushing him on me is nae going to make things better. Me pushing him on ye is nae going to make things worse either. I'm talking Penelope. Duff's busy, and Pop canny help. He's all ye've got. So either ye deal with it, and have his help or nae and hire someone. And since I know ye need help and are too stubborn to hire help, I suggest ye start building that bridge so ye can get over it. I dinna know which of ye I hate more at the moment. Ye or Angus. Well, go ahead and hate me. I'll care a whole lot while I'm in Edinburgh with 3 sweet bonny lassies. I can feel the sufferin' I'll endure already. Taryn stomped out of Rory's room and pulled open his front door. What are ye doing here, and what do ye want? Rory walked out of his bedroom to find out who Taryn was grumbling at. Paige? She looked at Taryn like she wished she could escape. Ye dinna have to be rude. She's nae done anything to ye. Tarrant glared at Rory over his shoulder. She exists. He shoved her with his shoulder on his way out the door. And stay out of my barn. Rory shook his head. I'm sorry about him. It's okay. He just took me off guard is all. I'm sorry for being in his barn, but your mom said I should come tell you dinner is in an hour, Paige said as she peeked inside. Dinner? The word came out a little higher than he expected. I'll go. I'm sorry. I'm not sure why she sent me. He knew why. It's okay. Would you like to come in? Are you sure? I feel like I'm intruding or something. He waved her in. Nah, no intrusion. She fidgeted with a dainty gold chain around her neck as her gaze roamed over his home and landed back on him. This place is gorgeous. It's so open and spacious. The colors go so well together. And the barn is something else. I'm impressed. Rory nodded. Would you like a tour? Should last all of about 2 minutes. Chuckling, she said. Okay. Well, this is the living room, kitchen, and dining room. He took a quick left through a door, and he waited for her to follow. And this is the bedroom, and over there is the bathroom. I think that took less than 2 minutes. She chuckled. With a shrug, he smiled. What can I say? I'm an excellent tour guide. You think so? Her eyes sparkled. Was she flirting with him? Because he was definitely flirting with her. I know so. Quick and to the point. No babbling on about boring things. Paige laughed, and his breath caught. Her laugh was like a breeze settling over him. Then she pierced him with his one weakness, her eyes. They were like jewels. If she held his gaze for long, she'd be able to see his soul. He pulled his eyes away from her and cleared his throat. Would you like some hot tea? The question had popped out before he could stop himself. What are you doing, man? He swallowed. Asking a cute girl to sit and stay a while, came the reply. Duh. The answer came in the voice of his 13-year-old awkward self as it flitted through his mind. Paige glanced at him shyly. Sure. He slid past her out of the bedroom and walked to the kitchen with her following. You know, when you said you lived in a flat over the barn, I didn't expect something that should be featured in a magazine. He chuckled. It's comfortable. Rory filled a kettle with water and set it on the stove to heat. He pulled a stool over and sat facing Paige. So, how have you liked Scotland so far? Are you kidding? It's great. It's so green. And cold. Yeah, it's freezing, but it's okay. I brought long underwear and fortitude to get through it. Long underwear, huh? Her cheeks turned a light pink. Probably didn't need to mention that. At least you'll nae freeze. The rosy tint to her cheeks turned a darker shade of pink. She tucked a piece of her honey blonde hair behind her ear and pulled in her bottom lip. Are you looking forward to seeing Edinburgh? He asked, fidgeting in the seat. She was making him feel things he hadn't felt in a while. She relaxed and leaned forward on the counter. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. More than I ever thought I would be. Thank you so much for doing this. His heart jumped as she caught his gaze and held it. No problem. Like I said, I needed the vacation. Why was your brother so angry? Rory groaned. He's not that happy with me at the moment. Oh yeah? Why? Long story for a different day. I can respect that. She toed the floor and tucked a piece of her hair behind her ear. I think I should get back. Penelope is probably wondering where I am. You sure? The water is almost hot. Now that Paige was in his flat, he wanted a chance to talk to her. I really need to finish packing for tomorrow. She slipped off the stool and walked to the door. Rory quickly stood and stopped at the door with her. I dinna bite, you know. Her cheeks turned light pink again. Oh, well, no, I wasn't thinking that. I just, She jerked the door open. Are ye normally this jittery? Her eyes widened. No. I had too much coffee. He chuckled. Can ye have too much coffee? I'm sure people can. I can. I did. I need to go. She tripped over the threshold, and he caught her. He'd never actually seen a deer caught in headlights, but now he had a good idea of what it would look like. Her eyes were as wide as saucers. Careful! Wouldn't want you to fall. Paige nodded and stepped back. Tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. You mean at dinner? Right, dinner. I'll see you at dinner. Rory waved by, and she backed out of the door and took the stairs at a run. He'd never had a woman get that tongue-tied before. Then again, he wasn't sure how he'd managed to keep his tongue from getting tied. She was cute, and the nervous energy pouring off of her when he caught her wasn't hard to miss either. Maybe Edinburgh would hold more than dress shopping and touring.
Chapter 11. It was so awkward the few days after Rory caught Paige to keep her from falling. He'd smelled even better than when they danced at the winter festival. Plus, when Sarah mentioned type, Paige couldn't exactly deny it. Rory was her type through and through. She'd actually daydreamed about running her fingers through his hair. The little group had flown into Edinburgh the day before on a private plane. Knowing how comfortable the seats were, it would be hard to go coach after experiencing a flight so cushy. They'd arrived in the evening, had dinner, and then settled in at Rory's home on the edge of town. It was a beautiful home too. Not much larger than her parents' home where Penelope lived. It was a little more modern than the farmhouse, but it was still just as charming. She could tell he'd had a different decorator for it than his flat above the barn. His home in Edinburgh felt more bachelor than home. Maybe before the 3 weeks in Edinburgh were up, she'd find out why. At the moment, Paige stood in front of Cotter Castle's dining room fireplace. The entire estate was as beautiful and as fairy tale-like as Rory had said. Sarah and Penelope had hurried through the castle and then taken a tour of the gardens. They'd arrived pretty early, and it wasn't prime tourist season, so the castle was relatively empty. It meant she could linger as long as she wanted without worrying about being in someone's way. "Enjoying yourself?" asked Rory as he walked up behind her. "Oh! You gave me a heart attack." Paige's heart raced. She exhaled sharply and flattened her hand against her chest. At least they were in a public place. She silently hoped she could keep her cool and actually have a conversation with him. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "It's okay. It's my own fault. I was kinda in my own world. Dust could have spooked me." Rory chuckled. "I take it you're enjoying the castle, then?" Paige nodded and touched his arm. Zaps of electricity hit her so hard she nearly stumbled. She quickly pulled her hand away. "Oh, yeah. This is great. And I haven't even toured the gardens yet." "Well, we've got time. I have nothing planned except showing ye three around." Paige smiled. "It's very nice of you. Ye know, from the way your sister described ye, I thought ye'd be more of a jerk? A pain in the keister? Hard to handle? High maintenance? The list goes on?" Rory scrunched up his face and scratched the back of his neck. I'm sorry." Paige waved him off. "It's okay. A few weeks ago, I would have been." They stood there a few moments, the silence drawing out uncomfortably. Paige kept her eyes on the mantelpiece. An inscription was scrolled across it in a language she didn't understand. "So, did you know that the dog Latin on that mantel hasn't been translated yet?" she asked. "There are guesses as to what it means, but no true understanding of it." Silence fell over them again, and she couldn't stand it, her thoughts lingering on what Penelope must have told him. "Go ahead and ask." The words fell out, and she had no idea why she was willing to spill her guts. "Ask what?" Paige rolled her eyes. "What's changed?" "Okay, so, what's changed?" She did tell him to ask. She glanced at Rory sideways and chewed her bottom lip. Something had changed, but she hadn't talked to anyone about it. Maybe saying it out loud would make the change feel real. Maybe it would help push her to really showing that she'd had a revelation about herself. During the show, we got to visit our family. Penelope and I talked, and she told me about a relationship I had no clue about. She'd never told me. Never. Why? She flicked a glance at him. A different story for a different day. He smiled in understanding. Okay, so keep going. At first, I thought she was so gullible. So stupid for trusting someone and then hiding from the world, but when I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I thought I was superior because I'd continued dating after Tyler. I had a checklist or whatever you want to call it, but I used it as an out from making any real connections with people. I'd stopped living and started surviving. It wasn't any different than what Penelope had done. She'd just chosen a different method. Tyler? Paige shrugged and took a deep breath. It was out there now. My first boyfriend. Well, first real boyfriend. Or so I thought. When my parents died, they left Penelope and me a sizable sum of money. She turned and faced him. And before you get any ideas, my dad was hardworking. So was my mom. They lived comfortable lives, but they were savers. We didn't get 100 presents at Christmas. We got trips to the mountain to camp, or we got hang gliding lessons. Or we went surfing. We got memories instead of things, but they were frugal. We didn't get designer clothing or fancy purses and shoes. Rory held his hands up. I've no comment on your money. Well, that's good, because what I have now, I got from Penelope after Tyler left me at the altar on our wedding day and emptied my bank account. He emptied your bank account? He asked just above a whisper. Paige looked at the floor. Tyler wasn't Tyler. His name was Davis Montgomery from a little Alabama town, and he was a complete con artist. Once I realized what he'd done, I filed a police report. They never caught him, but I found out I wasn't his first target. He'd had a history of finding wealthy women, assuming an identity, and doing whatever it took to gain their confidence. I was just another paycheck to him. His caught her gaze, sympathy rolling off of him in waves. That must have been hard. Yeah, it was. Penelope was there for me, though. I was so hurt. I stayed in bed for weeks. It wasn't until she went out and bought China that I started getting my life back together. He lifted an eyebrow. And how did China help that? Paige tilted her head. You have no idea how therapeutic throwing China at a picture of your con artist fiancé can be for your mental health. Rory threw his head back and laughed. Sheesh, she loved his laughter. She couldn't get enough of it. And you've dated since then? Asked Rory. I have, but no one I've really had any future with. Paige pursed her lips. I say that, but I wasn't even really giving them a chance. Perhaps had I, maybe there would have been. Maybe ye were nae ready. I'm chalking up the last few years as a learning experience and moving on. I've been a spoiled brat, and I'm tired of being that person. What do Penelope and Sarah think of your newfound persona? If they've noticed anything, they haven't said it to me. It's kinda hard to be a new person when people are still seeing you as the old person. It's like being put in a box and no one is willing to take off the lid. Ye could have told me to sod off. That none of that was my business. I probably woulda had it been me. I'm tired of hiding behind it. For the longest time, I used Tyler like a shield. It was a way of protecting myself. I'm tired of being afraid of everyone and everything. So there it is. My messed up past on a platter. Rory stuffed his hands in his jean pockets. Everyone has a past. No one is safe from the rain. Did Penelope tell you I signed her up for that show by pretending to be her? That was a dirty trick, but it worked out in her favor. Paige nodded. I hope so. I want to believe she's found love and happiness. I want to believe that nothing but good things are in her future. I'm just having trouble believing Angus is the real deal. Rory took a deep breath and let it out slowly. You're not alone. Only, we were worried about Penelope. Angus's last relationship was a doozy. Clara was not a woman, she was a witch. She tangled Angus up and twisted him. It was like I'd lost a brother there for a while. When he said he was bringing another woman home, we all kind of held our breath. Even with Mum, Annis, and Duff given their approval, it was a see it to believe it kind of thing. And what changed your mind about Penelope? She is without a doubt the gentlest, sweetest woman I have ever met. Aside from one other. Paige crossed her arms over her chest, wondering who the other one could be. It wasn't hard to see a woman falling for him. She pushed the thoughts away. This was about Penelope. The difference is, Penelope isn't an actor. A well-paid famous actor. She's just a girl from Destin. And Angus is just a boy from Rosegale Bridge. His profession's nae him, and he's nae his profession. It's what he's good at. It's a job. That's all. Paige faced the fireplace again. Are you worried about not seeing Angus after he gets married? Nah, he's moving home for a while. What? She asked. Surely, she'd heard wrong. Yeah, Penelope was marrying him, and Paige knew they'd obviously lived together, but she pictured California. Not a different country. He and Penelope are moving to Scotland until he starts filming his next movie. No. The color drained from Paige's face, and her lungs screamed for air. Moving here? Penelope couldn't move here. Penelope didn't tell ye? The initial shock of Penelope's impending move turned from betrayal to anger in seconds. How could Penelope just drop her life in Florida? What about her business? What about Paige? That's not happening. My sister has a life in Destin. Her home. Her business. Me. She's not moving here. Ye might want to fill her in, then. She seemed mighty set on it before ye got here. She said she was sellin' her business and rentin' out her house. Paige pointed a finger at Rory. This is your brother's fault. He might have everyone else convinced he loves her, but not me. I will nae let this happen. She spun on her heels, darted out of the dining room, and continued walking until she was outside. Hot tears poured down her cheeks, and she sat down hard on the grass. How could Penelope leave her? How could she even think about moving without talking to her? How could she leave her out? Paige shook her head and wiped her eyes. With the way she treated her, why wouldn't she? The thought hit her heavily. It was all Paige's fault. It didn't change the fact that she didn't trust Angus. Now that Paige knew he was trying to take her sister away, she was going to do anything and everything to make sure that didn't happen. Her relationship with Penelope needed to be fixed, and that couldn't happen in Scotland. Angus had her sister fooled, but not Paige. After Tyler, Paige was an expert on con men. Angus was just a better actor than Tyler. Penelope just had to see it. Excuse me, but are you Penelope Cooper? An American voice pulled her from her thoughts. Paige looked up and found a petite woman standing a foot from her. Without even thinking, she responded, yes. I'm a reporter. Is there any chance I could get an interview? I promise I won't be too invasive, and I'll stop if you get uncomfortable. It was as though she'd been given the green light to stop her sister from moving. Sure. I've got an exclusive that will make your toes curl. The reporter went from demure to salivating in a blink. I do love curly toes. Angus and I are supposed to be getting married the second weekend in February. Promise to hold the story until the end of January, and I'll give you all the juicy details. The woman narrowed her eyes. Why? Take it or leave it. I'll take it. I won't even let my editor know I've spoken to you until then. If you print it before then, I'll deny everything you print, and I'll get Angus to sue the paper for slander. The paper won't care. Yeah, but I bet you and your reputation will. The reporter blanched. You have my word. I'll say nothing, and I'll make sure it doesn't see the light of day until the end of January. I promise. Paige eyed her and then stuck out her hand. Shake on it? The woman shook her hand, and Paige led her to a quiet place to talk. The guilt came like a tidal wave, but she gripped the little bench they found and pushed it away. She was doing this for Penelope, whether Penelope thought she needed rescuing or not.
Chapter 12. Rory gawked after Paige. She'd gone from sweet to Tasmanian devil in seconds. He had no idea Penelope hadn't told her sister she was selling her business and moving to Scotland. He just assumed that, as sisters, they would have discussed it. He strode out of the castle to the gardens in hopes of finding Penelope and Sarah. The least he could do was give her a heads up about his slip. 40 minutes later, he finally spotted Sarah and Penelope pointing out over a bed of multicolored flowers. When they saw him, they smiled and waved him over. These gardens are so fantastic. Everything is so beautiful, said Sarah. I'm glad you're having a good time. His tone was clipped. Penelope tilted her head, and her eyebrows pinched together. Is everything okay? Did my sister give you grief? Not the kind you're thinking. I didn't know ye had nae told her you were moving here. Sarah touched Penelope's arm. Moving here? I'm selling the dog grooming business, renting out the house, and moving here. Angus hasn't been around his family in years. He's missed them. It's not like Paige and I are bosom buddies or anything. I live an hour away. I maybe see her 3 or 4 times a year. Most of the time, she doesn't even act like I exist. What does it matter where I live? I know. It probably came as a shock to her, though, Sarah said. Rory nodded. Oh, it came as a surprise. She went from cool to hot in a second. He paused. The last thing he wanted to do was cause problems between them. The internal debate raged. He should tell Penelope that her sister wanted to keep her from moving. That he got the distinct impression she meant to put an end to the relationship. No, he'd keep that to himself. From the way Penelope had spoken of Paige, they didn't have the greatest relationship in the first place. Finding out her sister wanted to break up her relationship could be the nail in the coffin, so to speak. Penelope shrugged. I didn't expect her to be shocked. That may be, but I can tell ye she was. More than shocked. I think she was hurt. There were tears in her eyes before she stormed off. Rory said. No, he was positive he saw tears, and even if he didn't, letting Penelope think that may not be a bad thing. Tears? Doubtful. Paige loves Paige, especially where I'm concerned. Sarah scoffed. Penelope, that's not true. Really? When has she ever cared about me? Ever since high school, she's done nothing but work to make me miserable. Rory felt like he was in the middle of a private discussion. I think I should leave and let you two talk. Penelope shook her head. No, I've got nothing to hide. My relationship with my sister is contentious at best. I wanted her here because she's all the family I have left. And because she's my sister. I hoped, if nothing else, I could get her to be happy for me. That's the only reason I wanted her here. Rory understood. Angus and Taryn had been in a feud for years now. It made Taryn's relationship with the whole family strained and difficult. Paige had said she'd changed but hadn't divulged it to anyone. Telling Penelope his theory would only drive a bigger wedge between them. Maybe Paige just needed a chance to show them she'd changed in order to mend her fractured relationship with her sister, and maybe she needed a few weeks to see that Penelope was happy. Maybe there's a chance she's changed. I would have to see it to believe it. Penelope touched his arm. Rory, I appreciate you trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, but she's been like this since we were in high school. Something happened, and she decided she hated me. I begged her to tell me, and she won't. So I don't even know what to apologize for. One corner of his lips quirked up. Well, we're here for a few more days. Maybe sharing a room together will give you the opportunity to ask her again. Maybe, but I'm not getting my hopes up, and neither should you. I want your relationship fixed just like I want Angus and Taryn's relationship fixed. They just need to remember why they loved each other. Penelope nodded. I want that for me and Paige, and I want that for Angus too. He really misses Taryn. He talks about him all the time and about how things used to be. Well, why do you think I have them working the farm together? With any luck, Murphy will come a Callan, and Taryn will have to rely on Angus. Sarah chuckled. Murphy? What can go wrong, will go wrong. That's especially true on a farm full of animals. Penelope and Sarah looked at each other and began laughing. Penelope gave him a one-armed hug. Rory, I think I'm going to love having you as a brother-in-law. You know, I've been thinking the same thing. Only substitute sister in there. He winked. She took a deep breath and shook her head. All right, let's go find Paige and continue checking out this castle and its grounds. Maybe you're right. Maybe she can change and I just have to be willing to see it. That's the spirit. We'll both hold out hope. Don't forget me, Sarah said. I'll hope to. Rory held out his arm. 3 against 1. I like those odds.
Chapter 13. The group spent the day touring the castle and walking around Inverness. Then they'd driven back to Rory's house. Paige walked into the room she was sharing with Penelope and flopped down on the bed. Sarah had called shotgun on the shower, and now Paige wished she'd fought a little harder for the right to go first. She just closed her eyes when Penelope walked into the room. I hope she leaves some hot water for the rest of us, Paige said. Penelope sat down on the edge of the bed, facing Paige. I hope so too. Uncomfortable silence dragged out, but Paige didn't want to discuss her reaction to Penelope's impending move. Paige, I'm moving to Scotland. I know. And I'm sure Rory told you I didn't react well. He did. I don't understand why, though. Paige bolted up. Why? You're selling your business. Renting out our parents' house and moving to a foreign country with a man you've known less than 4 months. I'd say that deserves a shocked response. Penelope smiled. I've wanted to live in Scotland since we were kids. You know that. I'm getting to live out a dream with the man I love. We're only going to be living here when he's not filming. He wants me to travel with him, and I'm going to. A bus hitting her would have been less painful. But leaving Destin? Selling your business? What if this doesn't work out? What if he's not who you think he is? You'll have nothing to fall back on at all. It will work out. There was such conviction in her sister's voice. How could she be so sure? Scoffing, Paige said, You don't know that. You don't know him. Penelope squared her shoulders. I do know him. I lived with him for 3 months. All we've been doing is talking. I know him better than I know you. What? Paige blinked like she'd been slapped. How can you say that? How? Penelope asked, her tone clipped. Other than after Tyler, we've barely talked about anything since high school. Remember? A little after 9th grade started, and next thing I know, I'm on Paige's hit list. I live an hour from you, and I might see you 3, maybe 4, times a year. And that's only because the house is right on the beach. If not, I doubt I'd see you at all. Paige felt gutted. I know, and I need to change that. I haven't been the kind of sister you deserve. I haven't treated you like I should, but I'll never be able to make it up to you if you're living here. I'll never get to see you. Move here. Penelope grinned. It's beautiful. The MacLachlans are wonderful. Why not? Paige blinked. It was like she was talking to a stranger. Move here? Penelope was high. I'm not moving to Scotland. I have a business with a business partner. I can't just up and leave. Well, I can, and I am. Angus needs to be here. Clara kept him in the States, and he needs time with his family. He has a home in California too. It's not like I'll be staying here all the time. Even if I was staying in the States, I'd be living with him. That house on the beach is too small for us, especially if we decide to start a family. But... Her sister shook her head. No, Paige. I've made up my mind. I have an accounting degree to fall back on. I don't need the dog grooming business. Plus, I want to help purchase a home here with him. We're partners. We support each other. Paige stood, not quite believing what she was hearing. Her sister was willing to give up everything she had in Florida for someone she just met. I can't believe you'd just give up everything for this man. A man you don't even know. A man who wanted to fix his image. A man you didn't even like before the show started. Standing, Penelope faced off with Paige. A man I got to know. A man that admitted he wanted to fix his image. A man that I've fallen in love with. Angus is kind, warm, and gentle. He's beautiful inside and out. I'm not just attracted to him physically, I'm drawn to him because of who he is. Are you here to be happy for me or not? Paige inhaled and pinched the bridge of her nose. If she wasn't careful, she'd drive her sister away for sure. She needed a chance to show Penelope she'd changed. That she was sorry for the way she treated her and that she didn't want her getting hurt. Maybe she just needed to go ahead and apologize. Get all of the past out of the way. Maybe that would help in the weeks to come when the article came out in January. Maybe it would help show that Paige was only looking out for her. Penelope, I'm so sorry for the way I've treated you since high school. I'm so sorry for the pranks and impersonating you and the general havoc I caused you. Penelope grunted and rolled her eyes. Right. And I'm supposed to believe that? Seems rather convenient now that you're trying to keep me from moving. Another selfish Paige moment. Do you remember that camping trip we took right after high school started? Penelope cast her gaze down and away. When she looked back at Paige, she nodded. You and Dad had slipped away to go do whatever it was you and Dad liked to do. Mom sent me to find you, and when I got close, I overheard Dad talking to you. Overheard what? Paige sat on the edge of the bed. I heard Dad tell you that you were his favorite. That he wished I could be more like you. That he wished I could enjoy the outdoors just like you. He said he thought I was too shallow. That I was never happy with what I had and that I was always wanting more. What else did you hear? Shrugging, Paige said, nothing. I left. I told Mom I couldn't find you. I was so angry. At you. At him. At camping. I hated everything. Penelope narrowed her eyes. That's why you did all those horrible pranks and tricks on me? Because of what you overheard? Tears pooled in Paige's eyes. She'd carried that ache for so long. Yes. Dad loved you best, and he thought I was a horrible person. You should have stayed and listened to the rest of it, Penelope said as she sat next to Paige. Paige's eyebrows pinched together. What? Penelope put her arm around Paige. He wished you could be more like me when it came to being outdoorsy, that you could enjoy the quiet. But he said he loved you just the way you were. That you were his favorite city girl. That you were his favorite Paige. He just wanted you to be happy, and you always seemed unhappy. He wanted to figure out what to do to help you." "He said that?" The words came out just above a whisper. She'd held on to her dad's words since she was 14. She'd spent her life thinking she wasn't good enough and that he didn't love her. "Yes, he said that. I was his favorite outdoors kid. And I was, Paige. I loved being outside, sitting in the quiet and just soaking in everything. You loved phones and fashion and everything city life had to offer. I didn't. You also seemed unhappy, and no one knew why." Tears spilled down her cheeks, and Paige tried to wipe them away. "All this time, I thought he hated me. It's why I hated him. He didn't hate you. He loved you just the way you were. Dad tried so hard when we got back, but you just shut him out. You never even gave him the opportunity to know why you were so angry." Penelope put her other arm around Paige. "Dad loved you. Why didn't you just talk to him?" Looking back, Paige wished she had. Things would have been so different. But she was young and so stupid. "I don't know. I was 14 and already insecure because you were so perfect. I guess I figured he'd just confirm what I already felt, and I didn't really want to know. It was easier just to be angry and push him away." "You thought I was perfect? That's why you were so angry with me?" Penelope's voice rose. "Yeah, and I couldn't take out my anger solely on Dad. After what I overheard, I was more than angry with you. I hated you. I wanted you to hurt like I was hurting. But you never did. I'd do horrible things to you, and you'd keep going like nothing fazed you." Penelope exhaled slowly. "You're wrong. I can't tell you the number of times I've cried because of the things you've done to me." Paige wrapped her arms around Penelope. "I'm so sorry, Penelope. I wish I could take it all back. I wish you could too, but you can't. What you can do is be happy for me now. Support me now. Get to know Angus and his family." Paige let her go. "I can try, but I don't know how I'm supposed to get to know someone whose profession is pretending to be other people. How can you possibly know who he is?" Penelope smiled. "I just do. And if you can't trust him, trust me." Paige trusted her, but she didn't think she could ever trust him. The story she'd told the reporter made her cringe, but she wasn't sure she wanted to do anything about it just yet. She'd watch Angus, and if she got the impression he wasn't being honest, she'd step in and let the story run. There was plenty of time to kill it. "Okay. Well, it's about stinking time," Sarah said as she stepped into the room. The fuzzy lime green bathrobe she'd had since she was a freshman in college had more hang tags than a department store, and her hair was wrapped turban style. "All this time, and all you two needed to do was talk a second." Paige laughed as she wiped her face clean. "Yeah, I know. I told you so." Sarah smiled. Paige scowled and grabbed her pillow. Sarah's eyes widened. "Don't you dare." Paige pitched the pillow at her and cackled. "Oh, it's so on," Sarah said and tackled her. It felt like Paige had been away from home since she was a kid and she was just returning. The three of them being in the same room, talking and laughing like all their cares had been barred at the door. Paige felt relieved and sad at the same time. If she'd just said something years ago, things would have been so much different. She couldn't change the past, but she could keep the future from hurting her sister.
Chapter 14. "So, from what I heard last night, ye and your sister had a good talk," said Rory. Penelope and Sarah were inside a shop looking around while Paige stood outside waiting for them. They'd spent the morning touring Lauriston Castle and then walked to a small pub. He was told they wanted to window shop, but so far, it had been less window and more actual shopping. Paige blinked. "What? I could hear your Logan all the way downstairs." Chuckling, she nodded. "Oh, yeah? We cleared some things up, and I hope it's the first step to mending our relationship. That's good. I think so. Rory chewed the inside of his cheek a second. He needed to right things from the day before. I wanted to apologize for springing Penelope's move on ye. I didn't know she nae told ye. Paige shrugged. It's okay. Well, not okay that she's moving here, but it's okay that I know now. Rory nodded and stuffed his hands in his pockets. He'd enjoyed spending time with Paige at Lauriston. She was witty, intelligent, and interesting. Instead of being childish and weird, he wanted to ask her out, but it had been so long since he'd been genuinely interested in someone that he felt awkward. You okay? You look a little pale. If that's possible. Paige pulled her lips in like she was trying to hold in her laugh. Rory laughed. I want to ask you something, but I'm a little afraid. Her eyebrows lifted to her hairline. What could you possibly want to ask me that has you afraid? I mean, I know I was a little cantankerous yesterday, but overall, I think I've been on my best behavior. Which, for me, is saying a lot. Would you go out with me tonight? The words came out rushed. Paige's mouth parted slightly. Like on a date? Aye, but it'll be nae hard feelings if ye say. Yes. She smiled. Yes? A thrill of excitement traveled through him. Yes. Rory's pulse jumped. He'd expected her to shut him down immediately. Then the thought occurred to him that maybe she was just being nice or that she wanted to get to know him for her sister's sake. Do you mean that? Paige smiled, and her cheeks turned light pink. Actually, I'm flattered. But I do have to ask, why? Why? Because he was a glutton for punishment? I thought it'd be nice to go out with ye. To get to know ye a little better. Maybe hear more about how this change came about. Okay. How about you? Will I get to know you a little better? He had no idea, but he was for trying. I would think so, but I've nae been on a date in a while. It's not as hard as you think. You eat. Talk about junk the other person has no interest in, and then you pretend you want the person to call you because you don't want to come across as a cold, bitter jerk. Rory chuckled. That easy, eh? They locked gazes, and Paige smiled. Another jolt of excitement hit him, and raced down his spine to his toes. Those alluring bright green eyes were like a lighthouse. Full, blush-pink lips that desperately needed to be kissed. It felt as though he'd stuck his finger in a light socket. Suddenly, his excitement took a dive as Alana seemed to stand right behind Paige with an accusatory stare. And then that unfaithful feeling he always had when talking to another woman began to seep back in. He pulled his gaze from Paige. You know, maybe it's a mistake. Maybe we should just keep things at arm's length. I wouldn't want to make things messy. Paige looked gut-punched. Oh, okay. She took a step to move away, and Rory touched her arm. Mentally, he chastised himself. What was he doing? He just needed to go for it. I'm sorry. Forget what I said. Be ready at 7. I've got the perfect place. I have plenty of junk to talk about that you'll have no interest in whatsoever. I'll even pretend I want to call you later. He hoped he hadn't blown it. Those feelings of betraying Alana weren't Alana. They were him and him alone. Angus was right. She'd want him to be happy. If nothing else, a date with Paige would be fun. At least, he thought it would be. She chewed her lip, letting the silence linger a second. Are you sure? My ego can only take so many blows. Rory winced. I'm sure. I'm sorry about that. I promise tonight I'll have at least one interesting story that will hopefully explain what happened. At least one interesting story? That's not how it works. You're supposed to be completely boring. By the end of the date, we're both supposed to be mentally measuring the windows to see if we can escape through them. Oh, is that how it is? He laughed. Of course. I'll have on a killer outfit. You'll think things are going to be great. Then I'll turn into the most annoying date to ever be dated. It's the law of the dating jungle. She shrugged, but the corners of her mouth tugged upward. Rory grinned. He liked her. She was easy to talk to, and she made him laugh. When Penelope had described her, he'd never expected her to be so charming and sweet. He'd expected what he'd experienced yesterday. The Tasmanian devil. But here she was, and in a little over a week's time, he'd gone from only thinking she was cute to wanting to know everything about her. He'd watched her at the festival before asking her to dance with him. His niece had taken her by the hand, running her from one end of the town to the other. Just as she'd returned to her table, Kyle had asked her to dance. Most women would have told him they needed a minute, but she'd quickly accepted. She was good with them. Actually, she was good with his whole family, even going so far to go out of her way to talk to his mum. They'd laughed heartily a few times, and it had warmed him to see it. She'd taken the news of her sister moving hard, and to a degree, he couldn't blame her. Not really. Of course, she could have handled it better, but if it were him finding out from a near stranger that his kin were moving away, he wasn't sure he'd have handled it any better. I've dealt with farm animals. I think I can handle the Datton jungle, Rory said. Paige chuckled. Oh, you think herding a couple of sheep makes you an expert, huh? Nah, especially where Datton is concerned. Yeah, me either, but I have to admit, of all the people who've asked me out, I'm especially looking forward to going out with you. Rory's smile faded, and everyone around them disappeared. I'm thinking the same thing. Paige stuck her hands in her back jean pockets and rocked back and forth on her heels. You think what happened with Angus and Penelope happens a lot? The question caught him off guard. It took him a second to answer. Nah, but I think it happens when it's supposed to happen. Paige nodded and lifted her gaze to his. I'm starting to think that may be true. The sound of the shop doorbell rang, and the moment was gone. Rory wished it could have lasted just a bit longer. His heart was racing so hard he could hear it in his ears. He wasn't sure what had happened with Angus and Penelope. Angus had always been the one to fall in love easily. Rory wasn't. It had taken years to ask Alana out. Well, he had loved her long before, but acting on it had taken a lot longer than it should have. Hey, you two, Sarah said. Hi. Get all your shopping done? Asked Paige. Are you kidding? Sarah craned her neck, looking down the sidewalk. I see at least 50 more shops. Paige sighed and rolled her eyes to Rory. I bet you didn't think you were signing up for this. 3 lassies from the States? Rory quipped. True. Paige giggled. The door jangled again, and Penelope walked out holding 2 bags. That shop was great. I swear I don't remember shopping being this fun. Rory looked at his watch. Less than 5 hours until his date with Paige. It both excited and terrified him. What if his supposedly charming self wasn't so charming in an extended stretch of time? His heart raced a little faster. Again, the urge to break the date raced through his mind. No. He'd spent years in love with Alana and waiting. Their hourglass of sand had run out, and he'd been left wondering what would have happened if he'd acted sooner. No, this time he wouldn't be slow. This time he'd grab the moment and hold on with white knuckles. Okay, let's keep going then. I'm just glad I wore tennis shoes, otherwise, I think I'd be hobbling by now. Paige looked down at her shoes and wiggled her feet. Both women looked down at their shoes. Yeah, these flats are okay, but I should have gone with my sneakers, said Sarah. These boots are warm, but they were not made for walking. Penelope laughed. All right, let's go. I think I see a shop with my name on it this time, Paige said and smiled as she looked at Rory. Rory returned her smile. Lead the way, lassies. After a few more shops, Rory led them to Inverleith Park, the largest urban park in Scotland. It had been unplanned, but he'd wanted them to see it. He'd always loved it, and it had been a while since he'd been there. I love this park. Penelope nodded. I can see why. Oh, look, there's even a playground. Paige pointed to the area where several children were playing. Oh, there's more than that. There are football fields, gardens, and all sorts of other stuff. Sarah took a deep breath. It really is gorgeous, so green. And that pond we passed by was beautiful. As they approached the playground, a petite woman was struggling to nurse and keep an eye on her little boy, Rory guessed him to be about 5, and the boy was making it difficult for his mum. The little boy threw his ball, and Rory caught it before it went too far. He walked to the woman. "Would you mind me playing ball with him? His name is Brody." Relief poured from the woman, and she sighed. "I'd be grateful for that." Brody stopped next to Rory. "That's my ball." Would you want to play ball with me?" The boy smiled. Let me tell my friends over there," Rory said, tipping his head in the girl's direction. "I'll be right back." He walked back to Penelope, Paige, and Sarah. "I'm going to play ball with that wee one while his mum feeds the baby." Paige smiled. "We're in no hurry." While the woman tended to her baby, Rory played with Brody. He found it helped pass the time much better than walking from one shop to the next. Not that he minded going with them, but there was only so many cute shoes he could look at, to his way of thinking. Every so often, he cast a glance at the women and locked eyes with Paige. She'd grin, and it only made time move slower for him. He didn't know what the night would bring, but with each glance, his hope for a grand evening soared higher.
Chapter 15. I want to stay out until I'm sure they're asleep. Just an FYI, Paige said as Rory opened the door of his SUV. That bad? Yep, but they'd be worse when she got back. Not bad. I just don't want to answer questions when we get back. Rory shut the door and jogged around the front before slipping into the driver's seat. I'm really surprised. It was kinda out of the blue. Yeah, but they didn't have to be so. Excited? You heard that? Her voice rose. I think my family in Rosegale Bridge heard it. Paige scrunched up her face and moaned. I'm sorry. But she wasn't sorry for being on the date. Rory looked great. When she'd come downstairs, he'd smiled his best smile yet. Plus, he dressed in a dark blue button-up and dark gray slacks, and he smelled fantastic. Whatever cologne he'd used wasn't overbearing. It was more like a spice, which Paige loved. "Ye look fantastic, by the way," said Rory. "I bought it today. When I packed, I didn't pack for a date. I packed for a wedding and sightseeing." "Well, ye picked well. Green is your color." "Thank you, but I think I got the better end of the deal." Paige smiled as he shook his head. She could see the blush all over his face. And he was so cute. He cleared his throat. "I can assure ye, I got the better end of the deal." She glanced at him. "I don't know. Today when you helped that lady with her little boy, that was pretty great." Shrugging, he said, "Anyone would have done it." "No way. You stopped everything and played ball with him." "We were just walking by the park. We hadn't even planned on spending time there. She needed to nurse, and the wee one needed a good distraction, so Mum didn't pull her hair out." "He was a bit of a monkey, wasn't he?" Rory leaned his head back on the headrest as he laughed. It was warm and throaty and everything good about a man's laugh. That he was. I thought he was going to break something or himself. But you were great. He really liked you. And Paige did too. That little display had put him firmly in her little more than like category. He laughed. "Kids like me. I look like a hairless bear." Paige put her hand to her mouth and snickered. "Now that you mention it." Rory poked her in the ribs. "I get to think and say that." "Not ye, missy." Their laughter filled the SUV. "So, where are we going?" Paige asked as she tried to catch her breath from laughing. "At first I was thinking a pub, but with the way you're dressed, I'm thinking something a little more upscale." "A pub is fine." But the thought of a romantic restaurant with him thrilled her. "Nay now." They chatted a while longer until Rory pulled into a parking space in front of a standalone restaurant. It overlooked a large lake, and the patio on the right side was lit with tea lights. Rory took her hand as he helped her out of the SUV. This is a bit different. It's Scottish cuisine with a modern gastro twist, or so that's what I'm told. It looks romantic. His voice was soft and velvety. The date had definitely hit a new level for her. Yeah, that sums it up well. Well, this is a date. May as well throw all the charm I've got at ye. See what sticks. Since I'll be looking for a way out by the end. He grinned. Paige laughed. You do have charm. I'll give you that. Good, I think that's all I've got. Not hardly. They entered the restaurant, and Rory spoke to the hostess. A few moments later, they were seated, and a waiter took their drink order. So, you were going to tell me at least one interesting story. One that would explain your whiplash-like turnaround today, Paige said. She was very interested in that story. His cheeks turned pink. Could he be any cuter? I was hoping ye'd forgotten about that. Paige smiled and shook her head. He scratched the back of his neck, but before he could answer, the waiter returned with the drink orders. They thanked him and decided to take a few moments before ordering. Rory took a deep breath and leaned forward with his arms on the table. Ye were talkin' about Tyler and lettin' go of the past. I was. He set his elbows on the table and linked his fingers together. I guess you could say I'm still tryin' to let go of my past. It's harder than people think. Did she break your heart? Just the thought didn't sit well with Paige. He was too likable for anyone to treat him badly. Nodding, he said, yes, but not in the way you're thinking. Okay. Her name was Alana Craig. I'd known her since we were kids. Our families grew up together. Her father owns the property Angus is trying to buy. Paige stiffened at the thought of Angus buying property with Penelope. She needed to let it go for now. The beautiful man across from her was where her focus needed to be. What happened? We started datin' when we were 15. Well, if ye call sittin' on the couch in my livin' room datin'. And, I dinna think I can technically call it datin' since I'd nae actually asked her to be my girlfriend. It took about 3 years before I got the courage to ask her. Rory chuckled. It took another several years to work up the fortitude to ask her to marry me. I'm not what you would call a fast person. I can understand that. What happened? She asked. He licked his lips and paused a second. Pain etched his features. About 2 weeks before we were to be married, she was killed in a car accident. She was driving back from the town over, and she fell asleep at the wheel. The car ran off the road, and she had a head-on collision with a tree. Oh. Paige reached across the table and covered her hand with his. I'm so sorry. That's awful. It was and still is. He rubbed his lips with his fingers. I can't seem to let her go. Now it made more sense. So, that's why you asked and then tried to back out? Paige squeezed his hand. That is a very good reason. He shook his head. Nah, nay really. It's been years now. I just feel guilty when I go on dates. On one hand, I know she would want me to be happy, but on the other, I feel like I'm cheating on her. I loved her. I haven't stopped. It was easier said than done. That was one thing Paige knew without a doubt. She pulled her hand back. I don't think you will. I still love Tyler. Or who I thought he was. I don't think I'll ever really be able to not love him. Even after everything he did, he asked, his eyebrows knitting together. That's the thing. I hate what he did, but who he was before I found out was someone I adored. He was funny, outgoing, loving, sweet, and kind. I felt so close to him. I know it was a show, but I think there is part of me that wants to hold on to the parts of him I loved. It makes no sense at all. Nay, really, nah. Paige rolled her eyes. She hadn't talked this candidly about Tyler with anyone. Not even Penelope. Paige wasn't even sure she knew she'd had these feelings before talking to Rory about it. What was Alana like? Rory sat back. She was beautiful, of course. Of course. Paige smiled. She was warm, and she loved children. They'd flock to her everywhere we went. Alana is the reason my flat looks like a home and not a bachelor pad. She was smiles, laughter, and sunshine. She was my other half. And I can't replace her. It feels like that's what I'm trying to do when I go on dates with anyone. There's no replacing her, and it feels like a betrayal when I try. His voice broke. I can understand that. Well, no, I can't. I'd like to. I can understand the hurt part of it, though. Why did you tell me all this? I mean, I know you said you'd tell me why, but you could have just given me a short non-personal version. I dinna like secrets. If I'm asking ye out, it means I like ye. Or at least I want to like ye and get to know ye. Can't start something if all your cards aren't on the table. Oh. Paige had no idea what to say after that. The start of something? Her palms became moist, and she slid them down her dress. Maybe this was a bad idea. An uncomfortable silence settled between them until the waiter returned and took their orders. When he left, the silence had left with him. So, now to the uninteresting stories that will have you fleeing for a window. Rory chuckled. His laugh melted all her doubts. She liked him. Maybe starting something wasn't a horrible idea. Oh, I've got a plethora of those. I'm all ears, he said and looked around the restaurant. I've even got my window picked out. She snickered. Well, don't tell me which one. It's not really fleeing if I can see your exit. His eyes glinted with mischief, and his smile seemed to only grow more perfect. Oh, I've got my eye on several. There'd be no stopping me. Paige laughed. Oh, she was in deep trouble. When he looked at her, her breath caught. The longer they were in the restaurant, the more attractive he became. She wasn't sure if it was his laughter, the conversation, or the way he made her feel, but she was running out of fingers to count the number of things she liked about him. It didn't feel like she'd only known him for a few weeks. He felt so comfortable and familiar that it made her wonder what it would be like to have him hold her and kiss her.
Chapter 16. Rory and Paige spent their entire dinner talking and laughing. He couldn't remember laughing as much with any other woman. Afterward, he took her to a quiet spot he'd found when he first moved to Edinburgh. He was glad they'd dressed warmly. The temperature had dropped considerably while they were in the restaurant, and he'd wanted to continue the date because of how much he enjoyed spending time with her. Paige's gaze roamed over the area. This is beautiful, Rory. He looked around, nodding. It's a little place I discovered when I first bought the house. Why do you have that house? Chewing his lip, he sighed. I bought it after she died. I wanted out of Rosedale Bridge. Her memory was a noose at the time. I just needed to be away. I stayed in it for about 18 months. What made you move back? Rory shrugged. My family needed me. Pop took a bad fall off a horse and broke his hip. He still favors it, so I work on the farm to keep him from hurting himself even more. Paige stopped walking. You are so sweet. Nah. He shook his head as he stopped and faced her. Even with the sliver of moon, her eyes were just as spectacular at night as they were in full sun. I'm glad you asked me out. I am too. She took a step and wobbled. Rory caught her by the waist, and she looked up at him. Those light pink lips were parted in surprise, and he tugged her closer. He wasn't sure what he was going to do now that she was in his arms, but he sure liked the feel of her. Has anyone ever told you that you're beautiful? All she did was stare at him. You should hear it all the time. I'm not a nice person, she whispered. He didn't believe that for a second. I doubt that. I saw you at the winter festival with my niece and nephew. They took to you pretty quick. Well, they were easy to like. With every sentence, he pulled her closer until his arms were completely circling her. He could feel the heat of her skin and the thrum of her heart through her coat. You were kind to my mom at the festival, too. Paige placed the flat of her hands against his chest. Well, there's no point in being unkind. She was actually really nice to me, and I enjoyed talking to her. So, you're nae such a baddie after all? He winked. Her eyes glistened in the moonlight. I am to my sister. You were. Past tense. Paige nodded as he brushed his thumb across her cheek. She closed her eyes, and her breath caught. I've known you all of a week and a half. I think we might be too close. I disagree. I like holding ye. A lot. Paige pushed with her arms, putting distance between them, and started walking again. Rory felt as though his feet were in concrete. When his brain started working again, he jogged until he caught up with her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend ye or come across too strong. I'm kinda rusty at the datin' thing. It's okay. Well, if I'm honest, I didn't mind it at all. Then why push me away? Because I have a limited number of days here, and I don't want to cross a line that both of us will regret. She seemed to walk faster. What makes you think I'll regret it? He worked to keep pace with her. Paige stopped. Because when my visit here is up, I'll be going back to Florida. I don't need any complications when that time comes. He stopped with her. I see. They began walking again. The silence lingered much longer than Rory wanted, but he didn't know what to say. He knew starting something with her could make things messy, but sometimes the messiest things made life worth living. Besides, Penelope was moving here. Why couldn't she? This place. This country. Everything about it is just so beautiful. I think I could visit 1,000 times and never get tired of it. I thought Penelope was high when she suggested I move here. I dinna see why ye couldna. The words had tumbled out before he could stop them. Paige blinked, and whatever moment they just shared came to an abrupt halt. I can't move here. I have a life in the States. Ye could have a life here. No, I can't. And neither can Penelope. Both of our lives are back in Florida. If she wants to sell her business, I don't care. That just means she can move to Pensacola and live near me. Sarah and I wouldn't mind having her as our partner. Rory shook his head in disbelief and drew his eyebrows together. What? There is no way I'm letting my sister move here. Not for some guy she doesn't even know. Some guy. That some guy is my brother. He loves her. So you say. So she says? I still see the guy so desperate to fix his image that he'd lie about falling in love. Now her eyes were filled with fire. Rory stepped back. You're really going to try to break up their relationship? How on earth was he going to stop her? She hesitated a second. No, I'm not going to try to break them up, but I'm not going to pretend everything is roses and sunshine when I know that's not true. So, what are you going to do then? I'm going to talk some sense into her. Rory narrowed his eyes. She told me about your pranks and whatnot. Are you sure you're nae going to try one of those? Paige remained silent as she looked at him, and alarm bells went off inside Rory's head. Ye had better nae try anythin'. Ye said ye'd changed. If ye do somethin', Penelope will never forgive ye. Yes, she will. His heart nearly stopped. Because his brother's heart and his own were both about to be stomped on. So you're going to try something? I didn't say that. What could I possibly try here in Scotland? I don't know anyone or how to get around. I'm at the mercy of anyone who can drive me. Rory narrowed his eyes. You're a resourceful woman. I suspect if you wanted something, you wouldn't have let anything get in your way. Take me to the house. This date is over. I should have just said no to start with. It's not like I'm staying here. Striking up anything more than a simple friendship is useless. I came here to sightsee. And see your sister get married. Her eyes narrowed as she pointed her face up to him. We'll see about that. Rory felt as though the wind had been knocked out of him. He liked Paige. Being with her was the first time since Alana that he'd felt comfortable with someone. And here she was, talking about destroying his brother's relationship. He raked a hand through his hair. Paige, are you hearing yourself? You're talking about your sister like she has nae say in the matter. You say you love her, but are you trying to protect her or yourself? Are you that afraid of being alone that you would hurt her like that? She blinked, looking stunned for a second. I'd be protecting her from getting hurt. Are you nae the one that got her in this position in the first place? You're the one that pretended to be her. You're the one that she was trying to protect. She stumbled back. What are you talking about? Didn't Penelope tell her? The producer of the show threatened to file charges against ye if she didn't stay. That's not true. She would have told me, she said just above a whisper. He stepped into her, their gazes locking. Are you sure? Sounds to me like there are a lot o' things she'd make nae mention of. Penelope was right. Ye dinna care about her. Ye care about yourself. What ye want? Paige's lips curled into a snarl. Take me to the house. I'm done with this conversation, and I'm done with you. You think you know me, and you don't. You don't know anything. I know ye have a sister who wants ye to be happy for her. I know I have a brother who loves her deeply. Ye are lying to yourself if ye think you're here to save Penelope. Paige glared at him. I'm getting my sister away from this madness. I'll do it even if it means I don't have her. At least I know she won't get hurt by your brother. Because let's face it, we both know he's not exactly an upstanding citizen. Penelope deserves better. God help him. It was an earnest plea. Ye dinna even know him. No, but I know you. I think that's enough. She whirled in place and stomped to the SUV. In the distance, he heard the door slam. How had things gone so wrong so fast? He stood there with his hands on his hips, trying to catch his breath. The night had been wonderful. He'd enjoyed her, all of her. He'd nearly kissed her. And in a blink, they'd been in a full-on argument. All the uneasiness he'd felt about asking her out settled on him. He'd wasted a date on a woman with nothing on her mind but destruction. How could he have been so blind? Rory remained outside while he collected his thoughts. His heart hurt. Alana had been walking away. Now she was sitting on his chest, pressing the knot in his stomach into his spine. He shook his head and walked to the car. The rest of his time in Edinburgh was going to be difficult. And without telling Penelope why and ruining the sisters' relationship, it would be hard to explain the animosity between him and Paige. The last thing he wanted was to hurt Penelope, but if Paige pushed him, he'd tell Penelope everything and let Paige deal with the consequences.
Chapter 17. Paige shut the door to her bedroom and silently seethed. She wished she could have slammed it so hard the hinges would have bent. Anger boiled in her so hot she thought she could melt steel. And things were going so well. She liked Rory. It was crazy, but she was building a house with a white picket fence as they talked through dinner. The anger melted and turned to tears as she sank onto the edge of her bed. His words slammed into her chest. Her reaction to Rory had been utterly irrational, and she had no control. Like a flipped switch, she turned into a bull in a china shop, destroying everything in her path. Was she only looking out for herself and her interests? The tears began as a trickle and then poured down her cheeks. She loved Penelope, but was she being selfish by wanting her to stay in Florida? Not if it kept her from being hurt. She pulled out the reporter's business card she'd received while they were at the castle. Paige had been more than happy to pretend to be Penelope with an inside scoop. Once the article was printed, her sister's relationship, if not over, would at least be on rocky ground. At that point, a little push would be all it would take to end it, and Paige could take her sister home. It sounded like a high school prank, but she was desperate to keep her sister from getting hurt and even more desperate to keep her from moving. She didn't think it was possible, but tears poured harder, and she hiccuped loudly. "Hey," Penelope said through a yawn. "What's going on?" "Nothing." Paige jammed the business card back into her purse. Penelope sat up. "You're crying buckets." "That's not nothing." "What happened?" Paige waved her off. "We had a difference of opinion. That's all." "I'll be fine." "What kind of difference could you have?" "It was a first date. And last. I'm not living in Scotland." It was stupid to go out with him in the first place. Penelope quickly changed beds and sat next to Paige. She put an arm across her shoulders and hugged her. "It's okay, Paige. You don't have to decide on a future with someone on the first date. It was just getting to know someone. But there's no point in getting to know him. I'm staying in Pensacola. That's where my business is. It's where my life is. Rory lives here. He has a life here. His family and his farm. It's pointless to even try to start something. Why are you so stuck on staying in Pensacola? Or Florida, for that matter? We're all the family we have left." "Because it's where we belong," Paige ground out. "Says who?" "Me," she snapped. "Be honest, Paige." "What's really going on?" her sister asked softly. "Nothing. I just really like him." It was the truth. Paige really liked him. But moving to Scotland? No. Penelope chuckled. Then like him. Rory is a good man. From what I've learned, he's compassionate, kind, and charming. And on this trip, he's confirmed it. He's adorable. Have you seen him blush? It's the cutest thing. Paige couldn't resist laughing. It really is. It travels from his neck to his cheeks, and they're so red. It's just sweet. Paige, I know you're dead set against moving here, but why don't you stop with all the reasons why you can't like him? Why don't you stick with the reasons you do like him, and then revisit the moving thing later? Moving for someone is a lot different than moving because of someone. I'm not moving here because of Angus. I'm moving here for him. He misses his brother Taryn. They were really close, and his relationship with Clara destroyed it. I want to give Angus a chance to rebuild his relationship with his brother. I can't imagine being so angry with you that I couldn't forgive you, but that's what Angus has been dealing with. Taryn won't even speak to him. Angus is desperate to have his brother back. Paige nodded. Would that be what her relationship with Penelope would be like if Paige went through with her plan? The possibility made her cringe. Get some sleep, okay? Maybe you and Rory can make up in the morning. Penelope squeezed her with one arm. He's a sweet guy. I'm sure you two can work it out. If nothing else, you can be friends and enjoy the rest of your trip. Penelope hopped up and then lay down on her bed again. Just relax and enjoy your time. You'll see. Things will work out like they're supposed to. Okay. Paige sniffed and used the corner of her blanket to wipe her eyes. She changed into her pajamas and shuffled to the bathroom. By the time she'd walked back into the room, Penelope was already fast asleep. Paige slipped under the covers and stared at the ceiling. Sleeping was impossible. She couldn't stop thinking about Angus, Penelope, Rory, or the reporter. It made her head hurt. When Penelope's alarm went off the next morning, Paige was exhausted, and the idea of spending a day with Rory after the fight they had didn't appeal to her at all. I don't feel good, Paige said. It wasn't a total lie. The restless night had left her feeling worn. What's wrong? Sarah asked as she walked in. Paige curled on her side with her back to the door. I don't know. I think it's all the traveling. The mix of emotions she had when it came to Rory didn't make her feel any better. Oh gosh, is it your stomach or what? I don't know. I think it's all of me. I wish I had some Sprite or ginger ale. Penelope bent down and touched her forehead. You don't have a fever, so I bet it is all the traveling. Sarah took Paige's hand. Penelope and I can run and get you some Sprite. That sounds great. Wait, said Paige, looking over her shoulder. You remember that little bakery shop a couple of blocks from here? They'd visited it the day before, and everything was delicious. Not too sweet, flaky, and buttery. It wasn't chocolate, but maybe a pastry could work on her mental state. Yeah, answered Sarah. Maybe Penelope can run and get the Sprite and you can go to that little shop and get some little bread thing. Something not sweet? Sure. I'll go to the store I saw and get crackers and something to drink, said Penelope. Sarah can go to the bakery. Paige faked a moan and curled into a tighter ball, clutching her stomach. She just needed some time alone. Time without anyone around asking her questions or dissecting her feelings. Since the moment she'd arrived in Scotland, her whole world had been upended. Everything going on with her sister was enough to deal with, and now she'd added a man into the mix. A man she really liked. What's going on? Rory asked from the doorway. Paige doesn't feel good. Sarah is going to that little bakery shop, and I'm going to go get crackers. Would you mind getting her something like Sprite or ginger ale? Sure. I can do that. Was it something she ate last night? He asked. Sarah sighed. She thinks it from all the traveling. Okay, well, I guess we'd better be off. Maybe if you're feeling better later today, we can do a little more sightseeing, said Rory. When Paige looked over her shoulder again, Rory was piercing her with a look. One that said he cared. Her heart jumped, and her stomach clenched. It was one date. One date. But the feeling of comfort came flooding back as Rory stood there. She smiled weakly. I hope so.
Chapter 18. Exhausted and bleary-eyed, Rory walked out of his bedroom and stopped. Paige sat up quickly and looked just as shocked to see him. I'm sorry. I couldn't sleep, so I came downstairs. I'll go. She went to stand. Rory held up a hand. Nah, keep your spot. You want some coffee? It's 3 a.m. No kidding. Aye, it's nae whiskey. It doesn't have to be 5 o'clock somewhere. Paige smiled. No, I meant, won't it keep you up? I'm already up. I can't be any more up than I already am. He chuckled. I guess not. Rory went to the kitchen and got some coffee brewing. He thought Paige might join him, but she stayed in the living room. He'd hoped to have a moment alone in the quiet to think. He wasn't sure what he wanted to think about, but now that she was in his living room, all he could think about was her. Once the coffee was done, he fixed them both a cup and walked back into the living room. Thanks, she said as she took the cup from him. I didn't know what to put in it, so I left it black. If that's not okay, ye can help yourself to the cream and sugar in the kitchen. Black's fine. It's Penelope that likes a little coffee with her cream. Without responding, Rory sat down on the end of the couch, leaving a cushion between them. He didn't know what to say. He hadn't had a moment alone with her since their date, and sitting alone with her in the living room made their argument hang heavy between them. The only time he'd seen her since then was earlier in the day when he'd walked into her room and found out she was sick. The rest of the day, Sarah and Penelope had kept Paige company upstairs while he'd run errands in Edinburgh. It had actually worked out well. He'd planned on visiting a realtor while he was in town the next time. Keeping a home in Edinburgh seemed like a waste now that he no longer wanted or could live there. He was needed at the farm more than ever. It wasn't like he ever got a vacation. Yeah, he had money, but hiring people to take care of the farm took trust. Something he didn't have a lot of since the thing with the fence started. The fact that Angus was home to give him a break wasn't a normal situation. Selling the house was the smart thing to do. He needed to start shutting the door on his grief and find a way to move on. Paige took a few sips of the coffee. This is good. I picked it up when I went to the store yesterday. Are ye feeling any better? Yeah, I guess. He took a sip of coffee. Good, Sarah and Penelope want to do some more touring tomorrow, and they didn't want to leave ye behind. Yeah, I know. The stillness made Rory uncomfortable. Just as he was about to say something, Paige scooted over and closed the distance between them. Her knee brushed against his as she faced him. Rory, I'm really sorry for the way I behaved. I enjoyed spending the evening with you. And then you were holding me, and the realization that I wasn't staying here hit me. And when you started talking about moving here, I don't know. Finding out Penelope wanted to move here was such a shock. I wasn't prepared for it. He set his cup down and twisted in his seat. So, ye aren't going to try to break them up? To him, it looked as though she was struggling with an answer. After their argument the previous night, he tried to think of anything he could to convince her that moving to Scotland wasn't the worst thing to happen. Paige took a deep breath and locked gazes with him. I just want to make sure my sister isn't hurt. I know ye dinna know Angus, but he's a good man. He's made bad decisions, I'll give him nae excuses for them, but he is a good man. I know he loves her. I know he'd never deliberately hurt her. He's nae just an actor, Paige. He's a person. Just give him a chance. She leaned forward, and a light fruity smell enveloped him. Now that he looked at her, her hair seemed damp and hung limply around her shoulders. The bathrobe she was wearing was dark blue, and it made her eyes darker than the normal bright green he was used to. She was more beautiful every time he saw her. Paige covered his hand with hers. I don't know how. How do I trust him? Everywhere her hand touched made his skin tingle, and her nearness made his heart race. I didn't know the answer to that. Or how to ease your worry. It was more rhetorical. She sighed as she withdrew her hand and leaned her head against the back of the couch. It almost seemed like her heart was broken. He brushed her cheek with the back of his hand. Why do you look so sad? Are you sure you're feeling better? I'm feeling better. I think my late night wake-up is sneaking up on me, despite the coffee. Rory grinned. They have a tendency to do that. She looked down at the couch and then stood. I wish I... Her voice broke. When she looked at him, she had tears in her eyes. Rory stood. What just happened? Nothing. Like I said, I'm just tired. He hated seeing her so upset, and he felt she wasn't being entirely honest with him. I feel like I need to be doing something to help ye. Paige stepped closer. I wish you could help me, but I don't think you can. You could try me. I appreciate the offer, but no. Paige tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. I barely know you, but from the little I do know, you are an incredibly sweet man. Stay away from me, Rory, because at the end of the day, I'm not a good person, and I have no doubt you deserve better. Rory's jaw dropped. Not a good person. He cupped her cheek. I have a hard time believing that. And he could see it in her eyes. There was a kindness and a fierce loyalty to her. It was just a feeling, but it was strong enough that he wouldn't give up on her. Give it time. You won't. He stared after her as she walked to the stairs and began to climb them. He was so dumbstruck that he couldn't get his thoughts in line until he heard her door click shut. He touched his cheek where she'd kissed him. He had no idea what she was talking about. The sadness he felt coming from her seemed to be swallowing her whole. She wanted him to stay away from her, but he wasn't sure he could. He'd only known her for 2 weeks, and the more time he spent with her, the more he felt drawn to her. It wasn't the same as Alana, but it was just as exciting. And the possibility of something more with her made just surviving no longer acceptable.
Chapter 19. The patio in Rory's backyard was small but inviting, with 2 cushioned chairs and a table big enough for a couple of glasses in between. Paige had wanted to check it out since she'd spied it from the window in the upstairs bedroom. she quietly slipped out the back door of the house with her cup of coffee and sat. The chilly morning made her thankful for thermal underwear, warm pajamas, and a thick bathrobe. She yawned and took a long sip of her coffee. With the late night she'd had, she never expected to wake up just as the sun was coming up. She'd lounged in bed as Sarah and Penelope dressed and left to have breakfast. They'd invited her, but she had no desire to go anywhere without a gallon of coffee. Unlike backyards in the States, this one was barely bigger than a postage stamp. It was filled with green vines that sprawled over a chest-high stone fence. And because the house was on the outskirts of town, it was surprisingly quiet. She scooted down and leaned her head against the back of the chair. Her heart hurt, and she had no idea how to keep her distance from Rory. She could still feel the comfort of being in his arms. His scent had lingered on her until she'd showered. Starting something with him was wrong, even though that's all she could think about. It's what woke up her in the night. It's what kept her from going back to sleep after Penelope's alarm had gone off. He was a gentleman through and through. She'd lost count of the number of times he'd helped someone with their luggage or packages. And the park with the little boy. It was the sweetest thing. It gave her a fantastic picture of how he'd be as a father. He was wonderful. Paige sighed. It was just infatuation, though. She didn't really know him. You couldn't get to know someone in such a little amount of time. Although, she was in Scotland for 12 weeks. And she was living in his guest house. Plus, she was so attracted to him. I thought I smelled coffee, Rory said as he walked out the back door. Paige jumped. Oh my gosh, Rory! She pressed the flat of her hand over her heart and sat up. You have to stop doing that. You're going to give me a heart attack. I didn't mean to scare ye, he said as he sat down. I'll be fine. She inhaled sharply and let it out slowly. What are you doing up? I told ye, I smelled coffee. Paige threw a quick glance at him as he sat. His hair was mussed up, and his matching plaid pajamas made him look like a lumberjack. The 5 o'clock shadow he was sporting must have been bothering him because he couldn't stop running his hand over the stubble. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. I'll be fine. He grinned and winked. She pulled her bottom lip in, trying to keep herself from smiling. Why are ye up so early? He asked. I couldn't sleep. And ye decided coffee was the answer? I was up. I couldn't be any more up than I already was. She shrugged. He chuckled. Didn't know where he got that answer, but must have been a mighty wise person who said it. Oh, they were. Paige smiled as she picked up her cup and took a sip. It's not nearly as good when it's cold. She set the cup back down on the table. I can get ye some more if ye'd like. Paige shook her head. No, I'm good. Are ye ready to have some fun today? Nodding, she said, castles and museums. I think I'll have a lot of fun. There's so much history here, and it's so beautiful and green. But I'm biased. She smiled as she looked at him. I would be too. Could I ask ye something and not have ye tear my head off? Her heart skittered to a stop. She'd made a great impression. I won't get upset. His eyebrows drew together. What happened the other night? I thought things had gone well. Next thing I know, you're angry and not speaking to me. Paige looked away. How could she answer that? I don't know, she said softly. Ye dinna know? Paige quickly stood, and Rory stood with her. She didn't have any idea why she'd lost her cool or her temper. Their evening together had been better than any date she'd been on in recent years. She'd even been on one after she got back from seeing Penelope when she was on the show. There had been zero chemistry, and she'd even been trying. Paige, talk to me. I thought we'd hit it off. I enjoy your company. I could have sworn it wasn't one-sided. It wasn't one-sided, but this isn't going to work. I can't move here. And you can't move to Florida because your family needs you. This is a bad idea. Why are ye talking about movin'? We've had one date. Why? I like you, Rory. I don't want to start something with anyone when I know it can't go anywhere. And the idea of starting something with him gave her goosebumps. Paige's heart took off at a gallop as Rory stepped closer. She felt as though all the air in her lungs had been sucked out. The desire to run her fingers through his hair to tame it was becoming nearly impossible to ignore. The tension grew thicker. It was all she could do to not kiss him. I like ye too, Paige. I've felt a connection with ye. Something I've not felt with anyone in a long time. Ye have the most beautiful green eyes I've ever seen. Ye make me laugh. By the end of our date, I'd forgotten where all the windows were. I enjoy spendin' time with ye. The corners of his mouth quirked up. How about we slow down a little and just enjoy each other's company? She couldn't find words adequate enough to respond. If her heart beat any faster, she was afraid it would come right out of her chest. Did I say something wrong? No, she whispered. I feel the same way. I think that's why I reacted the way I did the other night. I enjoyed spending time with you, and it scared me. It's been a long time since I've felt this way. It was easy to picture a few steps down the road, and I got ahead of myself. Rory smiled and leaned in closer. Would ye have dinner with me tonight? Paige nodded. I'd like that. I promise I'll be as uninteresting as I can be. I promise to pretend I want to call ye. She looked down and couldn't stop herself from smiling. He tipped her chin up with his finger. Now that that's settled, how about we get dressed for the day? Otherwise, we'll be dozing off instead of keeping our promises. Without warning, the need to be kissed by him overwhelmed her, but he'd said to take things slow. Sheesh, she was doomed. Okay. Although, I suspect dozing off with you wouldn't be as bad as you think. Her eyes widened, and if her cheeks got any hotter, they would actually burst into flames. Why on earth would she say that? Out loud? If he wasn't standing in front of her, she'd be smacking herself in the forehead. Nah, I didn't suspect it would either. Rory stepped away and opened the back door. After ye. He winked. Paige exhaled slowly and walked to the door. As she passed by him, she looked up. I'll see you later.
Chapter 20. How are things going? Asked Rory as he pressed the phone to his ear. Paige, Penelope, and Sarah were in the Paolazzi Studios section of the Modern 2 building in the Scottish National Gallery of Modern Art, while he stood on the front steps. He'd stepped outside to get some air and check on Angus. The morning had started so nice, and then the clouds had gathered, dumping rain all over the city. They had a couple more weeks in Edinburgh, and he hoped he'd hear good news from Angus. His row with Taryn needed to come to an end. It had been long enough. And if Rory could move on from Alana, Taryn could get over his issues as well. He still won't speak to me. The disappointment in Angus's voice snaked through the phone and lodged into Rory's heart. He wanted them to move past the mistakes Angus had made. He has to be speaking to ye. You're working together. Angus sucked in a sharp breath. We might be working together, but that doesn't mean he needs to talk to me. He grunts and then points. That's about the best I get from him. Rory sighed. Eventually, he'll have to speak to ye. Well, if the fence keeps getting holes, maybe. Holes? Aye. Taryn mumbled something about teenagers and developers. Rory swore under his breath. I told him it was more than just stupid kids. I think someone's doing it on purpose. Why? We had a real estate developer sniffing around. Rosegale Bridge is becoming quite the tourist destination. Our property is just far enough out it could be a nice bed and breakfast. Or at least, that's what the developer said. I had no idea. Why didn't anyone tell me? Rory rubbed his jaw with his knuckles. Because when we said nay, it was done. He's not come back, but all these breaks in the fence aren't normal. Pop doesn't know, does he? No, I've kept it from him. He doesn't need to be working out here. Old Man Ram is not an animal to muck with. That has to be the orneriest ram in the history of sheep. Rory erupted in laughter. And you're just now figuring that out? I guess I'd forgotten. I swear that animal hates me. He hates all of us. There was a pause, and Rory heard Taryn yell in the background. It was clear he wasn't happy with Rory's decision to have Angus take his place. That's the most he's said in my presence since you left. I don't think this was a good idea. Rory laughed. It was my idea, so it was a great idea. Angus exhaled sharply. You just make sure you take care of my girl. I'll bring the lassie back in one piece. No worries. You just get that brother of ours to talkin' dot. That's a tall order. I'll see you in a couple weeks. Rory ended the call and stuffed the phone back in his jean pocket. When he turned around, Paige was sitting on the top of the stairs, watching him. You didn't like the exhibit? I wanted to sit for a bit. Even in tennis shoes, my feet are throbbing. You could have hung out in the cafe across the hall. It was a great place to grab lunch earlier. With a one-shoulder shrug, she draped her arms over her knees. Yeah, but now it's a little noisy in there. I think I liked it when stuff was near empty. Rory walked up the stairs and sat next to her. Other than your feet, have you had fun? I've had a great time, but I think the tour guide is partly to thank for that. He chuckled. Nah. I'm here for directions. That's all. She bumped him with her shoulder. Well, that's not true. You've gone above and beyond to make this a great trip. It's easier when you have company you want to impress. Oh, is that it? She chuckled. Rory nodded. Of course. Charm only goes so far. Paige touched his arm. I don't agree with that, especially when it comes to you and charm. You seem to have an endless supply. She thought he had charm, but from where he was sitting, she was the one with the charm. Her smile made up for the dreary day. And despite her insistence that she wasn't a good person, he'd found her to be nothing but good. Maybe worried about her sister, but surely that wasn't a bad thing. She gushed about his little detour to play ball in the park, but she'd stepped in when a little lost girl had walked up to her. Paige had taken her hand and walked all over the Craigmilla castle until she found her parents. She was patient and kind. Sweet talker. Paige's mouth parted, and she bumped him with her shoulder. Look who's talking. Rory leaned in. I'm looking forward to dinner tonight. Do I need to buy another dress? She asked softly. You could wear a sack and be just as beautiful. Her eyes sparkled, and her smile lit up her face. And there's that charm. I'm glad we have more time here. Plus, it's given me a chance to put my house on the market. Paige's jaw dropped. You're selling it? I? Why? She seemed sad he was selling it. He shrugged. I'm needed in Rosedale Bridge. No point in having a house here when I can never visit. Paige's eyebrows were drawn together, and he could see a bit of a pout. I'm sorry. It's so cute. It's not much bigger than my parents' house on the beach in Destin. Only, we don't have the stone fence and greenery. Part of him felt sad for listing it. He'd like staying in Edinburgh, but Taryn couldn't run the farm himself, especially now that someone was ripping holes in their fence. We do what we have to for family. Even if that means doing something we dinna want to do. Her eyes locked with his, and she smoothed back his hair. Still, I'm sorry you have to do that. The gesture was tender and sweet. Just like her. He leaned in a little. It's just a house, nae a home. Why is that? There's nae one there waitin' for me when I walk in the door. It has nae warmth or laughter. It has any a heart. Without a pulse, it's a house, nae a home. Her lips spread into a smile that went all the way to her eyes. That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. What about ye? What makes a house a home for ye? Paige sighed and looked down. I guess the same thing. Love, laughter, peace. It's a rock in the middle of quicksand. That's what my dad used to say. That coming home to us was like a lifeline. The world was big and hurtful, but when he stepped through our front door, it all fell away. When Paige looked up, there were tears in her eyes. What's made ye so sad? I was angry with my dad for a long time. Something stupid I held on to for years. And now I'll never get that time back. I wish I could go back and change it. Rory took her hand, rubbing his thumb across the back of it. I bet he knew ye loved him. I was so mean to him. With her free hand, she wiped her eyes. That might be, but based on what ye said, he loved ye. I just wish I could tell him. One more time. One more hug. Just one more moment with him so I would know for sure that he knew. I understand that. Alana? His eyebrows drew together, and he nodded as he pulled his hand away. I think it's like he said. I'll always love her, but letting go is nae betraying her or being unfaithful. Letting go of her is good for me. I cannae live in the past. The only thing that will do is prevent me from having a future, and it'll only give me more regrets. She sniffed. Yeah, I can see the merits in that. He pulled her into a hug, tucking her head under his chin. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to want to change the past. Ye just cannae get sidetracked and live there. Like I have. Hey, guys! Sarah called from the entrance. Paige jerked away and put space between them. Hi. Are you done already? Penelope joined Sarah. I am. Where else can we go? Rory looked at Paige. The moment had come to a screeching halt. He was kicking himself for not kissing her, but then again, he was the one wanting to take things slow. Maybe tonight, if things went well, he'd have the chance and actually take it.
Chapter 21. Where are we going tonight? Paige angled herself toward Rory as he drove them to dinner. I'm assuming somewhere a little different since I'm wearing jeans. There's a pub I really like here. They have dancin' on Saturday nights. Paige lifted an eyebrow. Oh. He threw a quick glance in her direction. It was part of that movin' on thing I tried. Did it help at all? Shaking his head, he said, nay a bit. Paige laughed. That bad. In the bit of light they had, she could see his cheeks turn pink. If I'd known I could look for ways to escape, maybe I'd have had a better time. He threw her a quick grin, and her heart melted. She was beginning to crave his smiles. Especially the mischievous ones. Here we are. Rory pulled into a spot in front of the pub. Nae sure how long we'll want to stay. It looks busier than usual tonight. Paige peered out the window. The pub looked full but not nearly as packed as a Florida club on a weekend night. This is not packed. For here it is. He got out, jogged around the front, and opened the door for her. She took his hand as she slipped out of the SUV. The attraction she had for him seemed only to grow. Maybe this was a mistake. Starting something with him was a bad idea, but she couldn't help herself. She liked being near him. They walked into the pub, and the music was lively and cheery. Rory leaned down and whispered, "Let's get something to drink and see if the floor clears a little." Paige nodded, and his hand came to rest on the small of her back as he guided her through the restaurant to a booth in the far back. Tingles traveled up and down her spine like fireworks. She peeled off her coat and stuffed it and her purse into the booth before sliding in. At least it's not as noisy back here. Instead of sitting across from her, Rory sat beside her with his arm across the back. He leaned in. If I sat over there, we'd both be repeatin' every sentence. At least this way, we dinna have to yell. His lips were so close she could almost feel them on hers. Her breath caught, and she tried to squelch the thought. But there he was, completely cute and completely kissable. A bead of sweat trickled down her back. Hot fried guacamole and cheese. She fanned herself. It's hot in here. Are you hot? Rory looked around and shrugged. It's a little warm. His gaze fell back on her. I think it's the company. Even as hot as it was, her cheeks were even hotter. Paige looked down and tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. She was at a loss for words. When she looked back up, it was like a scene out of a movie. The one right before the hero and the heroine kiss. Can I get ye two something to drink? A perky waitress asked. Paige wasn't typically a violent person, but she was having a serious Ally McBeal moment. Complete with daydream of launching herself at the woman and beating her to a bloody pulp. She didn't even have a name tag, so Paige could yell at her properly. Rory looked just as frustrated as he peered up at the waitress. I'll have an ale smith. He looked back at Paige. How about ye? What you're having? He glanced at the waitress. Make that too. Thanks. I'll be right back, interrupting waiter lady said. Rory leaned in again. She sure ruined that moment, Oh, no. Dirty rotten liar, and he had to know it, too, with the way her cheeks were burning. He leaned in further, his lips next to her ear. I guess you're nae blushin', then. Goosebumps popped up like a whack-a-mole on speed. Paige hugged herself and rubbed her arms. His breath against her skin made her want to melt into him. It was the second date. What was her problem? When Rory sat back, he caught her gaze and held it. The corners of his eyes crinkled as his lips spread into a thin line, and her cheeks were as hot as a marshmallow being roasted over an open fire. You're downright cute when ye do that. Her lips parted. As if a sumo wrestler had slammed her lungs, she struggled to find the breath to speak. What's going on with you tonight? You're using that charm pretty heavily. That's all I've got in my basket. I have to use what I'm good at. Before she could respond, the waitress returned with their drinks. Rory looked up at the waitress. Thank ye. Paige took a giant drink of the beer and regretted it. She choked it down and pushed it away from her. That's a little more stout than I like. Well, first, ye aren't supposed to gulp it. Second, yes, it's an acquired taste. Chuckling, she smiled and tried to get the taste out of her mouth. I don't think I'll be acquiring it anytime soon. Would ye like something else? Paige thought for a moment. Whiskey. Rory blinked and raised an eyebrow. What? I'm in Scotland. Why not try the good stuff? True. Rory flagged down the waitress, and Paige ordered whiskey. The waitress returned much faster than the time before and then left them alone again. This is good, Paige said. Maybe now the warmth spreading through her core could be masked with the whiskey. So, you think all you have is charm, huh? Pretty sure. I have news for you, that is not all you have. Fill me in, please. Paige focused on the glass in front of her and ran her hands down the slick sides. Well, for starters, you're extremely good-looking. Leaps and bounds over Angus. You have the best smile I've ever seen. I swear it can light a city block. And you're funny and sweet. I'm sure you're not perfect, but you're probably as close as I'm ever gonna get. She covered her mouth with her hand. There was no way she was looking at him. Rory leaned forward and used his finger to make her look at him. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. I was just stating the facts. I see. He glanced up as the song changed. It's thinned out a little now. Would ye like to dance? Do you think my things will be okay? We'll stay back here. Make sure no one messes with them. Rory stood and held out his hand for her. She took it, and he pulled her up and tugged her to him. He wrapped one arm around her waist and the other around her shoulders. I think you just wanted to hug me. She smiled as she put her arms around his neck. He shrugged. I've got no comeback. They swayed to the music the length of the song. The next song that played was way too fast, so they took their seat again. Are ye hungry? He asked. Yeah, but it's really kinda loud in here. Let's get something to go. I've got a place that should be much quieter than this. Okay.
Chapter 22. Rory took a deep breath of the cool night air. This is much better. Paige finished off her fries and nodded. Much, much better. My ears are still ringing. I like the dancin'. That was fun. It was, but this park is nice. Plus, the clouds have dissipated. It's a really nice night, other than the whole need a coat or you'll freeze to death part. I think the tip of my nose is frozen. The new moon made him thankful for the lampposts in the park. He could see her cute little button nose and the tip of it looking like Rudolph. He wasn't sure what was going on with him. He'd planned on keeping his cool. Then they got to the pub, and he was sitting next to her. Without warning, his mouth took the lead, and he was saying anything and everything like he'd lost his filter. It does look a bit red. Do you want to go to the house? He asked. She sniffed and stuck her face in her coat, leaving only her eyes above the collar. No. It came out muffled. It is a nice night, but ye dinna have to freeze, ye know. I know, but… He narrowed his eyes. If she was thinking the same thing he was, then she didn't want the night to end either. Rory leaned over, circled his arms around her waist, and pulled her close. I don't want the night to end either. No, I really don't, she said and dropped the collar of her coat. Let me go throw this trash away, and I'll come back. I can do that. I know, but I'll do it. Paige gathered up their empty containers and dumped them in a trash bin a few feet away. When she returned, she sat on the tabletop, looking down at him with her hands stuffed in her pockets. So, did you and Alana ever come to Edinburgh? The knife wedged between his ribs. No, he whispered. I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to hurt you. Tell me good stories about her. Rory looked up. Why do you want to know about her? I like you, and I figure since she's part of you, maybe I'd have liked her too. His jaw dropped. No other woman had ever said anything like that to him before. She was good on a horse. We'd take rides in Rosedale Bridge, disappear for hours. She loved decoratin'. I dinna know how she did it, but she could take a room and turn it into something magical. Paige smiled. She's the one who decorated your flat, isn't she? I. The lump in his throat was making it difficult to speak. I figured. The house here doesn't have that feel to it. She was very good at making a room feel warm and cozy. Rory nodded. His chest tightened. Talking about Alana was hard. Not that he didn't love her or want to remember her, but talking about her and using past tense made the loss of her hit home every time. Plus, it made moving on impossible. Paige leaned down and cupped his cheek. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to grieve for someone long after they're gone. It's okay to still love her and to continue to hold her in your heart. His heart was killing him. But I'm supposed to move on. How can I do that when I'm holding on to her with two hands and a wide-knuckled grip? You can move on and still love someone. What would you have done if, for some reason, you had broken up after high school? I'd have always loved her. She was my first everything, but I'd have gone on. Okay. And the only difference here is that you didn't get a choice about losing her, but you get a choice to love her and still live your life. You get to remember all the good things about her. I wish I had that. Tyler took things from me and never even looked back. At least you know she died loving you. He nodded as he looked down. Paige was right. If he and Alana had broken up, he'd have moved on. Yes, he'd planned a life with her, but he'd done that long before asking her to marry him. What did asking her to marry him change other than making a promise to love her in sickness and in health? And he hadn't been given that chance. Yes, he loved her. Yes, he'd probably die loving her. But he didn't have walked through life like a zombie. He could live and still keep her memory close to his heart. Thank you for that. I really didn't do anything. Rory looked up and locked eyes with her. Aye, ye did. I thought I had to wash my hands of Alana to move on, but I dinna. I can love her, remember her, and live my life without feeling guilty. Paige sat up and tilted her head. Why would you feel guilty? He didn't understand the question. Because if I really loved her, I'd continue to hold on to her. I'd grieve the rest of my life. No, you loved her. You've grieved for her. Now you can hold on to her like a balloon. You can hold on to the memory without the weight. I'm glad I asked you out again. I am too. Although, I'm still wondering if this was a mistake. He blinked. Why? Paige leaned down until she was inches from him. The intensity in her eyes held him in a trance. Because I've started something with you, and the idea of ending it bothers me. I came here to sightsee and watch my sister get married. You've added something to my itinerary I wasn't planning on. If Angus is half the man you are, my sister is marrying a flat-out wonderful man. I want to hate him for moving my sister to this country, and I'm losing the ability to do that. Rory's heart pounded. Her lips were so close to his. All he'd have to do was lean forward. He hadn't kissed a woman since Alana. Each time he'd tried, he'd pulled back and left with nothing but heartache. But the only ache he had at the moment was the one wanting to kiss Paige. I'd really like to kiss you, Paige whispered. But I'm. Rory took the moment and kissed her. Her lips were soft and cool as he brushed his lips against hers. At first, he thought maybe he'd taken more than he should, but then she wrapped her arms around his neck. He tugged her to him, and she was sitting on his lap. Her hands slid up his neck and into his hair. The way she was kissing him back made him glad he was sitting down. Stopping was not on his mind until she broke the kiss and pressed her forehead to his. Shallow breaths hit his cheeks. I think maybe we crossed a line tonight. You think so? His breathing wasn't any less erratic than hers. She moaned softly. Yeah, but... Her lips grazed his cheek, down to his jawline, and over to his mouth. He held her tightly against him. They'd crossed a line. He knew it. She was adamant about not moving to Scotland. He couldn't leave his family. What was he doing? He was the one that had said they should take things slowly, and now he was wondering if he'd made a mistake too. She pulled away again. This is a mistake. The words came out just above a whisper. Then maybe we should stop. We should. Before he could release her, she kissed him again. Last one. Gasping for air, she rested her cheek against his. I certainly hope nay, he said, just as breathless. Paige leaned back and ran her fingers across his lips. We should probably get back to the house. Do I get to kiss you goodnight at the door? We shouldn't, but yes, you can, she whispered.
Chapter 23. Paige closed her eyes as she stepped into the bedroom and shut the door. Rory had kissed her enough for a few years' worth of good nights. She covered her lips with her hand. The feel of his lips, the nearness of him, she could melt through the floor just thinking about him. Her heart was still beating erratically, and the light feeling she'd had through the night continued to bubble inside her. The lamp flicked on, and Penelope and Sarah sat with their backs against the wall, giving her Cheshire grins in pajamas and holding pillows as they both giggled like high school girls. Paige rolled her eyes. Great. She inwardly groaned. That must have been some date. More like the best date ever. Sarah giggled and looked at Penelope. Oh, yeah, it was. It was a mistake. A huge honking horrible mistake. Because now she knew what it was like to kiss him, and she didn't want to stop. Penelope's eyebrows lifted. Based on that satisfied look, I'd say it wasn't a mistake. I kissed him. I kissed him and crossed a line, and now I can't take it back. You kissed him? Well, he kissed me, and then I kissed him, and then I kissed him again. He was sitting there, looking at me with those amber eyes, and he was inches away. And, next thing I know, we're kissing. Penelope scooted to the edge of her bed as Paige sat on the edge of hers. And why is it such a bad thing? I've seen the way he looks at you, and you look at him the same way. It's a horrible thing. I'm not moving to Scotland. I'm not. I can't. I won't. Sarah narrowed her eyes. Why? Why? Because my home is in Florida. My life is in Florida. Penelope shared a look with Sarah. What? Asked Paige. You are terrified. You're using moving as an excuse to keep him at arm's length. You see potential here, and instead of embracing it, you're doing your best to run, Penelope said. Paige stood. You don't know what you're talking about. Sarah and I have a business together. Unlike you, I can't just sell my business. Remember? I have to work for a living because I was stupid enough to fall in love in the first place. And, yeah, I've decided to let it go, but that doesn't mean I'm stupid enough to do it again. But I'm sweaty, sticky, and tired. I'm going to go take a bath, and then I'm going to sleep. And I'm not talking about this anymore. Got it? Paige, Sarah scooted to the edge of the bed next to Penelope. No. Done. You two got it? You want me to stay for this wedding? This is the end of this discussion. Tomorrow, I'm putting an end to whatever this thing is with Rory, and I'm going back to sightseeing and attending a wedding. Paige jerked her coat off and walked out of the room. With the bathroom door locked behind her, she collapsed onto the side of the tub and started the water. As soon as the first drop fell, the tears poured down her cheeks. She put her head in her hands, and her whole body trembled. It was for the best. She'd rip that bandage off and suffer through the rest of her stay in Scotland. That would be the fair thing to do. The right thing to do. For him and for her. She knew starting something with him was wrong. She'd felt it all the way to her core. Paige peeled her clothes off and slipped into the tub. She didn't know what she was thinking, agreeing to go on a date with him in the first place. Who was she kidding? It didn't take a second to know what she'd been thinking. She'd been thinking he was adorable. Then she'd been thinking he was fun to be around. He made her laugh, and he made her feel alive. She liked his warmth and his comfort. When he held her, she felt at home. There was a connection with him so strong it made her hurt to think of walking away. She wasn't Penelope, though, uprooting herself and moving to a foreign country. Why? For a man? Finished with her bath, she pulled on her robe and trudged back to the room. The lamplight was still on, but Sarah was gone, and Penelope was asleep facing the wall. Paige snuggled into her bed and pulled the covers up to her chin. Penelope cleared her throat. You know, I get being scared. I get the fear of leaving everything you've ever known behind. I understand it. Maybe instead of focusing on what you'd be leaving, maybe focus on what you'd be gaining. Even if a relationship with him didn't work, we've got the potential to be a part of a great family. Nieces, nephews, aunts, and uncles, and all of them ready and willing to accept and love us. The light clicked off. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Just because I'm moving here doesn't mean I'm not terrified. I love Angus, and I want to be with him. That part isn't scary, but moving sure is. Sometimes, you just gotta have a little faith that things work out the way they're supposed to. Paige squeezed her eyes shut and clamped her mouth. There weren't enough sheep on the planet to count. Her mind was awhirl with thoughts and feelings about someone she just met. She rolled onto her side and stared out at the pitch dark of the room. Her neat little life was coming undone, and so was she. Before she drifted off, she made herself a promise. She'd tell Rory they needed to stop. She'd spend the rest of the time keeping her distance and keeping them both from getting hurt, which was inevitable if they kept going. It was the kind thing to do. But for who?
Chapter 24. Rory rubbed his eyes with the palms of his hand as he swung his legs over the side of the bed. He'd tossed and turned, and now the little clock on his bedside read 4 a.m. too early for him to be up, as evidenced by the burning in his eyes and the headache pulsing behind his forehead. He pushed off the bed, went to the kitchen, and brewed himself some coffee. Mug in hand, he sat on the end of the couch and took a tentative sip. The little dribble of cream had cooled it just enough that he could drink it without scalding himself. What had he been thinking? Kissing her? A woman dead set against moving to his country. He couldn't move away. Not without abandoning his family. The farm needed him. Besides, he loved working the farm. There was a history there, and it wasn't going to end because he got a wild hair and an ache for a woman. His head throbbed even harder, and he pressed his palm to his forehead. Got a headache? Paige asked. He looked over to the stairway to find Paige with her hand on the wall, staring at him. She was wearing the same robe, but it was parted, revealing a faded U2 t-shirt and rolled-up pajama bottoms. Rory was pretty sure she could wear anything and make it look good. It's bad. He winced, placing his hand to his head again. The cushion next to him moved, and Paige took his hand. I bet it's a stress headache. Unless you get migraines. I dinna typically have headaches. Let me try something. Paige pinched the webbing between his forefinger and thumb. Ouch. He tried to shake his hand free. Give it a second, she said with a chuckle. The initial shock of pain turned into a weird relief. His eyes slid shut as he laid his head back against the couch. A few minutes later, the headache was gone. Without lifting his head or opening his eyes, he said, It's gone. Pressure points can get rid of a headache pretty quick. Sometimes you can rub the tip of your thumb, but I've found pinching that part of the hand works best for me. Thank ye. Another shift, and when he opened his eyes, she was sitting cross-legged on the couch facing him. You're welcome. Want to tell me what woke you up? Restlessness. Plus that headache. That'll do it. Is that why you're up? Her eyes looked about as red as his felt. Paige looked down. Rory, we need to stop. We're going to end up hurting each other, and I don't want that. I like you too much to want to hurt you. I can't move here, and you can't move to Florida. There's no way for this to end but badly. You know it, and I know it. We've gone on 2 dates. The first few dates are always butterflies and tingles. We could go on a few more and realize we're not interested in each other like that. I don't think that would happen. She said it so low he barely heard it. So you think this has potential? Ye and me? It doesn't matter what I think. It only matters what is. We just need to put whatever this is in check and make it until Penelope's wedding. Then things can go back to normal for both of us. It does matter. No, it does nay. As she went to move, Rory locked his fingers around her wrist. What if I said I'd move to Florida? No, you have family here. You have the farm. You can't up and leave. You don't want to leave. I know you well enough to know that. But what if I could? What if I did? She shook her head vehemently. No. I won't even go there. He narrowed his eyes. Are ye sure it's about moving then? Or is this about being afraid? Afraid of what? I've moved on from Tyler. Have ye? It's easy to say you've done something without backing it up with action. He knew all too well the truth in that. How many times had he said he'd moved on? They'd been lies, mostly to himself. Paige wrenched her wrists free. You don't know what you're talking about. Alana may have left me in the way Tyler left ye, but she still left. I've been afraid. I'm willing to admit that. Getting close to someone again. Falling in love again, only to have them taken from me. Tyler left ye. Can ye honestly say ye aren't afraid of loving someone and having them leave ye again? Her bottom lip trembled, and her eyes filled with tears. I'm not afraid. I'm not. I just know this won't work. It will never work. I don't see the point in pursuing a man that I can't have. Can they or will they? Her eyes held his. Why are you doing this? Because I want to know, he said softly. For a heartbeat, she just stared at him. What does it matter? Because ye matter to me. Paige clambered off the couch and stood. It doesn't matter why or how or anything. The only thing that matters is that I can't. This was a mistake. A total mistake, and I knew it when I said yes to the first date. He stood and faced off against her. That's a lie, and ye know it. You're using excuses to run. This is over, Rory. I'll see you in the morning. Rory grabbed her around the waist and pulled her close. We have nae even got out of the gate yet, and you're willing to just give up? She braced her hands against his chest and pushed away. I'm not giving up. I'm admitting to the truth. This was over before it started. I was just too stupid to admit it. Tell me ye dinna feel the spark between us, and I'll leave it be. The pause was a millisecond, but it was there before she answered. I don't. She took off for the stairs, and her feet pounded on the hard steps all the way up. Rory dropped back onto the couch with a grunt. She'd lied, and he knew it. There was no way she didn't feel it. The first woman he'd had any interest in at all since Alana, and she was running faster than a mountain hare. The next 9 weeks were going to be torture. He knew how she felt in his arms, what it was like to kiss her. But if she didn't want to even try, then he'd have to respect that. Maybe that was it. She liked him, felt the connection, but it wasn't the same for her. They'd only gone on 2 dates. He combed his hand through his hair. Why did women have to be so confounded confusing?
Chapter 25. When Penelope suggested they take a break from sightseeing to look at dresses, Paige couldn't agree fast enough. Touring around Edinburgh with Rory the previous day had been awful. Too many times he'd looked at her and her knees had nearly buckled. It wasn't until they were at the 4th store that she'd had somewhat of a change of heart. Seriously, how many wedding dresses did her sister have to try on? At least the chairs in the store were comfortable. Coming out, Penelope said as she opened the door and walked to the stage. This shop had 4 floor-to-ceiling mirrors in a semicircle with lighting that Paige was sure made every bride look good in every dress. Sarah gasped. Oh, that has to be the one. It's gorgeous on you. Paige's jaw dropped. Her sister looked angelic in the dress. It was a mixture of white bridal satin and lace. The cap sleeves draped over her shoulders, and the satin bodice was pinned where it met the sleeves. The satin hung loose like a cowl, and lace peeked from behind it. The skirt was made of the same type of gauzy lace, and it flowed like a waterfall down her hips and made every curve stand out, in a good way. The bodice and skirt were connected with a silver jeweled band that curved up in the front and sloped down as it wrapped around her waist. That has to be the most beautiful dress I've ever seen. Paige slowly stood and walked to Penelope. What do you think? Penelope looked at Sarah and Paige using the mirror. She opened her mouth to speak but stopped. Her eyes held tears, and a smile spread on her face. I love it. It's the one. You think Angus will love it? I think he will be speechless. I think you will make him cry. Paige blinked back tears. The sales clerk, a woman named Glenna, walked up next to Paige. It's like it was made for ye, sweetheart. The woman had been incredibly kind and patient, going so far as to lock up the shop but let her sister continue to try on dresses. Penelope turned to face the group. This is the one. I feel good in it. It's comfortable. I like the feel of it against my skin. It's just perfect. Paige stared at her. Her sister was glowing with joy. When was the last time that happened? And how could Paige stand in the way of her happiness? Sarah joined them. Yeah, it is. It's so perfect. My sister is getting married, Paige whispered. She wasn't sure who she was speaking to, herself or Penelope. But saying it, it changed something in her. The realization hit her that to love her sister was to respect her choices, to support her and stand beside her. There was no way Paige could stop her sister from being so happy. Penelope was glowing with pure joy. The dress was perfect. Her sister was deliriously excited to be in love with a man who no doubt loved her just as much as she loved him. "Does that mean you're happy for me?" Penelope asked. Paige nodded and ran back to the chair to snatch a few tissues from the table next to it. She pushed one into Sarah's and Penelope's hand. I really am. I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. And I want you to be happy. If marrying Angus and moving here is what you want, if that will make you happy, then you have my 100% support." Sarah and Penelope looked at Paige like she'd grown a second head. "What?" Paige asked. "I think you've been body snatched," Sarah said. Paige lightly slapped her arm and chuckled. "Shut up." Without warning, Penelope hugged Paige. "You don't know what that means to me. You don't know how much I wanted to hear that from you. I don't have mom to talk to or dad to walk me down the aisle. I can't get either of their approval, and I so badly wanted yours. You have it. You have all of it." Paige squeezed her and let her go. "I'm going to cry on your dress if I keep hugging you." She laughed. Glenna fussed with the waist. "How about you come back tomorrow when our seamstress is here? I think the waist could use a wee bit of alterin' to make it fit just right. I'll leave her a note for the mornin' to be expectin' ye. I'll be here too, but sometimes the other sales clerks can give her things to work on, and I want to make sure she sees you tomorrow." Penelope nodded. "Okay. I think we should celebrate. Let's find somewhere to eat, have a celebratory drink, and then we can head back to the house." "Well, Paige and I can drink." "You, not so much," Sarah said as she looked at Penelope. "That sounds good." Paige returned to her chair and sat down as Penelope returned to the dressing room. Sarah turned and looked at Paige. "I'm so proud of you. What you did just now meant the world to her. You've changed, and it's nice to see the old Paige again." "Whatever." She waved Sarah off. Her mushy limit had been reached. "I'm serious. You've had this hard-edged chip on your shoulder since high school, and it's finally gone. Did you see Penelope's face? She was so happy to get your approval, I thought she'd scream." Paige nodded. "She deserves to be happy. She deserves good things." Sarah sat in the chair on the other side of the table. "So do you." "No, I don't. Not with the way I treated her. I deserve every bad thing that could happen to a person. Tyler? I deserved that. Was that why she was running from Rory? He was something good and she didn't think she deserved him? That's not true. We all make mistakes. We all do things we regret." Penelope exited the dressing room and Paige and Sarah stood. "Are we ready to go?" "I am." Paige smiled. Sarah hooked her arm in Paige's. "Me too." Glenna unlocked the shop to let them out. They walked a few blocks until they found a place they could all agree on. A place known for its local cuisine. Once they were inside, Paige excused herself to the restroom. She took the reporter's card out, checked the bathroom stalls before stepping inside the last one, and dialed the number. "Hello," the woman on the other end said. "Hi, I spoke to you about a week ago at Cotter Castle." "Penelope Cooper? Got any more juicy details?" The bathroom door opened, and she heard someone step inside a stall. "Hold on." Someone just walked in. Paige held the phone away from her ear and waited for the person to leave. She put the phone back and hoped the reporter would listen. "Okay, back. I need you to not run that story. You weren't speaking to Penelope. You were speaking to me, Paige, her twin sister. I was angry with her, and I wanted to hurt her. Please don't run that story. It will break my sister's heart, and it could very well destroy my relationship with her. So you're Paige Cooper, then? Are you telling me the show wasn't to fix his image and that this marriage isn't a continuance of that farce? That's what I'm telling you. I made it up. Angus loves her with all of his heart, and she loves him just as much. I found out she was moving here to be with him, and I was being selfish and mean. I'm begging you not to run that story. What do I get for not running it? Paige recoiled, and the blood drained from her face. I'll do anything you want. An invitation to the wedding. An invitation to the wedding? Okay, deal. She could figure out a way to slip the woman an invitation if that meant not hurting her sister. That was a little too easy. Why do I get the feeling I'm not going to get an invitation? You'll get an invitation if I have to give you mine and stay home. The reporter was silent a little longer than Paige liked. Then she said, all right. Deal. But if I don't have that invitation, made-up story or not, it's getting published. You better hope your sister is the forgiving type, because the stuff you fed me were pretty awful lies. I know. I regret doing it. This is the only way I know how to fix it. I love her, and this would crush her. Keep regretting it until I get that invitation. The reporter ended the call, and Paige left the restroom, walking directly to the table where Penelope and Sarah were sitting. Paige sat in the booth across from Penelope. Did you ever find invitations you liked? Now that you have the dress, I'm guessing it's time people know where the wedding is happening. I found them in Rosegale Bridge. They should be waiting on me when I get back. It's going to be a small wedding. With Angus's family and friends, plus you two, it's about 100 people in total. The venue is going to be at that church we passed when we were dress shopping there. Paige relaxed. The invitations would be there when they got back. She'd snag one and send it to that reporter. Surely with 100 people in attendance, they wouldn't notice her. For now, she'd set that problem on the back burner until they returned to Rosegale Bridge. Oh yeah, it was pretty. Paige smiled. So, about you and Rory and that cold shoulder you've been giving him. Want to fill us in on that? Sarah angled toward Paige. Before Paige could tell her where to stick it, the waitress came to the table. I'd like some water. The perky waitress smiled and scribbled on her pad. And ye too? I'm in Scotland and I'll probably never get another chance to have real, Scottish stuff, so I'm having a drink. A scotch, and I think I'll try it on the rocks this time, said Penelope. Sarah looked up at the waitress. What do you recommend in the drink category? Want me to surprise ye? Sure, Sarah said, smiling. Do ye like sweet or nae so sweet? The waitress looked at Sarah expectantly. For a second, Sarah seemed to waffle. Definitely sweet. I'll be back in a few moments. The woman turned and left. Sarah grinned and nodded. A surprise. I like that. Maybe I'll ask her to surprise me if I have another, Paige said. Penelope snorted. Well, just make sure you're careful. 3 drinks, and I was talking to someone I had no desire to talk to. I don't think I'll have that problem. Sarah glanced at Paige. Yeah, back to that problem. We noticed things were a little cool with you and Rory. I told him it wasn't going to work. That we needed to stop. I'm keeping my distance to make sure it's over. If you're having to keep your distance to make sure it's over, doesn't that mean it's not really over? Penelope asked. Paige looked up from her menu. It's over. At least, for me it is. Sarah cocked an eyebrow. Methinks thou doth protest too much. You can think whatever it is you want. We're done, Paige grumbled. Wow, you really like him. Penelope reached across the table and covered Paige's hand with hers. It's okay to admit you like him. The soft touch from her sister hit Paige hard, especially after what she'd done to her. What does it matter if I like him if nothing can come of it? You're the only one that's stopping it. The waitress returned with their drinks, and the moment Paige's hit the table, she tossed it back in one swallow. The drink was cool on her tongue and warmed slowly as it raced down her throat before settling in her stomach. From there, the warmth bloomed through her core. I'll take another of those, please. And you can surprise me as well. Penelope's eyes widened. The waitress nodded. Sure. I'll bring it right out. Sarah sipped her drink. Oh, that's good. It's sweet and has a peachy flavor. Talk to us, okay? I want you to be happy too, Penelope said. Paige ignored her and returned her attention to the menu. Paige. What? The sharpness in her tone made Penelope sit back. The waitress returned and put Paige's drinks down. Go ahead and bring another drink when you see this one empty, okay? Paige smiled. The waitress smiled back. Sure thing. Sarah angled in the booth to look at Paige. Why won't you talk to us about it? We've always talked about things. Paige threw the second drink back. Combined with the previous drink, she could feel the clouds rolling in over her mind. Less thinking would be nice for a change. Because there is nothing to talk about. Obviously, there is. You're biting our heads off and drinking like a fish. I'm tired of talking and thinking and feeling. I want to sit here, enjoy the atmosphere, and have a meal. Then I want to go back to the house and sleep soundly tonight. I'm tired. I'm confused. I don't know what I am, but I do know I don't want to talk. And she was on the verge of tears in a restaurant. The last thing she wanted to do was break down in front of a bunch of people she didn't know. Sarah and Penelope exchanged a look, and a silent understanding passed between them. What? Asked Paige. Penelope shook her head. Nothing. I think this is something you'll need to work out on your own, but we're here if and when you decide to talk about it. Paige relaxed. That is the best news I've heard in a long time. Despite the fact that she didn't want to think or feel, that seemed to be all she could do. The drinks had dulled the feeling a little, but the thinking was raging like a river in a downpour. She squeezed her eyes shut and pushed the thoughts away. She needed to be numb for a while.
Chapter 26. Another restless night had Rory trudging out of the bedroom and into the kitchen. The early morning wake-ups were getting to him. This time, he'd gotten some water and gone back to bed. It still didn't make up for the string of sleepless nights. As he walked into the living room, he spied Paige curled on her side, sleeping on the couch. A sheet of folded paper sat on the end table. He picked it up and read it. Hey Rory. Sarah and I thought maybe you'd like a break from the touring, so we've rented a car, and we're going to Pitlochry. We tried to wake Paige, but we couldn't, and since it's mostly hiking and outdoorsy type stuff, she wouldn't want to go anyway. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon. See you then. Hugs. Penelope and Sarah. Gone for the day? If anything happened to Penelope on his watch, Angus would kill him. Wait. What were those two women up to? Alone in the house with Paige for the next day and a half? Great. Rory sighed. Yeah, subtle, ladies, real subtle. He had half a mind to call Penelope and tell her to come back, but she was a grown woman. Not like she'd have actually listened to him anyway. Not when she was plotting romance. And why couldn't they wake Paige up? Well, I'm nae going to wake ye up either, he mumbled to himself. Guess he'd find out later. In the kitchen, he started a pot of coffee and sat at the small kitchen table while it brewed. The house sure was quiet with Penelope and Sarah gone and Paige asleep. A couple nights before, Paige had put the brakes on whatever it was building between them. The next day, she'd gone out of her way to stay away from him. She'd barely even stayed in the group. He wasn't sure why she was trying so hard. She was the one that had stopped things. If she didn't feel like it could go somewhere, then he could respect that. Not that it didn't disappoint him, but he couldn't force things. The coffee finished brewing, and he fixed himself a cup. Out in the living room, he took a seat in one of the recliners facing the couch. What were those two women up to anyway? Paige had made it clear that she wanted to keep her distance. Why did they think disappearing would change things? His gaze settled on Paige. She had her hands curled under her chin and her legs drawn up to her stomach. He suspected Penelope or Sarah had thrown a little blanket over her. Little bits of her hair were spread over her face. Her pouty little lips were set in a thin line and looked especially kissable. The way the sun fell across her skin made it look soft and touchable. Almost angelic. He set his coffee down on the little end table next to his chair. He wished he could go back to the other night, to convince Paige that it was worth at least seeing if there was something between them before just cutting it off completely. Paige yawned and stretched her arms above her head before sitting up with her hand braced on the couch. She blinked a couple of times before her glazed-over eyes landed on him. "What am I doing out here?" Rory shrugged. "I dinna have an answer for that." "What time is it?" "About noon," he replied. She winced and groaned. "Oh no, we were supposed to go back to the dress shop today." "Penelope found her dress?" Paige smiled. "It's perfect. It fits her personality, her figure, everything. Angus is gonna cry when he sees her in it." "You think so?" "Yeah." She smiled as she looked down. "You should have seen her. It was like she was floating on a cloud. I wanted to be upset with her for moving here and marrying him, but I couldn't be. I mean, I've never seen her so happy in my life." She glowed. "So does that mean you give your approval?" Paige looked up. "Yeah, I do. I can't stand in the way when she's that happy. I love her, and I need to trust that she's making the right decision." Rory couldn't believe his ears. "Well, blow me over." "Shut up." He chuckled. Paige rolled her eyes, but he could tell she was working hard not to laugh with him. "Where are Penelope and Sarah anyway?" "On a camping trip that will keep them overnight, apparently." He handed her the letter. She looked up, and their eyes met. "I smell a setup." At least they were on the same page. He pursed his lips and nodded. The subject needed to change before things went haywire. "What happened that you didn't make it upstairs last night?" If she understood the change in direction, she masked it. It's a long, fuzzy story. One I will never be repeating." His forehead wrinkled as his eyebrows pinched together. "I've got nothing planned for now." She exhaled sharply and sat up on the couch. "I may have accidentally on purpose had too much to drink last night." He lifted an eyebrow. "Accidentally on purpose? Is that a thing?" She yawned. "I was tired of thinking. I wanted a break." "Thinking about what?" Paige locked eyes with him. "You." "What about me?" She quickly stood. "You know what? I have a headache, and I'm going upstairs." Before she could get to the stairs, Rory jumped up and held her in place. "What about me?" She gripped his arms, and her lips parted in a gasp. "I don't want to talk about it." "Okay, I'll let you off the hook, but on one condition." "What condition?" "Go out with me tonight." Her shoulders sagged, and she tried to pull away. "Ye can either tell me what's going on, or ye can go out with me. Those are your choices." Paige scoffed. "I don't have to do either." He held her tighter. "I have a right to know what you're thinking about when it comes to me." She grunted. "No, you don't." "Nah? What would ye do if the tables were turned?" A heartbeat passed, and a small smile formed on her lips. "Hound you until you told me." He slid his arms around her and pulled her closer. "Precisely. You would want to know. But we talked about this. We agreed." Shaking his head, Rory said. "Nah, ye talked, and I didn't get much of a say. I don't want to hurt you." Rory rubbed his thumb across her lips. I think the truth is ye dinna want to get hurt. You're either afraid of getting hurt by me or doing something to hurt yourself. You're so set on whatever fear has ye cowerin' that ye haven't even slowed down to really make sure it's what ye want. He wasn't letting her go this time. Not until she answered him. The house was dead still, and he could feel her heart beating wildly. Her chest was rising and falling like she'd been running miles. I'll go out with you tonight, she finally whispered. He smiled. Whatever it was you were thinking about me must be mighty scandalous for ye to agree to spend the evening with me. She ran her fingers across his cheek and into his hair. As much as I love Tyler, I can see this having the potential to wreck me for the foreseeable future. I've been on 2 dates with you, but I've spent enough time around you to know that it would be the easiest thing to fall in love with you. This time when she pushed away, he was too dumbstruck to hold on to her. She rushed past him and up the stairs, and all he could do was watch her go. His jaw was on the floor. Paige did feel the connection. Felt the same thing. That the potential for a future was there. As fast as her heart had been beating, his was matching its pace as he lowered himself into the chair. A thrill shot through him. She could see herself falling in love with him. As much as he loved and missed Alana, he could see himself falling in love with Paige too.
Chapter 27. Paige smoothed down the front of her shirt for the millionth time as she stood in front of the mirror. She'd agreed to go out with Rory, and now she regretted it. There was truth in what he'd said. Getting hurt by him would be easy. Not only was it possible, but it was also more than likely if she kept going out with him. Moving to Scotland? After knowing someone for such a short time? She'd called Penelope crazy. But since the moment Rory had asked Paige out, it's all she'd been thinking about. She liked him, and it was going beyond like the more time she spent with him. You are out of your mind. Completely mental. Do you know that? Her reflection gawked at her. Some help you are. One last deep breath as she opened the door, and she walked down the steps, struggling to keep her erratic thoughts from overwhelming her. Before her feet hit the last step, Rory came into view. Everything fell away, and all she could do was stare at him. Nothing else mattered to her. In a few short weeks, he had become more than just another good-looking guy. He'd become someone she could see herself growing old with. Ye look great. His smile went to his eyes. Words were lost on the way from her brain to her mouth, and she was speechless. Even if she could speak, she wasn't sure they'd come out in a language he'd understand. Paige? Are ye okay? Was she okay? No, she wasn't okay. She wanted to wrap her arms around his neck and kiss him. She wanted to spend the evening snuggled up with him on the couch, watching TV and eating ice cream. Or cooking with him in the kitchen, even though cooking was a stretch when it came to her skills. It was more like an arcade game with flames and fire extinguishers. Instead of doing what she wanted, she walked toward him and smiled. I'm okay. Just a little nervous. Why? Like she'd answer that. That's a long story I'm not sure I'm ready to share yet. All right, I'll let it go for now. If he kept looking at her and smiling like that, she wasn't going to be able to stop herself from kissing him. Where are we going? A ghost tour and dinner. Her eyes widened. I hate scary stuff. Not hate, loathed. Well, then, I guess it's a good thing I'll be there to protect ye. She swallowed hard. You won't be able to. I'll be sticking to you like glue. You'll have no freedom of movement. Rory stepped closer and leaned in. Ye will get no protest from me. Her lips parted, and again her quick wit had left her high and dry. The spicy scent of him enveloped her like a hug, and her heartbeat jumped like a jackrabbit. She discreetly pinched herself. I guess we should go, huh? If we dinna want to be late. Rory followed her out of the house and held the door of the SUV open for her. The intensity of the moment in the living room had followed them to the car. The tension was so thick it was as if she dropped a hairdryer in her bathtub. It crackled and popped and made it hard to breathe. The moment the car stopped, she was out the door. She was desperate for air and a moment to think. "I would have opened the door for ye," he said as he stopped in front of her. "Oh, yeah, I just had no good reason for nearly jumping out of the car." He tilted his head. "Just what?" She chuckled nervously. "I thought by the time I got to the end of the sentence I'd have a good reason, but then I realized I don't." He stepped toward her, and she stepped back. The car pressed into her back as she leaned against the door. "Are ye okay?" he asked, following her step. "Nope. Still not okay." There was no way she was getting through a ghost tour and dinner. She was a crazy mess of nerves. Her lungs were screaming as though the atmosphere had sprung a leak and the air had been drained from the world. Paige couldn't stop herself any longer. She balled her fists in the collar of his shirt and kissed him. She felt the muscles in his chest tense and then soften as he melted against her, pressing her back further into the SUV door. His lips on hers and the feel of him against her was like giving into a craving while going through withdrawals. It was a delicious relief. His lips softened against hers, and all she could feel was him. He encased her in his arms and deepened the kiss. Rory was all she cared about as she gave herself to him. It didn't matter who was around or what they thought. The tension between them grew heavier and hotter the longer they remained tangled. She didn't want to move to Scotland, but the idea of walking away from whatever was growing between them made her heartsick. A soft gasp came from Paige and cut through the air as she pulled back. She had nothing to offer as a way of explanation other than she wanted him. "Can you tell me what just happened?" asked Rory as his chest heaved in and out in rhythm with hers. Paige shook her head. "No. Let's take that tour, okay? Maybe by the end of it, you'll have an idea." "Probably not." She touched her lips with her fingers. He took her free hand and kissed her palm. "Okay. Are ye ready to go?" She nodded, and he laced his fingers in hers. They walked toward the gathering group of tourists. During the drive, she hadn't paid attention to her surroundings. Now that she was halfway thinking, her eyes widened. "The tour starts in a graveyard? Everyone's dead. I think you're safe." Paige curled her arms around his bicep and snuggled closer. "I hate them." "Why?" "They're scary. And this one is at the top of my nope list now that I know it's here." The tour ends at another cemetery. Her jaw dropped. "Another one," she squeaked. Rory pulled her hand to his chest and patted it. "It'll be okay. I'm right here." She nodded, but okay was not on her list of feelings at the moment. The group started walking down the little path, and the guide began to tell stories of the royal family and the nasty things they'd done. Deaths associated with them. Harrowing tales of dark and evil things. The more the woman talked, the tighter her grip on Rory became. Halfway through, Rory took her hands. "I think I'm losing blood flow. I'm sorry. I hate ghost stuff. I'm going to have nightmares. It's just stories." He laughed. "True stories. Bad people doing bad things. I will nae let them get ye." She nodded, and they continued walking. 2.5 hours later, the tour concluded in the second graveyard. Paige took off at a run and didn't stop until she couldn't see it anymore. She had to get out of there. It was completely irrational and silly. She was bent over, hands braced against her thighs and breathing hard when Rory caught up with her. "Ye were really scared." Paige straightened and nodded. "I know it's pathetic and stupid. I don't know why I'm scared like that at all." Rory took her hand and pulled her into a hug. "It's okay. Ye have the right to be scared about things. I will nae ever do that again. I kinda thought you were kiddin' at first. I wasn't. Paige buried her face in his chest. Thoughts of home and laughter and love filled her. Waking up with him next to her in the morning. Seeing him the last thing before she closed her eyes at night. Florida was a house, and he was home. You're shaken. I'm so sorry. He kissed the top of her head. She looked up at him. I'll be fine. I could use some water, though. He smoothed her hair back and combed his fingers through it. I'm a little thirsty myself.
Chapter 28. The water was cool going down. It settled in the pit of Rory's stomach, and for the first time since he'd seen Paige that evening, he could actually breathe. When she'd come down the stairs and stopped, she had a look on her face he couldn't figure out. The connection they shared was intense. Even more so than his connection with Alana. At that thought, the knife he'd hoped was gone slid between his ribs and stuck its point to his heart. To even think that made him feel like a traitor. But Paige was sitting next to him, and to deny what he was feeling for her would be lying to himself. He was falling for her. A deeper, harder feeling than he'd had for the woman who he thought would own his heart for life. I needed that drink. Paige's glass clinked as she set it down. He looked over to find she'd finished it off in one gulp. You do like to drink fast. The pink hue of her cheeks made his stomach do a somersault. She was adorable, cute, and beautiful all rolled into one. He ran his thumb across her cheeks. I like it when you blush. I do it a lot when you're around. I dinna mind. He took her chin and tilted her face up. I need you to do me a favor. It didn't matter how desperate he sounded. What? He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I need you to forget about tomorrow or the future and everything else that's causing you to run. Can you do that for me? Can you give me the next few weeks to explore what this is and drink ye in? She closed the tiny gap between them, knotted her fingers in the back of his hair, and brought his mouth down to hers. He didn't want to assume, but the way she was holding on to him and kissing him made him think she was at least open to it. Paige broke the kiss and snuggled close to him with her head under his chin. I don't think I have a choice anymore. He took her arms and sat back so he could look at her. I would have been disappointed if he had said no. Soft hands cradled his face. I would be lying if I said I wasn't torn. On the sensible side, this is crazy. You can't feel the way I do about someone when you've just met them. The other side, the one that has zero caution, says who cares? Staying away from you was painful. She dropped her hands in her lap and looked down. Is that why ye accidentally on purpose drank too much? Searing green eyes peered up through long lashes. She may not have been trying to be sensuous, but she was. The look was ablaze with unspoken feelings. I was tired of the war going on between my head and heart. I just needed to be numb for a while. It might be hard to believe, but I understand that. What are we going to do? Her eyebrows kneaded together. Rory shook his head. Nah. Nae thinkin' or worryin' about tomorrow. There's now, and I'll be happy with that. I dinna want to think beyond this moment. Her features were laced with pain. How can you do that? Do you want to get hurt? Shaking his head, he put his arm around her shoulders. Nah, but I also dinna want to stop this, and if all I get are the next 9 or so weeks, I'll take what I can get. I could use another drink, and then maybe a walk. Would you be up for that? Some more water? He grinned. That sounds like a smart choice. She chuckled. Rory waved for the waiter and gave him a quick order. The waiter returned with the water, and while they each finished their drinks, she sat nestled next to him with his arm around her. Once they were done, Rory drove them to the park where they'd first kissed. The path around it was lengthy, and he didn't want the night to end. As they walked, Paige locked her fingers in his and wrapped her free hand around his arm. Still scared? A little. I wasn't kidding about having nightmares. I will nae let anything happen to ye. He hated that he'd scared her so badly, but he couldn't deny loving the feel of her being so close. I know. They walked the path in silence. It wasn't uncomfortable. It was just silence. He liked the feel of her next to him and savored it. I still have a box of things from Tyler. I've never told anyone that. It's hidden in the back of my closet in an unmarked taped-up box. Rory smiled. I still have a box of memories from Alana. It's in my bedroom closet top shelf. The box is the same color of blue as the walls. She loosened her grip on him. You have a good reason to keep it. I don't. I don't even know why I still have it. There's a similarity there. We both want to hold on to a future we thought we'd have. I'm tossing it the next time I see it. Her voice held conviction in it. Rory stopped and faced her. Why? Because the future I planned with him was a fantasy. He wasn't who he said he was, and all those dreams are built on something that never was. I see your point. He started walking with her again. I didn't know if I could toss out mine. I feel like I'll forget her if I do. I wouldn't want you to. Rory stopped and faced her again. Wouldn't you want traces of her gone? You can toss the box, but the traces of her will never be gone. You grew up with her. She helped shape who you are. Her essence is all over you and your life. No woman can compete with that. Instead of being jealous, embracing her and that part of your life and appreciating who she helped you become seems a better way to handle your love of her. He rubbed his mouth with his hand and blinked. He never thought of it that way. Less than 9 weeks. I have less than weeks with ye. Paige tiptoed and pulled him into a kiss. He picked her up around the waist and buried his hand in her hair. Her mouth moved soft and slow against his, inviting him in. Desire punctuated every light, feathery touch and built until she broke the kiss. We aren't supposed to think about tomorrow. That's why I said it. He panted. It's a long time. You're creating a box you might not need. Rory locked gazes with her. Are you saying? Was she saying she would move to Scotland? His stomach did a flip, and his heart pounded against his ribs. The thought thrilled him. She chewed her lip a second. Nothing. We aren't worrying about it, remember? That's all I'm saying. He nuzzled her neck with his lips and held her to him. Her body was pliable in his arms, and he didn't want to let her go. But despite his insistence on forgetting about tomorrow, his thoughts couldn't shut down the hope that she could be his. In 5.5 weeks, he'd be mourning another loss if she left. A loss he wasn't sure he'd ever recover from, because unlike Alana, Paige would be a grave and a headstone of permanence based on choices. She'd be someone he'd have to make a choice about regarding whether or not he could let her go. He loved his family, but that love was already reaching out to include Paige. The knife tip that belonged to Alana's memory changed hands, and now it plunged into his heart with a depth he didn't think possible. Deep down, he knew he'd have to make a choice, and he was sure someone would hate him for it.
Chapter 29. Paige touched her still tender lips with her fingers. They'd held each other until the early hours of the morning, kissing and talking. The feel of him lingered. Her shirt still smelled of him, and she pulled it up just under her nose. It was like breathing him in, and it was everything comfortable and right. 5.5 weeks. The thought was a concrete block on her chest. Less than 9 weeks. How was she going to fly away from him? Say goodbye and never look back? Sleep pulled at her eyes, and the graveyard from the tour lay out before her. Tombstones and moss-covered trees with limbs that looked more like claws lined the path she was on. The reporter she'd spoken to joined her and quietly walked on her right. On the left, Barbara, the reality show producer, walked next to her. They stopped and locked fingers, holding Paige in a prison of arms. Paige turned around, and more people gathered around, their arms locking with Barbara and the reporter. Barbara sunk her nails into Paige's face and made her look at her. Black tar-like hands stretched from Barbara's eyes like cobras, little tongues flickering in and out as they swayed back and forth whispering words she couldn't make out. Their steady dance coaxed her to move with them. Her body and mind fought to keep herself from giving in, but the slow rhythmic way the snakes danced made her feel light and airy. The trance was soothing, and she relaxed against the hands. They lowered her to the ground, and she sank into like it was a fluffy cloud. Paige smiled as the snakes fluttered in front of her face. Peace washed over her. It was bliss and happiness and everything she'd been searching for. It didn't matter that the snakes now resembled hands, because they continued to float from side to side. Without warning, the hands shot out and pierced her skin. Heat scorched through her, and looking around, the soft spot she'd been lying in had turned into a glass coffin. The faces of the people from the cemetery looked at her with snarls on their lips. And she recognized all of them. People she'd used to hurt Penelope. She struggled to break free. Black hands coiled around her, and when she tried to breathe, it was like having a plastic bag held over her head. Desperate for air and freedom, she sucked in a deep breath and screamed. "Paige!" Breathing hard, she jolted straight up. Tears poured down her cheeks. She'd expected a nightmare but not a terror. She grabbed Rory around the neck and held on to him. "It's okay. It was just a dream." Paige sobbed. Horrible body-racking cries that pulled at her soul. She'd done too many things wrong. Penelope had been hurt by her so many times. That dream had been her own personal Christmas story. Rory rubbed his hand up and down her back, trying to soothe her. "I've got ye, Paige. I'm really sorry for taking ye on that tour." The tears gushed. Between sobs, she tried to explain. "I did something. I did something horrible. I don't know if I can make it right. I don't know if I can ever make it right. I'm a horrible person." He closed his large arms around her and held her tightly against him. "I'm sure it's nae that bad." She knew if she told him what she'd done, he'd never speak to her again. No one would, and she'd deserve everything bad thrown her way. Rory scooped her up and carried her down the steps. "Let me get ye a blanket." Her arms tightened around him. "No. Please don't go. I'm just getting a blanket. I'll be right back. I'm not cold." He rubbed her back. "You're freezin', Dot." She squeezed him tighter. "I'd rather freeze than let go." "Okay." He sat on the couch with her in his lap and her face buried in his shoulder. "Can ye tell me what's going on?" "I can't." "Well, whatever it is, I'm sure it's nae as bad as you're making it out to be. I'm sure everything will be fine." "It won't." "Can ye tell me your dream?" He grabbed a handful of tissues next to the couch and handed them to her. Paige debated. The dream would give him no idea as to what she'd done. Slowly, she loosened her arms from around his neck and wiped her face before meeting his eyes. Telling him the dream only made her hurt worse. It was a laundry list of people with accusatory stares, and there were no witnesses to the contrary. She had no alibi. She was guilty of everything they charged her with. "You're right. It was a terrible dream, but ye aren't that person anymore. Ye have made amends with your sister, supported her decision to marry and move, and ye cannae change what ye've done in the past. Ye have to let it go." "I haven't changed at all. I want to think I have, but I'm still the person I was." "What did ye do?" This was it. She could tell him, and he'd either forgive her or never speak to her again. As she started to tell him, the phone rang. "Hold that thought. We're nae done." She nodded, and he answered the call. The color drained from his face. "What? Hurt? How?" The questions came at a rocket-fire pace. He was breathless when he ended the call. "Angus has been hurt. The ram got out and stomped him. He was taken to the hospital, and he's back with the doctors. We have to go." Paige's stomach bottomed out. "I'll call Penelope." Closing her eyes, she gathered her wits. Angus had to be okay. He had to be. If nothing else, when Penelope wanted nothing to do with her anymore, she'd need Angus and his family.
Chapter 30. Rory stepped out of the hospital elevator with Sarah, Penelope, and Paige in tow. Sarah and Penelope had raced back to the house and packed, and the group had taken the jet back to Rosegale Bridge. The entire family filled the waiting room. Teary eyes greeted him, and his mum sprang out of her chair. He hugged her as she wept bitter tears. His gaze roamed over the room and settled on Taryn. "You want to tell me what happened, brother?" Rory stepped away from his mother and walked to him. Taryn looked eaten alive with worry, but Rory didn't care. "I dinna know. The enclosure was fine. I checked it this morning. We were working on the fence, and next thing I know, Angus was yelling at me. He was yelling so loud, I couldn't make out what he was saying. Then he shoved me out of the way. An old man rammed him in the stomach. Angus hit a fence post, and he was pinned. I hurried off the ground and grabbed the gun, but old man had already stomped him several times. I got him here as fast as I could. What's the last thing you said to him before I left town?" Taryn cast his gaze down to the floor. His shoulders sagged, and his body trembled. "I know." His voice cracked, and he strode out of the waiting room. "Has there been an update?" asked Penelope. Rory's mum hugged her. "They came out just before you arrived. We should be able to see him pretty soon." Rory raked a hand through his hair and sank into a nearby chair. Paige sat next to him and put her arm across his shoulders. "I'm sure he's going to be fine. You dinna know that. That ram was big and mean. Those hoofs are hard as nails against soft flesh. Angus was pinned, and he'd already been hit in the stomach. He'll at least have broken ribs, if nae worse." Paige looked at him with sympathy. Lines creased her forehead, and she sucked on her bottom lip. "Do you need anything? Coffee or something?" "Nay, right now." "Okay." She said nothing else as she took his hand and pulled it into her lap. It was more comforting than she knew. "I'm going to go check on Penelope. I'm not going anywhere, so if you need me, go. Take care of her." He smiled. Paige joined Sarah, and they huddled with Penelope. The poor woman had cried the entire way. The night before had solidified for him how he felt about Paige. The growing affection he held for her had bloomed into something he hadn't seen coming. He loved her. But in less than 6 weeks, he'd be saying goodbye to her. On top of his worry for Angus, his heart felt heavy in his chest. As he watched her, Paige embraced her sister and held her as she cried. He couldn't hear what was being said, but the tone of her voice was soothing and sweet. He crossed his ankle over his knee and rested his head in his hand. At some point, Taryn had come back, and Sarah had joined him in the far corner of the room. Rory eyed the two of them a moment. They sure were cozy. Had he missed something between the two of them? His thoughts drifted from them to him and Paige and to his brother, round and round like a dog chasing its tail. After what felt like hours, the doctor finally came in with news, and everyone gathered around him. "The good news is, there is no permanent damage. The bad news is he looks rough. He's got a broken nose, a cracked rib on his left side, and 2 broken ribs on his right. His right arm is broken. He has a fairly good-sized knot on his head, but nothing serious. We're going to keep him a few days just to be on the safe side. He's going to be sore, and there'll be no farmin' for a while. It'll take several weeks for the bones to heal, but he will heal and be good as new." Rory exhaled in relief. Thank you, God. It was a tiny prayer, but he figured tiny or not, it was a thank you. Penelope crossed the room through the crowd and hugged him. "Seems you were as worried as I was." "I guess we worried for nothing." Wringing her hands in her sweater, Penelope nodded. "I'll wait until you guys have seen him when they start letting visitors in." Rory shook his head. "Nay, he'll want to see ye now." He glanced around the room and took Penelope by the hand to lead her into the hall. He stopped at the nurse's station and found out which room Angus was in. They hurried inside, and Rory stopped abruptly as Taryn looked over his shoulder. He was filled with grief. Angus's face was covered in cuts. A cast had already been put on his arm, and his torso was wrapped in bandages. The bruises on his face and chest were a deep purple. "Look who's talking to me." Angus grinned. Penelope let go of Rory's hand and rounded the end of the bed, stopping on the opposite side of Taryn. "You look terrible." Angus shifted and sucked in a sharp breath. "I bet I do. Are you in a lot of pain?" "Only when I move or laugh." Angus gave a tired smile. Rory joined Taryn. "How did ye get back here?" "I just saw ye in the waiting room," he asked Taryn. "I slipped away. I figured I needed a moment to beg for forgiveness." "We're good, Taryn," Angus said. Rory didn't like Angus getting hurt, but if that's what it took to get them speaking, then that was fine by him. "I shot that ram," Taryn said. "We're gonna have to find a new one." Rory smiled. "It's about time. You do look like a fair mess, eh?" He directed the comment to Angus. It's my fault." Taryn ran a knuckle across his jaw. "Nah, it's not." Angus grabbed Taryn's arm. "It's not your fault. You checked on him. Someone is doing this. If anything, it's the fault of whoever let him out." "I agree. We need to find who's doing it," Rory said. "I'm just glad you two are talking again," Penelope said and sat next to Angus. Taryn nodded. "I owe ye an apology as well. I've thought ill of ye. I've said nasty things to Angus about ye. Ye have deserved none of my malice. I hope ye can forgive me." Penelope sighed and smiled. "It's okay. I forgive you. Is Angus tellin' the truth? You're sellin' your livelihood and movin' here?" Taryn held Penelope's gaze as he asked the question. Nodding, she said, "Yep. I signed the contract before we left for Edinburgh." "Thank you. Not a huge loss for me. I've wanted to live here since I was a little girl. Now I've just got a better excuse than because it's pretty." She smiled at Angus and ran her fingers through his hair. He smiled up at her, and there was no denying what his brother had with her. "It shouldn't have taken an ornery ram to get ye two talking again, but we've never done things the easy way, have we?" asked Rory. Angus laughed, and then winced. "I went through an entire television show to get her, so I'm pretty sure if there's a hard way, we'll find it." Rory put his arm around Taryn as he chuckled. "Glad to have ye back too. Are we going to be seeing ye more now?" "I dinna know," Taryn mumbled. "Sarah?" Rory asked Taryn. Penelope tilted her head. "Sarah? What about Sarah?" Taryn's face reddened. "She's been sneaking into my barn and messing with my horses." "Oh." Penelope rolled her lips in, trying to hide her smile. "And he's got a crush on her." Angus grinned. "If ye werena already beaten, I'd be sludging ye." Angus grunted. "Don't make me laugh." The door opened, and a nurse walked in. "What are you three doing in here?" "He's ain't ready for visitors yet," she said in a rushed whisper. "She's staying." "These two," Angus said and waved a finger between Rory and Taryn, "can definitely go." Like caught mice, they slinked out of the room and back to the waiting room. Rory felt like the weight of the world was lifted from him. His family was back together. The happy feeling settled deep inside him, and he smiled as Paige came into view. There was only one piece of the puzzle missing. Her.
Chapter 31. After Angus's run-in with the ram, Paige spent her time running back and forth between the hospital and the guest house. Mostly, she was staying in the room when Penelope needed to eat or go home and shower. Star power came with a price, and the normal few days it would have taken turned into a week's stay. "Just a precaution," the doctor had said. It translated to, "He's famous, and we really don't want to get sued if we've missed something." "Penelope?" asked Angus as he blinked awake. "Nope, the evil twin." Paige laughed. He snorted and then grimaced. "Oh, laughing is bad." Paige sat down on the edge of the bed next to him. "You know, if you weren't so good-looking, you'd look even worse." He smiled and held his ribs. "Stop." She rolled her eyes and feigned a sad sigh. Fine, fine. A girl can't have any fun these days. Angus eyed her. You know, Penelope warned me that you'd try to impersonate her. I've hung up my hat on that. I'm going to stick with being myself from now on. His breath caught as he moved. Are you thirsty? Angus nodded. Paige filled a cup with water in and stuck a straw in it. I think I'll hold it for you. I suspect cold water in warm places would be worse than laughing. While he took sips of water, Paige watched him. He was nothing like those tabloids had made him out to be. The same warmth she felt from Rory, she felt in him. She understood how Penelope could have fallen for him in such a short time. Her timing with Rory wasn't any longer. What? He asked. My sister loves you with every fiber of her being. She smiles when your name is mentioned. She blushes when you look at her. Her thoughts are filled with you and a future as your wife. If you break her heart, I'll make this ram stomping seem like a party. Angus grunted and gritted his teeth. I'd expect nothing less. He laughed. Oh, don't make me laugh. She held his gaze. You better not laugh. I'm the mean one. Ow. Oh, stop. She touched his arm. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to hurt you. I'm fine. He patted her hand. She lifted an eyebrow. Okay, not fine, but I can handle it. Paige took a deep breath. If she was a new person, she needed to do things a new way. I'm sorry I was so hateful to you that first day you two showed up in Pensacola. I'm sorry for the way I've treated you since coming here. I'm sorry for doubting how you felt about her. The one thing I'm not sorry about is signing her up for the show. I can't see her being happy with anyone but you. He looked at her with his lips parted. A beat passed, and he asked, what brought about this change? Seeing her in her wedding dress. It's great, isn't it? He smiled as wide as he could. You have no idea. Tell me, then. No way. You'll have to wait, but you better have some tissue stuffed in your pocket. It'll make you cry. I swear it's the most beautiful dress I've ever seen. With the most beautiful woman filling it out. Paige chuckled. Charm must run in your family. All of you seem to have an endless supply of it. When you're good at something, it's best not to rock the boat. This time she tipped her head back and laughed. You are something else, Angus MacLachlan. And a much better man than you've been painted as by the press. I can see why she's fallen in love with you. I wasn't exactly expecting you to be nice to me. Paige paused and looked down. I should have accepted it the first thing. I should have trusted my sister, but I was so shocked, and I wasn't listening like I should have been. It's okay. I'm just glad you've had a change of heart. If my sister loves you, then I do too. If the press messes with you now, they'll have the both of us to contend with. Twin bodyguards. I think that could be a male fantasy come true. He chuckled and winced. Good thing you're broken at the moment, or I'd be knocking that smirk off your face. He held his ribs as a chuckle bubbled out through a grunt. You should get some rest. You have an appointment in February that you can't miss. Angus caught her hand. Thank you. Thank you for your blessing. No, thanks for putting up with me when you didn't have to. After the way I pitched a fit, you still let me come here and stay. Your family has been great to me and my sister. I love Penelope, and she loves you. She told me you two talked. We did. Looking back, I was so stupid. My dad loved me, and I should have known that what I overheard was wrong. I should have talked to him too. I think I'll be living with that regret for a while. You can't change it. Trust me, I know a thing or two about regret. It eats you up and spits you out. It leaves marks. Let it go and live. I'm going to try. Paige stood, and Angus squeezed her hand. They locked gazes. Be gentle with my brother's heart. He's not fragile, but he's not made of stone either. He has feelings for you, and I don't think he could handle another heartbreak. She patted his hand. I guess we'll be keeping each other in check, huh? Paige took her seat back in the chair. Angus MacLachlan was going to be her brother-in-law. She shook her head as she thought about the past few months and how they'd led her to this point in time. Hey! Penelope said as she poked her head in the door and then walked in. How's my favorite leading man? Full of charm, among other things, said Paige as she looked at Angus. He rolled his eyes and looked at Penelope. Sore, but you can spring me tomorrow. They're letting you go? It's about time, too. I was about to file kidnapping charges. They just wanted to make sure you were okay. Penelope stopped by his bed, bent down, and placed a kiss on his lips. He scoffed. They wanted to make sure I wasn't going to sue for malpractice. Penelope bit her bottom lip. There was probably a good dose of that too. She laughed. Are you tired of being here? Penelope asked Paige. Well, this chair should be classified as a torture device, but I'm okay. He's actually not bad company when he's not being a smart mouth. I'm the smart mouth? Angus jerked his attention to Penelope. Your sister is the classic definition of a smart aleck. Am not. I kinda believe him. Penelope rolled her lips in, but her shoulders bounced as she laughed. Paige rolled her eyes. I'm going to take a break. I can see you're both dying to put your hands all over each other, and I don't want a dry heave. Penelope laughed. Get out. Paige snickered and left the room. Penelope was marrying a good man. He might be an actor, but when it came to her sister, he wasn't acting. There was real love between them. That reporter would get an invitation, and then she'd see for herself. There was no story other than a love story.
Chapter 32. Rory tapped on the guesthouse door, and Penelope answered, which wasn't a shock. Sarah and Taryn were spending more and more time together. Of course, the excuse was that she wanted to spend time with the horses and he wanted to make sure she didn't mess his barn up. Since they'd returned from Edinburgh, he'd been back to working with Taryn on the farm in the morning, and with visiting Angus in the evening, it had left little time for him and Paige. With Angus back at the farmhouse, it freed up some of his time, and he'd been aching to see her. Penelope smiled. Hey, Rory. I was just leaving. He narrowed his eyes. Mighty convenient. What? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. She left him at the door as he walked in, and she grabbed her coat off the back of one of the living room chairs. See you later. She winked as she walked out the door, shutting it behind her. Paige? He called a couple of times, but there was no answer. A door down the hall opened, and Paige stepped out in a short robe, her hair wet, and the moment she saw him, her eyes widened. Rory? He shouldn't have gawked, but it was hard to take his eyes off of her. The little robe showed her legs starting at mid-thigh. The front gaped almost too much, and he was sure if she were closer, he'd be seeing parts of her he shouldn't. At least not yet. Now he needed a shower. A cold one. She pulled the robe closed. Let me get dressed. I'll be out in a second. He nodded and darted for the kitchen to make some coffee. Anything to get his thoughts on something different. Hi, Paige said. You dressed fast. They needed a different topic than her dressing. Kinda had it laid out, but yeah. Hair's still wet though. Want some coffee? She nodded. Sure. She paused. I'd bet it's nice having Angus out of the hospital. Rory shook his head. Not as much as you would think. He insists on going out with us of a morning, but only to supervise. So now I've got a sore, cranky man looking over my shoulder, trying to tell me how to work." Paige laughed. "I can see him doing that. Thank you for sitting with him and keeping him company. It's not a big deal. I didn't mind. He's pretty likable, so it made time go fast. Well, it's a big deal to me. I wish I could have stayed more, but someone is damaging the fence." "I knew it. I just needed to convince Taryn." "Do you have any idea who?" "Nah. That developer is gone. So the suspect I had pegged couldn't possibly be doing it. But it's nice your brothers are talking again, right?" Her voice was soft, but she remained in the doorway. The time apart had made things a little awkward. He leaned his hip against the counter and smiled. "Better than nice. I'd missed them. Those two were like peas in a pod, and the row was affecting all of us. I'm glad it's fixed," she said and rested her shoulder on the doorway. "I know Penelope was happy about it." Paige was looking at the floor, and she tucked her wet hair behind her ear. A small smile played on her lips. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and her feet were bare. Fresh out of the shower, and the scent of whatever body wash she'd used filled the kitchen with citrus. She pushed off the doorframe and walked to him. "I've missed you." Rory cleared his throat. That less than 9 weeks has turned into less than 8. The wedding will be here before we know it." Her voice was soft. Her nearness made his skin tingle. "Nay, thinking about it, remember?" "I can't stop," she said as she looked up at him. Rory took her in his arms. "I'd be lying if I said it was easy. I'd really like to kiss you, but it feels a little awkward since we got back from Edinburgh." He brought his lips down to her ear and whispered, But I think I can get past it." She shivered as he grazed her cheek with his nose. "Rory," she gasped. Their eyes locked, and the desire he felt for her was mirrored in her eyes. Both of them with parted lips, breath mingling, his heart was climbing up his throat. Their lips so close but not quite touching. "I love you," she said in a featherlight moan as she crushed her mouth to his. Her arms lifted until her hands were buried in his hair. She loved him? What about Alana? Wasn't it cheating on her to think of a life with someone else? Until those words had slipped from her lips, he'd been sure of how he felt about her and where he saw things going. He'd let Alana go. But with it said, he felt himself shrink back. He wasn't sure if it was voluntary or not. Those words had been heavier than he'd thought they'd be. They'd clamped on like ankle weights, pulling him down, and he couldn't see the surface of the water anymore. He broke the kiss. His arms dropped from her, and he put space between them. "You're leaving in less than 8 weeks." "I don't think I can. I mean, I know I'm not supposed to be thinking about it, but I can't stop. This week has been hectic, and we've barely seen each other, and I can't imagine that being permanent." She tried to close the gap, and he widened it with 2 more steps. Rory's thoughts swirled. Hadn't he wanted her to stay? Hadn't that been what he was hoping for? Here she was, willing to stay for him, and he could barely breathe. Can he stay?" The words left his mouth before he had the chance to corral them. A glassy sheen covered her eyes. She looked completely shaken. "Okay. The doorknob began to turn, and Paige left the sentence unfinished. She smoothed her hair down and wiped her palms on her jeans. She looked at Rory and then to the door as Sarah walked in. "Hey, guys." She smiled. "Don't mind me. I'm just grabbing a shower. I smell like hay and horses." Rory recovered as quickly as he could. "It's okay. I was just leaving. Paige nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'll see you later." She smiled as he nearly bolted from the house.
Chapter 33. It had been 2 days since Paige had spoken with Rory. He'd kissed her with as much passion and longing as she felt. Or so she thought. She'd blurted out that she loved him, and it had been a mistake. A complete disaster. A moment in time she couldn't take back or fix. All along, she'd been worried about moving, thinking he'd want her to stay if things got serious, and that hadn't been his intention at all. He'd never wanted her to stay. He didn't feel the same for her. How had she not seen it? When he kept pushing for them to go out, she'd assumed it meant he wanted to see if there was a chance for them. She had it so wrong. And now she felt foolish. Paige? She jerked her head up. Yeah. I asked if you liked my outfit, said Sarah. I'm sorry. Sarah had begged Paige and Penelope to go shopping with her. Taryn had asked her out, and she had to have the perfect outfit. Of course, that meant Penelope would be trying stuff on too. The town was having a Christmas Eve festival. It was going to have hot chocolate and tea, spiced cider, and lights, along with horse-drawn carriages. The whole thing sounded wonderful. Paige was going to avoid it. She had no desire to traipse around something that was probably going to be romantic, especially when all she wanted to do was cry. Penelope bounced out of the dressing room she'd been in. So? She twirled in the flowy blouse and dress slacks. I know Angus likes dresses, but I don't want my legs to freeze. She tilted her head. Are you okay? Sarah walked to the chair Paige was sitting in and sat in the one next to her. What's going on? You've been in your own world for the last 2 days. Ever since Rory was at the guest house. Did something happen? I told you no. We just came to an understanding. It really wasn't working out. We've got a lot in common. We're obviously attracted to each other, but the spark isn't there. You know? I guess I'm just feeling a little left out. Between you having a date and Penelope getting married, I feel like a third wheel. Sarah touched her arm. Are you telling me the truth? No. She couldn't tell them the truth without feeling like a complete idiot. Blurting out that she loved him while they were kissing. The way he'd looked at her when she'd said it. How he'd stepped back and then nearly tripped over himself leaving. There was no way she was divulging that embarrassing scene. Reliving it in her head over and over was punishment enough. What reason would I have to lie? Sarah touched her arm. We're not saying you're lying, just maybe not being completely forthcoming with what really happened. Paige sat up. I'm fine. Would you two quit? Penelope sighed. You just seem sad. And now you're not going tonight. It does make it seem like something's wrong. Yeah, Sarah said. Paige forced a smile. I'm fine. I told you guys. Everything is fine. Then come with us tonight. Yeah, Rory will be there, but if there's nothing between you two, then it should be fine. We'll all go and have fun. I promise we won't let you feel like a third wheel, Sarah said as she looked at Penelope for backup. No, we won't. We'll all hang out. I won't even kiss Angus. Penelope smiled. Paige lifted an eyebrow. Okay, maybe that was taking it a step too far, but I'll make sure it's minimum PDA. Or minimum for us. Her cheeks turned pink as she smiled wider. And Taryn and I haven't gotten to that stage yet. This will be our first date. For starters, I don't kiss on a first date, and we'll be there with his whole family. Talk about awkward. I appreciate it, but I honestly don't want to go. I want to sit in the guest house in the quiet and enjoy some alone time. It's been forever since I've had the chance to relax, drink some coffee, and read a book. I need it. Penelope shrugged. Okay, we'll back off. We just didn't want you staying home because of us. I'm not. I'm staying because of me. I want to take a long bath, fix myself something hot to drink, curl up on the couch, and relax. That's all. Sarah stood. Well, if that's all. But you need to help us with outfits, so no more daydreaming. Okay, fine. Her phone rang, and she answered without checking it first. Hello? I haven't received my invitation yet. the reporter's voice was clipped. Sarah and Penelope gave her questioning looks. "Hold on," Paige said. She smiled at them. "You guys try on dresses, and I'll be back. I don't want to be rude and talk on the phone in here." She stood and stepped outside the shop before returning to the call. "I'm back. About that invitation," the reporter snipped. "We've been working on them." "Oh, really? A big celebrity is getting married in a little over a month, and the bride-to-be is just now working on the invitations? I find that hard to believe." "It's true. I swear. They have 12 weeks to get everything planned." "Right. I'm thinking I've got a story to run. What day should it go out?" "Oh, please no." How could she convince her? Angus was hurt. He just got out of the hospital a few days ago. "Is that right? Please leave him alone." "Sweetheart, this is a bone, and I'm a rabid dog. Thanks for the heads up. Please don't. Please. I didn't mean to say anything. I just wanted you to believe me about the invitation. If that's the case, then it's due diligence to make sure you're not lying to me. I mean, that is how all this started, right? It was a farm accident. That's all. He's a good man. He really is. Yeah, you sound more like his publicist than his soon-to-be sister-in-law. I think I'll check for myself." Paige had ruined everything. Now this horrible woman was going to go to the hospital and make a scene to find out all the dirt she could because Paige had been thoughtless. "Please don't. All of this is my fault. I'll make sure you get your invitation. I promise." "Okay, that's all I needed to hear." The phone went dead, and Paige could finally breathe. That story had to die. If Penelope read that article, she'd never speak to her again, and there was no way she'd believe Paige had tried to stop it. Not with their history.
Chapter 34. Rory brought the hammer down hard, and instead of hitting the nail, he hit his finger. He swore and pushed off the ground, alternating between sucking on it and slinging his hand to ease the throbbing. "Something on your mind?" asked Taryn. "Nothing I want to talk about," he growled. "Ye sure? That's the 6th time you've hit your finger today. You've got 4 fingers left, and luck is nae sure neen on ye. If the sun sets, you're doomed." His brother laughed hard. Rory didn't want to discuss any of what was going through his mind, or what he was feeling. He swiped the hammer off the ground where he'd dropped it, and began working on the fence again. Taryn softly squeezed his shoulder. "Talk." He rocked back on his heels and sat on the ground. "It's Paige. She's got a thing for ye. She told me she loved me." Taryn didn't miss a beat. "Like I said, she's got a thing for ye." Rory shook his head. "That's more than a thing. That's the whole lot. It's everything. Is that nae what you want?" Rory punched the ground. Nah. I dinna know. I felt like the wind was knocked out of me. I didn't even say anything back. I backed away from her like she had a disease. The look she gave me, it was total and complete heartbreak. I ran out of the guest house without even a look back. She'd let herself be vulnerable, and I stepped on her. Sarah said she's been acting distant. That must be why she missed the Christmas Eve festival and celebrating Christmas with the family. I didn't mean for her to think she needed to stay away. What did ye expect? She told ye she loved ye, and ye ran like a mouse. We've got a fence to work on. And we've got a deadline. We've got New Year's fireworks to watch tonight." Rory pushed off the ground and started on the fence again. He tried concentrating on what he was doing, but all his thoughts rested on Paige. How he'd hurt her. The hammer hung loose in his hand. "Do you love her?" Taryn asked. "What?" "You're supposed to be working on the fence, but you're staring into space. I figured the question needed to be asked." "I love Alana. Do you need a stompin' to move on too?" Rory pushed off the ground and faced his brother. That's not funny. I wasna in some tiff with her. She was taken from me. Ripped away. I had nae choice. Nae say in the matter. I've led Paige on. I've hurt her. And I did it all after she told me one of us would get hurt. You're right. Ye didn't have a choice with Alana, but ye do now. Do ye let her go, or do ye make the choice to keep her from being ripped from ye as well? So, do ye love her? I dinna know. Do ye love her? I dinna know. Do ye love her? Taryn asked again, more forcefully. Why do ye keep asking me that? I'll keep asking until ye give me an answer that's better than I dinna know. That's nae how we were brought up. I dinna know and a bucket of nae. If ye dinna know, the answer is nae. That's what Pop always said. So, do ye love her? Rory rubbed his jaw with his knuckles. The answer wasn't no. She brought something out of him, and made him feel things he thought he'd never feel again. He was alive. Her laughter sang him to sleep at night. The way she melted into him. How she kissed him. The feelings he had for her were so intense that he didn't know how to classify them. Do ye love her? Yes. I love her with everything in me. I want her all the time and in every way. I can't imagine life without her anymore. Well, I guess you did know. The hunger he had for her swelled inside of him. He should have told her he loved her that day. He should have spent his time with her, tangled together with her, and declaring over and over how much he loved her and wanted her. Go. Tell her. But the fence? I'll fix the fence. Go get the bonny lass. Thanks, Rory said as he mounted his horse and set off at a gallop. All the restless thoughts that had plagued him since their heated moment in the guest house had given way to a solid picture of the future. One with Paige and him and a home together. He spurred the horse into a faster run and went straight to the guest house. Penelope answered the door, wide-eyed. Hey, Rory. What's going on? I need to speak to Paige. She's not here. He swore under his breath. Where is she? She went into town. Said something about wanting to take a walk. Do you know about where she'd be? I can call and ask. Rory shook his head. Nah, dinna go to any trouble. I'll go find her. Are you sure? It's no trouble. I mean, it's a phone call, not a flight to another city and showing 3 women around. He chuckled. That was fun. So you say. Go ahead and call, and I'll see ye in a bit. Sure. He walked the horse to the barn and heard singing. Who's here? Sarah peeked her head around a post. Just me. What are you doing? Well, I was coming in early and taking care of the horses because I'd missed doing it on the weekends at my mom's horse sanctuary. But Taryn caught me when I first got here and said I needed to stop sneaking around his animals. Did he tell ye to stay out of the barn? It's like it was the only thing he knew how to say. Rory laughed. He can be a broken record. Sarah grinned. And so stinking stubborn. Aye, no argument from me. Has he said thank ye at all? She bit back a grin and twirled a piece of her hair around her finger. He mumbles sometimes, and I pretend that's what he's saying. He's not mumbling anymore, is he? Blush like a blanket draped from one cheek to the other. He's doing a lot less mumbling now. I bet he is. Sarah held out her hand. Want me to take care of her? Smooth deflection. He laughed. But I can do it. Sarah shrugged. I know, but I miss helping my mom. Taking care of the horses helps. Rory handed over the reins. Okay, but only if it's what you want to do. You're here for vacation, not unpaid help. I'm good. Okay, thank ye. And you didn't even mumble it. She giggled. With a chuckle, Rory climbed the stairs to his flat. He hoped Penelope didn't take too long. He hadn't felt so light in a long time. Knowing he loved Paige gave him such a peace, and he needed to tell her. His hope was that he hadn't destroyed what they had.
Chapter 35. Paige's phone rang. Hello? Hey. Penelope's chipper voice came through the phone. Rory's looking for you. It seemed kinda urgent. Oh, I doubt that. I think he wanted to coordinate the bachelorette and bachelor parties. To make sure we were keeping both you and Angus occupied. That is soon, isn't it? What do you have planned? Paige stopped walking and grinned. Oh no. You're not getting anything from me. That is so not fair. It's completely fair, and when you see how great it is, you'll see what you have to live up to when you throw mine one day. It was supposed to be teasing, but the moment the words left her lips, her eyes teared up. Stupid. Are you sure everything's okay? I know you said you were fine and that you and Rory had come to an understanding, but something doesn't feel right. Other than her miscommunication with Rory, the only other thing she'd been thinking about was that reporter. She'd sent out the invitation this week. Still, she wondered if the woman would actually keep her word. The last conversation had felt off, but so far Paige had seen nothing. Paige put as much happy lilt in her voice as she could muster. I'm sure everything's okay. Okay. Are you coming back to the guest house anytime soon? Oh yeah, I'll be back later. Why did you go to town today anyway? Paige wanted away from the farm, the guest house, and Rory. Walking through the city had given her a chance to breathe, and she'd needed it. I don't know. I guess I just wanted to walk in the city. I am a city girl after all. Are you actually going to go out with us tonight? I don't know. I've never been big on that stuff anyway. Paige, come on. You missed the Christmas Eve festival, Christmas, and now you're trying to skip out on the fireworks show tonight. I'm not trying to skip out. And I was sick on Christmas. Penelope sighed into the phone. Do you really think I bought that sick act? It wasn't an act. You are coming tonight. I am not taking no for an answer. We are going to lock arms, sit on the bench, and swing our feet as the fireworks go off. Just like when we were kids. Paige smiled. Fine. What time? That way I can be sure to be back and ready in time. Well, we're leaving here at sundown. Okay, I'll head back now. Great. Penelope. Yeah. I love you. I am so sorry it took me so long to realize your value and treat you like you should be treated. I am so sorry for all the mean pranks I pulled on you, and I hope one day you can forgive me for them. I don't deserve your forgiveness, I know that, but I hope you can anyway. I think you are wonderful. I think Angus is lucky to have you. I hope you two are happy together. Where is all that coming from? A Scottish Christmas miracle? Penelope laughed. I'll see you in a little bit, sis. Paige ended the call and stared at the phone. She hailed a cab and took it back to the guest house. Penelope wanted her to go, and so she'd go. When she got to the guest house, a note was left telling her they were all at the farmhouse and to come as soon as she saw the letter. Freshening up was on the to-do list first. Plus, she needed to gather up her courage and swallow her embarrassment if she was going to see Rory tonight. It would be the first time they'd seen each other since she'd stupidly told him she loved him. She sat on the edge of her bed and shrugged off her coat. Who was she kidding? Facing Rory was going to be nearly impossible because she was in love with him. She couldn't change how she felt. Tears trickled down her cheeks, and she sniffed. Are those tears of joy or what? Paige quickly wiped her eyes and whipped around. Rory? And we need to talk. He slapped a newspaper onto the bed. Imagine my surprise when I opened the door and found this on the front step. Oh no. Her heart hit her stomach. Her hands shook as she picked up the paper with Angus's picture in color and the word exclusive written across the top. The byline read, Celebrity Proposal, True Love or Just a Show to Fix a Tarnished Image? That's why the reporter had sounded off. They'd planned on printing it anyway. The picture turned blurry as her eyes filled with more tears. Care to explain it? Paige pulled her eyes from the awful paper and looked up at Rory. His face was twisted in anger. She knew he'd be angry, but she hadn't been prepared for him to look at her like that. I have no explanation, she said softly. None? Paige shook her head and slowly laid the paper back on the bed. She was numb. Penelope was never going to forgive her. She'd just gotten Penelope back. They'd become friends again. She wanted Penelope to be happy and to be happy with Angus. She even wanted Angus to be happy. Her stomach soured as she pictured him reading the horrible article. It would be like a knife to the back after their talk in the hospital. Get out, he said through gritted teeth. Rory's voice pulled her out of her thoughts, and she looked up. Everything felt like a nightmare. Her world was dissolving under her feet, but she deserved it. All of it. Paige absent-mindedly nodded and stood. Yes, I think I should. Her voice didn't even sound like it belonged to her. The detached, mechanical sound made it foreign to her ears. Rory took her by the arms. I trusted ye, but Penelope was right. Ye are a selfish, hateful woman. Ye think about ye and only ye with no consideration at all about the people ye hurt. I cannae believe I fell for it or for ye. I cannae believe I had feelin's for ye. His lips curled, and he looked her face over. I know, and I'm sorry. Ye know, and you're sorry? Right. He pursed his lips. I've never hated anyone as much as I hate ye. All your lies and deception, all right here. Pretendin' to care about Penelope. Pretendin' to care about me. Why? Also ye could sucker punch us when this came out. She opened her mouth to speak and then thought better of it, clamping her lips shut. Den speak. I think I've had enough of your lies. The family is already gone. I told them I'd be bringing ye. Pack your things quickly. I didn't ever want to see ye again. I'm sure Penelope will feel the same way as soon as I tell her. Paige choked back sobs. I know. I'll be gone as fast as I can. See that ye are. How did Penelope put up with ye for so long? All the rotten things ye did to her. That nightmare ye had? It wasn't terrifying enough to pay ye back for how ye treated her. How Penelope and Sarah could call ye friend baffles me. The disgust I feel for ye. He let her go with a small push and walked out. The torrent of emotions she'd held back came out with a cry, and she sank to the bed. He was right. She was all those things and more.
Chapter 36. Rory seethed as he raced down the road to town. The nerve of that woman pretending she'd changed. He was glad the rest of the family had left so they wouldn't have to deal with her. Penelope would be so hurt when he told her, but he couldn't keep it from her. Not something that big. There was no doubt it was going to hurt her. Angus had made a mistake, but it wasn't deliberate. Paige's actions were on purpose with malicious intent. She wanted to destroy her sister's relationship and keep her from moving to Scotland. His face flushed with anger at the thought. Paige had fed him lies. She hadn't accepted anything. Angus said she'd given him her blessing, but it was a ruse. One more way to drive a wedge between him and Penelope. Rory despised Paige with a passion. He parked and sat with his hands on the steering wheel. He'd been leaving the farmhouse to tell Paige he loved her. That's when he found the paper. He was so foolish. And the whole while, she'd been playing everyone. Suddenly, the car felt oppressively hot. He got out and slammed the door. His thoughts were a mash of anger, hurt, disappointment, and grief. If he'd gotten the chance, he'd have told Paige he loved her. It made him sick to his stomach. Hey! Angus called from behind him. Rory smiled and threaded through the crowd until he was standing in the middle of his family. Hey! Where's Paige? I thought you were bringing her. Angus looked at him puzzled. Penelope bounced over to Angus and threw her arms around his waist. She tilted her head and eyed him. Is something wrong, Rory? Where's Paige? You said you were bringing her. Can I borrow ye for a second? He'd tell Penelope and then break the news to Angus. She shrugged. Sure. Penelope tiptoed and gave Angus a quick kiss before following Rory away from the throng of people clogging up the small town. They stopped far enough out that the noise was muffled by the distance. What's going on? Asked Penelope. Rory pulled the newspaper out of his coat. This. Penelope took the paper and angled it toward the light. Oh, this? I know. What? Ye know? Are ye nae livid? Not really. It's just a stupid article. He gaped at her a second. No? She pretended to be ye. Again. Had this horrible article written. I caught her at the guest house and gave her a piece of my mind. How could she do that to ye? I know ye have dealt with it for a long time, but I'll not put up with it. Your kin. Penelope sighed. That's a sweet gesture, but I've known about it a while. You should go back and apologize. Rory reeled. So ye have already seen the article? No. I don't need to. He couldn't be hearing Penelope right. Then how can ye be so calm with what she did? The things she told that reporter. How can ye just forgive her? She's my sister. I love her. Aren't ye upset that she'd do it in the first place? I mean, all this time she's been telling ye she accepts that you're getting married, going as far as pretending she'd given ye her blessing. How can ye be okay with it? Penelope smiled. She gave that interview at Cotta Castle. It was right after she found out I was moving, and she was hurt. At the time, she was still upset I was getting married. Add to it the shock of finding out I was going to be living here, and she did something stupid. But I knew that day I found my dress that she'd had a change of heart. The way she looked at me. She was happy for me. And she tried to make it right. What are you talking about? There's no way to make this right. I overheard her trying to get the paper to not print it. She was begging. Penelope smiled. The things she said about me, the hurt in her voice. I knew she regretted doing it. So you were expecting this? Penelope nodded. Yeah, I've known all along. I told Angus about it while we were in Edinburgh. He's been expecting it. But... Plus, she told Angus that she knew he loved me. That she could see it in the way he looked at me. She's not the same person she was when she got here. It may have started before she arrived, but the rest of the change, I suspect it has something to do with you. He raked a hand through his hair. The scene from the guest house came back with movie-quality clarity, and the realization of what he'd done made his chest tighten. The look of remorse in her eyes. Her trembling lips. The unshed tears brimming to be released. She hadn't even tried to fight him when he'd called her horrible names. In fact, she'd agreed with him. Paige had absorbed all of his wrath, and she'd done so without protest. And all the while, she tried to fix it. He hadn't cleared the door before she'd broken down in gut-wrenching sobs. What did you do? I told her to leave and never come back. I told her she disgusted me. That I never wanted to see her again, and that I was sure you would never want to see her again either once I told ye about it. Penelope gasped and touched her lips. Oh, Rory. He closed his eyes, and the sick feeling from before returned, but it was directed toward himself. She'd wanted to tell him what was wrong after her nightmare, but Angus had gotten hurt. In the rush and anxiety of getting back to Rosegale Bridge, he'd completely forgotten about it. She'd tried to tell him. He turned his back on Penelope, trying to slow his thoughts. He'd made a huge mistake. The things he hurled at her, and the silent way she'd taken it, it began to eat at him. How was he going to fix this? He faced Penelope and looked down. I said some pretty terrible things to her tonight. Go apologize. Tell her you're sorry. She's in love with you. I know she'll forgive you. I dinna know what I said. Penelope took his hand. You want to know what I think? He nodded. You are using this as an excuse to run. Nah, that's. Penelope leveled her eyes at him. The truth? Because it's better to hold on to the idea of perfection with someone you can't be with than it is to face an unknown future with someone that has the potential to hurt you. I was going to tell her I loved her. Yeah, you were, but instead, at the first sign that she'd done something wrong, you pounced on her. You'd been looking for a way out, and you used this as the excuse. The truth. Plain, unmasked, and like a punch to the face. Penelope had summed him up in one conversation. He'd bolted when Paige told him she loved him, practically crawling over himself to get away. Then he'd found the paper on the front steps. It had been all he needed for a way out. Make it right, Rory. Make it right before you're living with a regret that will be no one's fault but your own. Rory hugged her. Sweetheart, ye are a queen of a woman. Angus is a lucky man. I know. He chuckled. Penelope patted him on the back. Go find my sister. Tell her you're sorry. I'll bet money she'll forgive you. She's in love with you. And I love her. Penelope smiled. I know. He met her intense gaze and softened. Tell them where I went. Tell them I'll be back. Tell them. Stop stalling and go.
Chapter 37. When Rory had slammed the door on his way out, Paige had slumped over on the bed and cried until she couldn't cry anymore. The sting of his words hurt, but not more than the truth that he was right. She'd been mean. Out of anger, she'd done something she couldn't fix. The one time she'd wanted to fix her wrong, it was just beyond her reach. And she'd sent that stupid invitation too. She'd stuffed her suitcase with as much as she could remember and closed it. There were things she was probably leaving, but it was nothing that couldn't be replaced. After she'd finished packing, she sat down and penned a letter to Penelope. It wouldn't make what she'd done right, but hopefully, Penelope would know just how deeply sorry she was. It was a tangible, heartfelt apology. Maybe with time, Penelope would forgive her. With her luggage in tow, she walked through the front door, locking it behind her. Her shoulders sagged. With the town in full Christmas mode, who knew how long it would take to get a cab, and she wanted to be gone before anyone returned. Paige took a deep breath. The scent of burning wood filled the air. There wasn't anywhere close enough that she would be smelling smoke from a fireplace. She left her luggage and walked around the guest house. Her jaw dropped. Smoke billowed out of the barn windows as orange flames licked the sides of it. That beautiful new barn. Rory and Taryn's homes. She could hear the horses whinnying in panic from inside. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Paige took off at a run. The heat from the fire hit her square in the face and took her breath away as she skidded to a stop at the barn doors. She put up her arm and pushed through. Those horses had to get out. Taryn and Rory would be devastated if they got hurt. One by one, she opened the stalls, and they raced out into the night. Hopefully, Taryn and Rory would be able to catch them later. The flames shot higher. There was no way she could save the barn. The fire was going to destroy everything in its path, and there was nothing she could do. Her heart dropped into her stomach. Alana, the box of memories, was stored in his closet. If Rory lost that box had to be saved. Regardless of what he thought of her, she loved him. Losing that would wreck him. It was all he had left of her, especially now that his flat was burning. All of her touches would be gone, unable to be replaced. Her heart broke for him. Paige looked up the stairs and considered how much time she'd have. The fire was spreading so fast, and she could smell gasoline. Someone had set the fire, she was sure of it. She took the steps two at a time, careful to avoid the flames beginning to climb the rail of the stairs. The fire steadily made its way to the door. Please don't be locked. She tried the door and pushed inside. Thank you. The answer to the silent prayer meant more than she'd ever be able to express. She tore through the flat to the bedroom and found the box in the closet. When she returned to the door, fire ringed the doorframe. She set the box down and wrapped her sweater around it to protect it. With a deep breath, she was running again and didn't stop until she'd cleared the barn doors. The clean, cold night air filled her lungs as she coughed. There were candles on the bar. Yankee candles, and she knew they were no longer made because they'd been her favorite scent. More than likely, they were the last thing Alana bought for the flat. Paige knew Rory couldn't save the flat, but when he rebuilt the barn, he could at least have something of Alana's to look at and remember her by. Paige peeled off the sweater from the box and held it up to her nose. One more trip. She could do this. She ran back in and stopped again at the stairs to check them. They weren't as stable as before. Large burned-out pieces made them look like Swiss cheese. Movement from the far end of the barn caught her eye. The small silhouette held something, and liquid splashed on the floor. It was on purpose. She gasped and instantly regretted it. Smoke filled her lungs, and her eyes watered. The figure jerked their glinting eyes in Paige's direction. The perpetrator started toward her, and all reservations about climbing the stairs left her. Again, she took them two at a time. All she needed was the candles. If she could get them, she could get outside and call for help. She smacked herself in the forehead. She was an idiot. She should have done that first. The fire that had ringed the doorframe had all but eaten it away. She jumped through the door and ran straight to the bar. They were already melting. How was she going to save them? She pictured Rory's heartbroken face, and that was all it took for her determination to be refilled. Quickly, she wrenched door after door open in the kitchen until she found something to cover them. She placed them in the container and wrapped it in her sweater. When Paige turned around, her eyes widened. The fire had filled the flat. To get through, she'd literally be walking through fire. Paige zigzagged, trying to avoid as much of the heat as she could. At the door frame, she leaped through and stopped at the top of the stairs. The edges of the stairs were the only solid part now. The narrow spaces wouldn't be easy to miss, and she'd be falling through and hitting the ground below. She had no choice, though. It was the stairs or a fiery death. It took work, and by the time she hit the bottom floor, her jeans were singed in several places. She'd made it, though. Something moved behind her, and pain laced through her head. The box toppled out of her hand, and Paige hit the floor with a grunt.
Chapter 38. Rory couldn't believe what he was seeing. The barn was engulfed in flames, and thick smoke rolled out of the windows. He quickly dialed the fire department, and the SUV rolled to a stop as two horses raced around the field by the barn. How did they get out? He pushed out of the car and tried to process the scene as he stood with his hand on the top of the door. Why would anyone do this? His home was turning to ash right before his eyes. All of Alana's touches would be gone. Maybe he could save something. He rushed to the barn and found the blue box filled with Alana's things sitting on the ground. A shriek came from inside the barn, and his heart sank. Paige. Rory jerked off his coat and secured it over his head, covering his mouth and nose. Taking a deep breath, he pushed through the fire and nearly choked. So much was happening all at once. There she was, standing in the middle of the barn with the side of her jeans blackened and picking her sweater off the floor. Paige! Her head jerked up, and she waved at him to go back as she ran toward him. Rory wrapped the coat around her, and they both ran until they reached the SUV. She set the sweater on the hood of the vehicle and collapsed to her knees, coughing. I think the fire was set on purpose. She continued to cough. The smell of gasoline was strong the first time I went in, and the next time, I actually saw someone. They were small. They hit me over the head. She held up a finger and coughed hard again. The hit to the head slowed me down. I think I inhaled too much smoke. The web of confusion continued to spread, and his thoughts were disjointed. On purpose? Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I saw someone. She paused and coughed some more. I got the horses out first. They were pretty spooked. I hope you and Taryn can catch them, but I had to hurry. While I was in there, I ran upstairs and grabbed Alana's box. It's sitting over there. She paused again and held her fist to her mouth as she coughed. Did you see it? I think it's fine. Rory stared at her in disbelief. Her face was covered in soot. Her shirt had burn holes in it, and he could see her calf peeking through her burned jeans. She sucked in a sharp breath as she touched her leg. I might need a band-aid. Paige shoved off the ground and unwrapped her sweater to inspect the contents of the container, and then pulled out a candle. She groaned, and her shoulders sagged. This is the only one I saved. When she hit me, I dropped them. The rest of them broke. She looked at him. I'm so sorry I couldn't save them all. The blaring siren of fire trucks grew closer. The sound brought him out of the fog he'd been in since the moment he'd arrived. Rory took Paige by the arms. What were you thinking, going into my flat? Her eyes widened, and the fire raging in the barn was reflected in them. I thought. 3 fire trucks skidded to a stop, and Rory let her go. The first man off the truck closest to them stopped, addressing them while the rest of the men began working furiously to put out the fire. Is everyone okay? Are ye hurt? Paige coughed. I think I'm fine. The man touched her head. Ow. Paige winced and sucked in a sharp breath. That hurts. He stepped closer. Looks like he hit your head. Is your leg burned? She looked down. I think so. It kinda burns and throbs. I've got a headache. Everything's kind of a blur, though. I had to get the horses out. Come on. Let's get you checked out, okay? Paige nodded as she sheepishly looked at Rory and walked away with the fireman. After she left, he walked to the barn and picked up the box filled with Alana's things. Paige had saved them. After all the things he'd said to her, she'd still run into a burning building to save things that meant something to him. And the candles? She'd braved the fire not once, but twice. For him. He stumbled back to the SUV and placed the box next to the candles. He'd been standing in the yard grieving the loss of them until he heard her scream. Now, he was looking at them like they were nothing more than trinkets. Paige had risked her life for these stupid things. Rory faced the barn and watched the men battle the fire while he battled with himself. Paige could have died. He would have lost her just like Alana, and the last words he'd have said to her was that she disgusted him. His chest felt like it was in a vice. Mate? Rory turned as the fireman that had taken Paige walked up to him. Yes? Rory replied. The lassie will be fine, but we're taking her to the hospital. The bump on the head needs to be looked at, and the burn was worse than I thought. She'll probably have to stay overnight. The burn? Aye, her leg has a pretty nasty burn. I would bet on it leaving a scar. But she's going to be fine. The fog began to clear a little more. Oh yeah? Can I see her? The ambulance just left with her. Are ye a relative? He shook his head. No, her sister is in town though. I'll call her. Okay. The barn's totaled. There's evidence of gasoline. Do ye have any idea who do that? Rory blinked. No, but someone's been breaking sections of our fence. I thought it was a developer, but he left the island. I can't imagine anyone around us doing anything like this. The man nodded. Okay, well, we're going to be looking into it. If you think of anything, call the station. Okay? Sure. Someone did it on purpose. He knew it. He knew the fence was being done on purpose, and now this. And the fire had been set when they'd all be gone, which meant someone had watched all of them leave. Rory couldn't for the life of him picture anyone he knew doing someone as awful as this. At least it wasn't the farmhouse. He hated losing the barn and his flat, but it could be rebuilt. They'd have to put up something temporary for the horses, of course. Taryn was going to be absolutely heartbroken. The two of them had designed that barn themselves. It was sleek and modern and took a year to build. Now it was ashes. And Paige. He watched the suited-up men working on the fire, and she'd run into that building with nothing but jeans and a shirt on. Now she'd live with a scar. All because of him. The shame of his actions from earlier in the night bore down on him in a crushing blow. He pulled out his phone, dialed Angus's number, and waited for him to answer. "Rory? Someone set the barn on fire." "What?" "The barn. It's gone, but you need to tell Penelope that Paige is at the hospital." "Why?" Angus's question came in a rush. "She set the horses free, and someone hit her on the head. We're on our way. We'll see you there." "Yeah," Rory responded and ended the call. Rory knew he needed to go to the hospital, but after everything he'd done, he couldn't face Paige tonight, maybe ever. He was a coward through and through.
Chapter 39. Paige sat on the hospital bed with her legs hanging over the side and her back to the door. The city lights could be seen from her room, and people were already starting to shoot off fireworks. The last thing she wanted was to spend New Year's Eve in the hospital. The bump on her head wasn't so bad. They'd done all the little tests and found nothing. It just gave her a headache. She'd collected a few scratches and some bruises, but those she could handle. She winced as pain flared in her leg. When she'd been hit, the right side of her right jean leg had caught fire, and the entire side of her calf had been burned. Of the things that hurt, that was the one that hurt the most. When they treated it, the doctor had warned her that burns were usually pretty painful. She'd had no idea how right he was. All of the outside wounds would eventually heal. The damage on the inside, she wasn't sure that would ever stop aching. The door to her room opened, and she looked over her shoulder to find Penelope walking in. Well, she knew Penelope would either disown her outright or scream at her and then disown her. May as well take the lumps now. "We need to talk," Penelope said. "Yeah, I guess we do." She waited for the verbal beating she knew was coming. Angus said the fire was set on purpose. Okay, well, Paige guessed she could play along. "I think so. I smelled gasoline. They're really thankful you had enough wits to save the horses. It was hard to miss. They were kind of freaking out." Penelope sat beside her. "Does your leg hurt?" "Yes." But she didn't need to know that. Not as much as other things. Penelope touched the side of Paige's head. "They said you were hit in the head." Paige nodded. "I think the person who set the fire did it. They probably knew I saw them." Penelope pointed to the burn. "That looks like it hurts too." "I'm fine. Other than your broken heart?" "Don't worry about it," Paige managed to choke out. Penelope put her arms around Paige's shoulders and hugged her. "I know you pretended to be me and gave the interview for that article. I know you gave it at Cotter Castle, and I know you tried to fix it." Paige pulled away. "She knew? How? What?" "I overheard you in the bathroom the day I found my dress." Paige's mouth dropped open. Shrugging, Penelope continued. "I was in the bathroom when you were on the phone." "That was you?" "I took a page out of your book and spied on you." "So all this time you've known?" Penelope nodded and smiled. "And you don't hate me?" "You told that reporter that you loved me and that it would break my heart for that article to come out. You told her Angus was a good man and that he loved me." "Oh. And I knew by the way you reacted to my dress that you changed your mind about my wedding and move." "You heard the whole thing, huh?" The pain in Paige's leg throbbed. In the process of talking, she'd stopped swinging it. She bit back the burning sensation to continue talking with her sister. When she moved it this time, it didn't seem to help at all. "The whole thing. I'm so sorry." "I know. You were so hurt and angry that day you found out I was moving. And since then, things have changed. You begged that reporter not to print that story. You even went so far as to send her an invitation. Does Angus know? Yeah, and we don't care. We don't care what some stupid article says. When we're 60 and still holding hands, they'll know we were serious. A tear streaked down Paige's cheek. He doesn't hate me? Not at all. He told me about your little talk too. A thin smile spread on Paige's lips. Oh, that. Her leg began to hurt worse, and she swung it harder. Yeah, that. He was quite thrilled with that. Having your blessing. It meant something to both of us. You have it. I love both of you. Spending time with him, it didn't take long to realize why you fell in love with him. He's pretty wonderful. Penelope smiled wide. Yeah, he is. I'm happy for you. And I want to be happy for you too. I'm fine, sis. I don't think so. I think something happened between you and Rory before today, and you haven't been the same since. Paige patted her sister's hand. I'm okay, Penelope. I love you, but really, I don't want to talk about it right now. Okay, then I'll talk, and you listen. It was a fight not to stand up and leave. She was grateful for the forgiveness. Happy even. She'd expected her sister to never speak to her again, and instead, she'd probably had a better relationship with her now than when she walked in the room. But Paige didn't want to talk about Rory or anything to do with Rory. You love him. And he loves you. Paige looked away. Wrong. He told me he did, Penelope said. Right, now who's pretending? I'm telling the truth. Aside from her leg burning, which was making it increasingly difficult to think, she desperately wanted Penelope to stop. Penelope hadn't been there. Hadn't seen the look of revolt on his face. How his eyes had hardened and his heart had shut off from her. Please, stop. I'm begging you. Please, just let it go. My head hurts. I'm tired. It's been a long night, and I need you to stop. If you want to stay, that's great, but I don't want to talk about it or hear about it. But. Paige held her hand up. My leg hurts. It won't stop burning. I can't think. Paige looked at Penelope with tears in her eyes. I'll get someone right now. Paige wished she was faking it, but she wasn't. She lay back on the bed and cried. Her leg throbbed harder and harder. The bandage was leaking something, and when she touched it, it felt like it was still on fire. When Penelope returned, she was followed in by a nurse holding a needle. This should help pretty quickly, said the nurse. Next thing Paige knew, the pain was easing, and she could barely keep her eyes open. What did they give me? Something to stop your leg from hurting and help you rest. We'll talk when you wake up. Paige nodded, but she had no idea what she was agreeing to. Her eyes closed, and she was gone.
Chapter 40. Rory looked up just as Angus dismounted his horse. What's got you running so fast? They got the person who started the fire. Rory and Taryn both dropped what they were doing and stared at Angus. Gemma. Gemma? Rory and Taryn said in unison. Why? Asked Rory. That developer had spoken to her pop about selling. He'd told her about it. She was struggling financially. When she called the developer, he said he'd reward her if she could get us to sell along with her pop. Did her pop know? Asked Taryn. Angus shook his head. He didn't even know she was in town. She was holed up in a hotel a town over. Rory couldn't believe what he was hearing. So she had no idea her pop had agreed to sell you the place? No idea. Taryn set his hands on his hips. How did they find out it was her? A fingerprint on one of the gas cans. Apparently, she's been struggling for some time, and she's had a few previous felonies. Rory sighed. Why didn't she come talk to us? Angus rubbed his jaw with his hand like he was trying to avoid the question. What? Asked Taryn. When Angus caught his gaze, the corners of his lips were turned down. She was abusing drugs and was too ashamed to ask for help. Oh, Gemma. What can we do for her? Asked Rory. Angus put his hand on his hip. Right now? Nothing. Trust me. She's gonna have to decide for herself if she wants to be clean and sober. No one can do that but her. Taryn crossed his arms over his chest. Is she getting help? That I don't know. Rory looked at Taryn and then Angus. I dinna want to press charges. Taryn held up his hand. Now hold on. Rory stopped him. If she agrees to enter treatment and successfully complete it. Taryn nodded. Okay, that I can agree to. How about ye, Angus? I can agree to that. I'll talk to Mum and Pop and see if they'll get on board. I'm sure they will. They've known her since she was a baby. I'm sure they'll want her clean and sober too. Taryn turned and walked to the other side of the building. Rory could feel Angus's eyes on him. What? He asked without looking at him. You need to go talk to her, Angus said. Angus was a broken record, and so was Taryn. Both had been on his case since the night of the fire. He'd yet found the courage to speak to Paige. He needed to apologize. To thank her for saving the horses. But the idea of facing her, he didn't know how to look her in the eyes. I've got work to do. Rory and Taryn had been working on a temporary shelter for the horses until a new barn could be built. She's been out of the hospital a week, and you've done everything you can to hide from her. I've got nothing to say. Rory avoided looking at Angus, settling his gaze on the sheep in the distance. Sure you do. You need to tell her you love her. Taryn called from the other side of the structure. Mind your own business. Rory called over his shoulder. What is wrong with you? Angus asked. Rory stopped and hung his head. I said horrible things to her. I used her past like a weapon and threw everything I could at her. She took it without saying a word. Angus walked to him and set his hand on Rory's shoulder. And she still went into that barn and saved things that meant something to you. Which only makes me feel more guilty. Rory's voice broke. You're a coward. Rory jerked his head up. What? Angus's eyebrows pinched together. You can't even tell her thank you. Her leg is burned, and when it's healed, there will be a permanent reminder of you. Angus may as well have given him an uppercut. That's nae fair. Rory pulled away. You're right, and it's not fair to her for you to run away. You love her. And she loves you. His brother didn't understand. He didn't know how Rory had spoken to her. The hate he'd spewed. I've broken it. I dinna think it can be repaired. I've got it on good authority that it can be. I've even been told she'll be in the guest house alone. All you have to do is go to her. Tell her how you feel about her. But there's a chance you've blown it. Of that there's no doubt. But do you want to go through the rest of your life not even trying? What if there's a chance? What if she still wants you? Do you really want to give that up? Rory finally met Angus's gaze. I dinna know. My wedding is in 2 weeks. I expect you to be there with Paige on your arm, escorting her down the aisle of the church. That's what Penelope wants, and you're going to give it your best shot, or I'm going to take you over my knee and give you the beating of your life. Rory snorted. I'm bigger than ye, and I dinna have a broken arm. I don't need 2 arms to take you. Now go. Get the girl. Rory hesitated. Angus took him by the scruff of his shirt and led him to his horse. Go. Get the girl. Fine. I'm taking a shower first, though. You might want to tell Penelope and Sarah that. He mounted Gladys and nudged her into a run. It was pointless to go see Paige. Even if he wanted a chance with her, some words just couldn't be unspoken, and how were they supposed to move past what he'd said to her? Rory hurried to the farmhouse, took the fastest shower he could, and dressed. At first, he'd felt light, thinking about seeing Paige. He would talk to her. Work things out. But the closer he got to the front door of the farmhouse, the more his feet felt like lead. He couldn't. He paced in front of the door, pausing to touch the doorknob time after time. A thrill would shoot through him, he'd grab the handle, and as quickly it had come, dread would replace it. No, fear. Fear that she'd tell him to leave. That she hated him for what he'd put her through. Coward. Angus's voice and the word were like ice as it sluiced through him. It was an ugly word. Not a word his brother would have casually thrown at him. Rory collapsed into a nearby chair, one hand draped loosely over his knee, the other holding his head. He was no coward. Not now, not ever. If she turned him away, he would be able to say he'd given it his best shot. Otherwise, he'd live with the regret the rest of his life. Rory shot out of the chair and out the front door. His palms were damp as he crossed the field to the guest house. The nervous energy made his skin tingle, and he paused at the door. This was a mistake. He scratched the nape of his neck and turned his back to the door. It was all such a mess, but he had to try. Rory turned and tapped on the door. No answer. He rapped his knuckles against the wood a little harder. And there was still no answer. The curtains were closed, so he had no idea what state of dress Paige was in or if she'd seen him coming and chosen not to answer. Instead of knocking again, he let himself in and shut the door behind him. His gaze immediately landed on Paige. She was sitting on the floor with her head angled back. Her eyes were closed, and by the way she was softly breathing, she was asleep. A coffee mug hung loosely from her hand, and he could see the contents on the verge of spilling. She had on the short robe from before, but this time he could see a shirt underneath. The only thing new was the large burn on her leg that had been left open to the air. It was ugly and red and painful looking. He didn't want to wake her. Not when she looked so peaceful. The word coward floated to his mind again, and he pushed it down. It was wrong to wake her. He'd set the coffee cup next to her and leave her alone. He could talk to her some other time. 3 long strides, and he squatted next to her, trying to pry the coffee mug out of her hand. She lifted her head and blinked. Rory? What are you doing here? I'd come to speak with ye, but you were asleep. I was only trying to keep your coffee from spillin'. Speak with me? Coffee? She sat up. Sorry, the medicine they've prescribed makes me a little fuzzy at times. That's okay. Why are you here again? I was hoping we could talk. Paige looked down. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't hold anything against you. I'm not angry or anything. She looked up and held his gaze. You're free of me.
Chapter 41. Free of ye? What does that mean? Rory stared at her. With a grunt and a little work, she got off the floor and stood with a bit of a wobble. She didn't want to talk to Rory. The past week, she'd flat out refused to even speak of him. Penelope and Sarah both had nearly driven her to the point of checking into a hotel. It means we're good. There's nothing to talk about. Rory stood and faced her. There's a lot to talk about. I love ye, Paige. Paige looked at him. Those 3 words were supposed to make her heart race and fill her stomach full of butterflies. They were supposed to make her feel like she was walking on air. But they didn't. Whatever part of her that loved and wanted him had been shelved over the last week in an effort to shield herself from the hurt of seeing him until Penelope's wedding. Then she'd return home. She couldn't risk opening herself up for another heartbreak. No. The reserve of strength she'd used to tell him no had left her insides shaking and on the verge of tears. If she stayed, she'd cry, and he'd feel sorry for her. Please go. Without another word, she limped out of the living room and into her bedroom and shut the door. She wilted onto the edge of her bed and took several deep, shuddering breaths. The door opened, and Rory charged in with the same look as the night he'd found out about the article. She angled away from him. I don't want to talk. I am here for my sister's wedding. I will play my part. I will show up where I need to be. I will do what she asks of me, and then I will go home. I've said all that needs to be said. Well, Havina said all I need to say, and if this is my only chance to say them, then you're going to listen. Paige closed her eyes. She didn't want to hear it. Look at me. Paige stood and faced him with her arms crossed over her chest. Okay, what? I was full of hot air. All my talk of letting go and moving on. Living in the moment and not worrying about what was down the road. It was all a bunch of lies. I didn't know it at the time, but they were. When ye told me ye loved me and that ye would move here, it suddenly became a tangible thing. There was a real chance with ye, and it terrified me. Her heart hurt, and it felt like she was trying to rebuild her wall as fast as it was crumbling. And I used the article as the final nail to worm my way out of telling ye how I felt about ye. I knew ye had an explanation. I knew there had to be a reason, and I didn't want to hear them. That night, I pulled out every misdeed from your past and slung it at ye like mud. Penelope called me on it. That's why I'd come back. I'd come to apologize and tell ye I love ye. He took a step closer. I'm sorry. I wish I could take it back. She knew he was sincere. Could see it all over his face and hear it in his voice. Her shield splintered, and her arms fell to her sides. Still, the way he'd looked at her the night of the fire. But you were so angry with me the night of the fire. Angry with ye? You yelled at me. Ye ran into a burnin' buildin'. Twice. Ye could have gotten yourself killed. And now ye have a scar because ye went in, because of me. After everything I'd said to ye. Ye still loved me enough to save things that meant something to me. Paige shrugged. They were all you had. I was here. I was the only one who could save them. But ye didn't have to save them. Ye could have freed the horses and let the rest burn. But ye didn't. I couldn't, she said just above a whisper and looked down. She sucked in her lip to keep it from trembling. I deserved the things you said to me. The tears bubbling to the surface hit the edge and spilled over. Rory took a step and wrapped his arms around her. Nay, ye didna. I hurled all sorts of hateful things at ye, and when it came right down to it, it had nothing to do with what ye had done and everything to do with my fear of ye. She hiccuped. Don't do this if you don't mean it or you're not sure. I mean every word. I am in love with ye. I'd throw Alana's box away, but I know what ye did to save it. It's not a memory of her anymore. It's a memory of how much ye care about me. Paige ran her fingers across his lips. He loved her. She tiptoed on one foot and brushed her lips across his. That was all it took for him to kiss her. She softened against him as their lips moved together. It seemed like years since she'd kissed him, and it was like he was kissing her for the first time all over again. He broke the kiss and put his forehead to hers. I've missed ye. I've missed your softness. I've missed your feel. I've missed how ye hold me and kiss me. I love ye, sweetheart. I love you. I love your playful nature. I love the way you laugh. I love the way you love your family. I love your gentle spirit. The way you hold me and look at me. She balled her hands in his shirt and kissed him again. I want to keep standing with you holding me, and I want to keep kissing you, but I can't. My leg hurts. Rory picked her up, carried her to the living room, and sat down. He cradled her in his arms. Is this okay? Better. And she was in a better position to kiss him. She sat up and trailed soft kisses along his cheeks before finding his mouth, staying just out of reach. He flattened one of his hands into the small of her back and draped his arm around her shoulders. His lips parted with a soft moan, and he claimed hers. Her body ached for him. She'd missed him more than she'd ever thought possible. I love you, she said with a sigh and kissed him again. Rory pulled back, his breath hitting her cheek as he planted soft parted lip kisses on her. Were ye serious about movin' here? Her heart pounded in her chest. I love you. If I don't have to leave, I don't want to. Ye'll nae be leavin' on my account. He smoothed back her hair and combed his fingers through it. I want ye to stay. I want to spend my life with ye. You can have all of me. All of me. Forever. He leaned back and locked eyes with her. I accept. And ye can have all of me. Every breath is yours. I accept. Paige plunged her hands into his hair and held him still. His eyes closed as she brought her mouth down to his. She came even closer, touching but not quite. Their breath mingled as she watched him while she traced the outline of his mouth with her lips. His lips parted, and he opened his eyes. Please kiss me. She maintained the minuscule space between them. Tell me you love me again. I love ye. I'm all yours. The hunger she saw in his eyes was raw and unfiltered and mirrored her own. She smiled and closed the gap. He was hers. Every breath. Every inch. And she planned to spend the rest of her life memorizing every part.
Chapter 42. Rory slapped Angus on the back. This is it, brother. Angus shook out his hands and took a deep breath. Ye nervous? Nah, just ready to be married. Rory envied Angus in a way, getting to marry so quickly and make a life with his love. Ye have 20 minutes. A tiny knock came from the door. Rory gave Angus one last smile and pulled the door open. Paige, he said her name like a prayer. You're nae supposed to outshine the bride. She blushed. I'm here because Penelope wanted to give this to Angus. She held out a wrapped box. Rory took the box, set it on the table by the door, and stepped outside into the hall with her. I'll give it to him in a second. He backed her against the wall and kissed her. You're going to ruin my lipstick. Ye can put on more. Paige slipped her arms around his waist and slid them up his back. I can. Someone cleared their throat, and they both turned to find Taryn grinning. Ye scoot, Rory growled. Taryn rolled his lips in to keep from laughing and stepped inside the room with Angus. Paige sighed. I guess you need to get back in there. Rory wrapped an arm around her waist and kissed her again. Now I probably need to get back in there. He stepped back with his hand on the knob. Wait. What? Come here. One step, and he loomed over her. She pulled his lips down to her and kissed him in a way that made his knees weak. These kisses were more than kisses and filled with enough desire to require ice baths. Paige threaded her arms around his neck and put her lips to his ear. Marry me. Marry me, Rory. Rory leaned back and locked gazes with her. I thought ye wanted to wait a while. She lifted a flirty eyebrow, one corner of her mouth curled up, and she straightened like she'd said nothing. Okay. He pinned her against the wall. Oh no. You're not getting away that easy. Answer me. Instead of using words, she cupped his face in her hands and kissed him. Then she did the one thing that consistently brought him to his knees. She held him still, lips so near it was torture, and kept them just out of reach until it drove him mad. He closed his eyes and parted his lips. She breathed him in, and his heart doubled its pace. Oh, ye can have anything, Dot. She grazed her lips across his, and her hot breath caressed his skin. I want you. Only you. I want to love you. I want to live with you. I want all of you. I don't want a fancy church or big dinners or lots of guests. I don't want anything but you. I want to make your house a home and to be waiting for you when you come home every day. Her voice was full of love and longing. Rory fought for air. Just tell me when. Not today. It's Penelope's day. I want to cry over her dress, celebrate her happiness, and then watch her leave with the man she loves. It's all about her today. He nuzzled her with his nose. Dinna ye want her at your wedding? 2 weeks and 1 day. He pulled back and looked at her. Okay. Again, she threaded her fingers in the back of his hair and held him still. I have plans for you, Rory MacLachlan. Don't forget it. Her lips grazed across his once, twice, and just when he thought she wasn't going to kiss him, she devoured him. His only saving grace was that he was in a church, and it was his brother's wedding. She pulled away, and he panted, trying to catch his breath. If you keep doing that, I won't be able to wait 2 weeks. Paige smiled against his neck and caught part of his skin between her teeth. He tried to fight back the moan and lost. I'm yours, can you feel it? I'll be thinking of you today, picturing you standing at the front, waiting for me. Paige. She let him go. Give Angus his gift, and I'll see you in the church. With a peck on the cheek, she sashayed down the hall, leaving him wishing they were the ones getting married rather than Angus and Penelope. He took a few deep breaths and went back into the room with Angus. Were ye having fun? Taryn teased. Rory snatched the box off the table and gave it to Angus. It's a gift from Penelope. Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Angus asked. I dinna. Open your gift and leave me alone, Rory grumbled. Angus glanced at Taryn and smirked. He opened the box and inhaled sharply. Oh. He pulled a thick bracelet out and turned it over in his hand. It's inscribed. Well, what does it say? Asked Taryn. I don't know if I can read it aloud. He handed it to Taryn. Taryn looked down at the inscription and back at Angus. Oh. Well? What does it say? Asked Rory. My love. Taryn read. You are my heart, and your love makes it beat. Your smile is my air, and your laughter is my joy. I love you, and I will spend the rest of my life showing you how much. Oh. Rory looked at Angus and then Taryn. Brother, ye break her heart, and we'll all come after ye. Angus nodded. He wiped his eyes and put the bracelet on. Penelope is more than I ever thought I'd have. Rory looked at the clock. We have to go.
Chapter 43. Paige, Penelope, and Sarah stood just outside the doors to the sanctuary. The ceremony would start any moment, and she was giving Penelope away. Angus and Rory's mom and dad were already seated. Annis was fussing with the flower girl and ring bearer. You look beautiful, Paige said. You've said that a dozen times now, Penelope said with a smile. Sarah smoothed the back of her dress out. Because it can't be said enough. The music started. Sarah straightened and clapped her hands together. Oh! Paige shoved her bouquet in her hands. Sarah turned just as the doors opened and started her procession down the aisle. Paige leaned into Penelope. I asked Rory to marry me in 2 weeks and 1 day. Penelope's jaw dropped. What? Paige grinned. Our turn. She hooked her arm in Penelope's and took a step, nearly pulling her sister into a walk. Are you serious? Penelope whispered as they walked down the aisle. Smile, sis, it's your wedding day. Penelope looked forward, and Paige knew the instant her eyes locked with Angus's. The serene look of happiness was shining through. Angus wiped his eyes. Paige flicked her gaze to Rory and quickly to Angus. Rory leaned forward to look at Angus and then back at Paige. He smiled. She knew he'd cry. The dress had been beautiful in the shop, but Penelope floated in it. The sheer veil covering her face and the long train gliding behind her, it was a storybook, and her sister was the princess. They stopped at the front, and Paige hugged her sister and then gave her hand to Angus. Break her heart, and you won't have to worry about wind gusting up that kilt. Angus's cheeks turned red as cherries, and he laughed. Message received. Paige took her spot next to Sarah and smiled. The promise to love. An exchange of vows. A kiss to seal the commitment and the covenant with God. Paige bent slightly and caught Rory's gaze. That was going to be her. And soon. The church erupted with claps and cheers. Paige was sure she was clapping and cheering the loudest. Penelope and her new husband held hands as they walked down the aisle and out of the church as showers of rice pelted them. It was a flurry of activity and racing to the reception, of helping Penelope pin her train and making sure everything went smoothly. By the time things had settled, Paige leaned against the wall of the rented hall and toyed with her necklace as she watched her sister and Angus dance. "Were ye serious earlier?" Rory asked as he walked up behind her and put his arms around her waist. "Yeah. 2 weeks and 1 day. Are ye sure about that?" Paige twisted in his arms. "Absolutely. I'm ready when ye are," he said as he held her gaze. She caught her bottom lip and smiled, working to keep herself in check. "I'd kiss you, but I wouldn't want to get carried away at my sister's reception. It could be embarrassing. She took a deep breath and laid her head against his chest. "I thought when Tyler left me it was the worst thing in the world to happen to me, but now I'm thinking I'd like to hunt him down and thank him." Rory pulled her tighter against him. "I feel the same way." Paige looked up. "I love you. And I love ye." Epilogue. Sarah. Penelope tapped her glass with her fork and stood. "I'd like to say something," she said and looked over her shoulder at Paige and Rory. 2 weeks and 1 day. Their wedding had been beautiful and sparse, but according to Paige, everything was what she wanted. Sarah couldn't have been happier for her. "If you ever give me grief about how quickly I got married, I will push you in the mud the next time we come across a puddle," Penelope said. Paige stuck her tongue out at her. "On a serious note, I'm so happy for you. Even though you did marry the second best MacLachlan." Her sister laughed. "Hey!" Taryn called from down the table. Sarah giggled next to him, and he put his arm across her shoulders. "I'm nae chopped liver," he said and leaned in. "Not at all." "And they don't know what they're talking about," Sarah said. To Rory and Paige, "May you have nothing but happiness and a life filled with love." Everyone raised their glasses. To Rory and Paige, they said in unison. Sarah leaned forward and spied Paige, who smiled and blushed as Rory whispered in her ear. "I'm so happy for them. It's a little fast." "For me, yes, but I've known them my whole life. It was just perfect for them. They needed your family. I think they were lost and clinging to each other. Well, my mom is thrilled to have girls to fuss over." "Women," she corrected him. "Sorry. Women. I've enjoyed spending time with you, Taryn." He tugged her a little closer. I can't stay, though." He said, his lips pulling down at the corners. "Let's leave that for later. It's Rory and Paige's wedding day. For now, we be happy for them and worry about us later." Sarah nodded and smiled. "That sounds good." She leaned her head against Taryn's shoulder. She wasn't sure what she was going to do, but he was right. For now, she'd be happy for her 2 best friends and worry about herself later. Maybe there was a solution and they'd find it. Until then, she'd enjoy the moment and celebrate Paige's wedding.
This has been Mending the Billionaire Scotsman. Written by Bree Livingston. Copyright 2019.